since the last council meeting, but we're staying under that 6 million gallons on a regular basis as of now. And then Matt, if you want to speak on the construction.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So like we like to do, give you an update on the construction that's happening out there. This is down at the river pump station itself. So you can see they're doing the cathode protection, they're pulling the pipes so that we can replace some of the pumps. And then that last picture on the right there is them trying to fix the leaks that they have found in the 42-inch yard pipe. That's why we couldn't finish everything that we were trying to finish in the previous shutdown. This is moving upstream, and so this is what we call bid package 3. This is them trying to finish the installation of the last few hundred feet of the 42-inch raw water line.
I'm sorry, can we go back?
Sure.
What, you said there's leaks in the 42-inch?
Yes.
The new one. So in the actual pipe?
In the joints. So you can see there on the joints, like if you look in the picture on the right, where he's trying to lower it to get everything just lined up perfectly and get that gasket to seal. They've had a lot of problems getting those mechanical joints to seal properly.
What do they attribute that to? Because this is not Legos.
They're not really giving us a reason. They're just saying it's leaking and they need to go back and rework it.
I mean, this is the purpose of the pressure test
Right.
that it's been undergoing, right?
Yes.
They run a pressure test. They find gaps. They go in and figure out where they didn't weld it enough or whatnot.
Correct.
Or I guess where the gasket didn't seal. But is this a normal process? Is this putting us behind schedule?
On this particular bid package, we are not behind schedule. It's not ideal, but we're working through it. You will see on this bid package, we have, this is the one that has 10 miles of 42-inch line. We have 7 joints that we know of today that are leaking after we've done the pressure testing. So that will slow us, that is slowing us down. That's why we're not ready to put the 42-inch pipe into operation yet. So yes, it is slowing us down, but on that particular bid package, we're not behind schedule. The second.
So what's our target now?
Our new target for having the 42-inch 42-inch raw water line in service is the first part of August.
Okay. Now, to Doug's point, just so the communities understand we're aware of this, is this the normal process and procedure as you're building that pipe? Is that you do the testing, you find where the points are, and then you go remediate those specific aspects, and then you move on to the next one, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's just, we want to make sure everyone's aware.
We did have the additional complication factor of a water issue.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of water to fill up these sections of pipe.
Yeah.
And so we purposely held them back from doing that until we thought that we were far enough along that we could start doing that. So now you'll see on the next one, the final bid package, where part of the delay for them was it took them longer to fill up these sections of pipe and do the testing than they had estimated whenever we were running the numbers.
Better do it right than rush through it.
Yes.
Based on your experience, does this seem out of line or in line?
To have 7 leaks in 10 miles of pipe, I'd say that's pretty average.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Then the last picture there on the right is the 30-inch existing raw water line pieces that we removed. This is the pieces that were broken. The pipes themselves weren't broken. What we actually now know 100% what happened. When the pump was activated, there was no thrust blocking in place. It created a water hammer. When the pipes pushed against nothing, they actually came disconnected, and then when they tried to slam back together, they didn't go back the way they were supposed to.
Okay.
So if you think about, you've got one end of a pipe inside the other end of the pipe. When they blew apart and they tried to come back together, they didn't line up.
Okay. That tells you how much pressure is going through those.
Yes. And so this just kind of gives you an idea of where that 30-inch segment is. You see between the 2 orange lines that I've drawn there, that's the outer edges of Boggy Creek. And so all that 30-inch line basically under between those two lines has been removed. We also found a segment in that little red circle right there that we previously didn't know about that was also part of that blown apart section. And so we have removed all those broken pieces or all the disconnected pieces. We've started putting in all of the replacement pieces, and so that is in process.
When do we believe that'll be back online?
So, complicating factor here, right, it's a myriad of things that stack on top of each other. So originally we were thinking if that yard piping that I was talking about, the very first bid package, was done during the shutdown, then we would just be able to turn a valve and be able to go back and forth between the 30 and the 42. The yard piping is not done. And this red circle complicates things because just on the bottom edge of that red circle is where our 24-inch bypass line connects into that existing 30-inch raw water line. So we cannot just turn on the 30-inch line. We have to go in sequence, get the 42-inch operational, and then disconnect the 24-inch bypass, then finish that red circle to connect the 30-inch. So it'll be late August before the 30 inches in operation.
So the 42-inch is the goal.
Yes.
All right.
And then this is the final bid package.
Sorry,
Okay,
that
sorry.
was a lot of information. On the 30-inch pipe, where you said that the pressure kind of they came apart, and when they came back together, they didn't quite line up. So does that mean that the pipes themselves didn't have a leak, or it was at the joints?
So it was at the joint. So when the joint disconnected itself, it didn't go back properly. So then as we tried to pump, as we tried to continue pumping water, it just spilled out into the tunnel and then flowed out into the creek.
So had we known that originally, would we still need to have all the new pipes, or would we have to just go and adjust the joints?
It's hard to say.
Okay.
The route we took was the safest course of action because we didn't know what was in there. And there was originally conversation about just running the 24-inch through the 30-inch, but this question was raised early in that conversation about if these pipes came apart and they're not seated properly to each other, and you hit the edge of one of those with that 24-inch, then what? Well, then we have to start over and figure something else out. And so that's why we didn't go that route. And this was the safest path that was also the least impact time-wise to us.
And probably more fiscally responsible, too.
Well, I mean, we didn't know what we didn't know, and so we could have pulled all this pipe out and it could have been destroyed, and then we would be right back where we are, except we would have been months behind where we are.
Absolutely.
But we are behind where we were anticipated to be, but only about a month. Is that right?
Correct.
So let me just clarify. You had said the new target for the 42-inch is the first part of August, and we have to do it sequencing. So that's going to be the first part of August. Then you have to remove the 24-inch bypass. The 42-inch will be on and working. And then you have to complete this additional repair in that red circle area.
Correct.
Okay. And so remove the bypass and complete the 30-inch new repair. Do you have an estimate on how long you think that will be?
The contractor is estimating that will be done by the end of August. So a couple of weeks after the 42 inches flowing water, the 30-inch will be repaired and the 24-inch will be removed.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Last bid package is this is what we call bid package 4. This is the uppermost. You can see those guys working in that pit right next to the lake right there. You can also see the guy crawling through the pipe doing the deflection testing. And then this one is the furthest along, so you can see on the picture on the right, they're already restoring the concrete and trying to put the vegetation back. So this bid package is basically going to be ready to go this month, but unfortunately they're at the lake, and so we need the other two bid packages ready to flow the 42-inch to get to them. And then the last one, just showing you the status of the bypass. So that first picture, like always, is the very first picture we showed you when we first built it. And you can see this was on June 30th, so I haven't taken one after the rains today, but bypass is still holding on and still in place, so we're keeping an eye on it, and as long as it continues to hold up, we think we're going to make it. And then with that, I'll turn it back over to Shelby to talk about the plant.
All right, so just to kind of recap, part of the reason we're in the restrictions we are in is due to the treatment operational capabilities of meeting demand at the water plant. And part of that is the aging membranes. And as mentioned at the last council meeting, we were working on procurement of 320 membranes, which is a replacement of a full train of membranes. As of today, we got 200 modules delivered to the plant.
Ooh, yay.
So
That's
that's
great
great. It was ahead of schedule. They actually had originally said next week, so we were happy to see that arrive. We're looking at the estimate they gave us for the remaining 120 was the week of July 27th. But again, these were a week ahead, so we'll hope for the same good news. We're still on track to meet the capacity we need to go back to stage 1 restrictions by the end of July. However, our operations staff is doing what we can to see if we can push that date forward.
So what's the earliest reasonable expectation for that date?
Yeah.
I get emails about this every day.
Yeah,
When can I do my watering?
End of July is more than reasonable.
End
I
of
am
July.
hopeful for before that.
But my constituent who's going on vacation tomorrow and really wanted to turn on his automated sprinklers is out of luck.
Unfortunately, at this time, tomorrow we are starting the install of the 200 membranes. Again, we have the remaining 120. It's also dependent on when we install those 200 membranes, when we do that testing of the membranes, assuming it comes back good, which it should, how much just the 200 adds to capacity. Additionally, annually we pull, sorry to throw a sideball here, but we pull our strainers annually, and strainers catch large debris coming into the plant.
True.
Last Friday, we had an increase in zebra mussels coming in to the plant. Yeah. The strainers are doing their job. They're capturing them, but we are declogging them every day right now.
That's an increase from normal, isn't it?
It is. However, we started dosing copper ion. We switched the chemical we use. It's a large die-off of zebra mussels, so it's doing its job.
Okay.
To be frank. But we are having to unclog those strainers frequently, and because of that, there is a restraint of how much flow is coming through those strainers to our membranes. We are working on path forward, and I'm very hopeful that within the week that's not an issue. But to be frank, I'm cautious to run the new membranes before we get through the bulk of those mussels and cause us more heartache than we need to.
Right. So we might be looking at going to the regular restrictions in a week.
Yes.
But we can count on being
Correct.
on the regular restrictions in 2 weeks.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can I can email my constituents and tell them that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
And then, I don't know if I want to speak on this, but this is just our ways of getting out the word to you. So, again, when we can lift restrictions, we do not plan on delaying that at all. Whenever the time comes. So these are some of the sources you can utilize to keep in the know and get the latest updates on the water supply. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you for being nimble in this time.
Thank you, and super excited that the membranes arrived so early. Certainly looking forward to the installation of those. So yes, we certainly will have plenty of emails to send, David. All right, that brings us to item 5 on our agenda, reading of the consent agenda. Council members, do you have any items to pull from the consent agenda?
Are you going to go? Okay, I guess I'll pull mine.
Go ahead. Which one are you going to pick?
5A, 5E, 5F, 5G, 5J. Anyone else? You want to do your Rudy?
Anyone else?
Okay.
You covered all the ground I was going to cover.
5K.
5K. All right, I heard A, E, F, G, J, and K. Any other items, council? Trista, would you mind reading the consent agenda for me?
Absolutely. 5B is ordinance on second reading with a caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville approving the 2026 amended and restated service and assessment plan and annual service plan update for the Lakeside Meadows Public Improvement District in accordance with Chapter 372 Texas Local Government Code as amended, making various findings and provisions related to the subject and providing for an effective date. 5C is ordinance on second reading with the caption reading an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, authorizing the granting of an easement on city property for the purpose of providing electric services to the city's public works complex as generally located south of the intersection of Weiss Lane and Jesse Bowles Road. Again, items 5A, 5E, 5F, 5G, 5J, and 5K have been pulled from the consent agenda. All remaining items may be acted upon in a single motion.
Move to approve the remaining items on the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a motion from David, a second from Kimberly.
Oh, am I not on the right page?
That one. Pull down.
Next one.
Okay.
Last one.
There you go.
Pull down.
Pull down.
Did you vote?
Pull down.
Oh, it didn't
You pulled way
Yeah,
down.
we were on
pop
the,
up.
I was on the wrong tab.
David Evans.
There we go.
All right.
Hey, I don't.
We made it through technology and we passed the
I will
consent
not.
agenda
I will not allow
unanimously.
you with that Apple slander up here.
We will move forward to item 6A to conduct a public hearing on the roadway impact fee audit results. Finance Director Waldron.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. So, the audit on the roadway impact fee is a new requirement under Local Government Code 395. It is required before we can do a roadway impact fee study and increase existing fees. The audit covers November 2020 through July of 2025. This is basically the inception of when we started accepting roadway impact fees. So this is the duration of how long we've been collecting them. Out of everything that was audited, we had one finding before 10/23. The fees were not being held in the interest-bearing account, and that was rectified back in 2023. You got the report in your packet. If you have any questions for it, it was pretty straightforward.
Did you, I thought I had read that we didn't start roadway impact fees until 2022.
This is the period that was covered.
Oh, okay, I thought you said we started collecting them at the beginning of this period.
Yes, this was the time frame of the audit.
Okay. And so I had a question on Exhibit B, which has a schedule of the CIP with the estimated cost in each service area. And I just wanted to know if there's a reason that the impact fees collected to date haven't been used for the eligible completed projects on that list.
So we have used them for some projects, and even if you look at our CIP report, we show which projects we are using these impact fees for.
Well, the audit reports said there was only 263,000 of fees used, and we have 17 million.
I think that, I know, last year we assigned roadway impact fees. I think some of those projects had not gotten past the other funding that they had in order to get to the funding for roadway impact fees, but we definitely have projects assigned to this funding stream going
Okay.
forward.
And will we be getting updates like this with, a summary of what was collected, interest, and spent by service area going forward? Or
This was just
only, or
provided.
this analysis only happens with an audit?
This was done for the audit.
But do we have the capability of reporting on how we're spent or how much money is being spent in each service area going forward?
We do track that information.
Okay, so we can get reports on this, but of how much is spent per area?
we can provide that, yes.
Okay. And then I think my last question was, this was the first time I heard about us having an audit. Was this in the budget for this year, and how did that decision come out? Or we
So
don't?
it was a new requirement that came out of the legislature last year. And so we had already started both of our studies for all of our impact fees when this all came about, which is why the studies were slowed down and delayed a little bit, because we had to scramble and go find an auditor and produce these audits. It is paid out of the impact fee fund, so it's not a general fund cost or a water wastewater cost.
And I thought I read somewhere that this has to, is it every 3 years or every 5 years, or if we want to raise fees that we have to do it before the audit, or is there a
Correct.
minimum amount of time?
It has to be done if we're looking to increase fees.
Okay, so only if there's a possibility that we would increase fees, do we have to have an audit? It's not on a regular cadence.
I believe that's the case, yes.
Thank you.
Council, any other questions? This is a public hearing. I invite anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item to come forward.
Move to close public hearing?
I have a motion from Jonathan, a second from Caesar to close the public hearing. Motion passes unanimously. That takes us to item 6B, to conduct a public hearing on roadway impact fee updates to land use assumptions, capital improvement, and impact fee. Director Rector.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. So yes, we are here to do a public hearing on the roadway impact fee. One thing that I will point out right from the get-go, I do not represent Kimley Horn. They are our consultant. They put this together. I'm just presenting the information because of a scheduling conflict that we had. So you may remember at the last meeting in June, we gave kind of an update on this. And so this is actually a little more in-depth presentation. Whoa, I don't know what's happening. Okay. So again, we're going to talk about the land use plan, capital improvement plan, maximum fees. I am not touching anything, I promise you.
Oh, do they have, they likely have
remote.
autoplay on their
They're like,
slides.
skip this
maybe.
slide.
There's a ghost in the machine.
Every time I approach the dais, it changes slides. Okay, so this is going to be a fun one. Okay, that's fine. We're good. So just before the slide changes, the
You speak
CIAC has recommended that you adopt the fees, or that you accept the report. The land use assumptions were based on the comprehensive plan as well as the growth rates that were shown in the water and wastewater master plans from 2023. And also the Campo 2050 travel demand model. The reason why the 2023 water and wastewater master plans were used is because this was started in January of 25. The updates to the water and wastewater master plans were not started until later in 25, and they were not adopted until the end of 2025. I believe November, December is when we adopted those. And this went to the CIAC starting in February. So that's why you saw that they used the latest and best information that they had when they put this together.
And let's be clear, we don't come up with the formula, correct?
With the
To calculate what a road impact fee would be.
No, that's dictated by state law.
Okay, that's a
Well-
statute.
But there are
Isn't
assumptions.
the maximum dictated by state law?
The maximum is dictated by state law, yes.
There's
The
not-
city
The
council
formula
has
that's
discretion to
mandated by
go.
state
The formula is dictated by state law. The
Yeah.
adoption of the rate is dictated by us.
So
Correct.
let's be clear about that.
Okay.
But
And let me ask you about this, because you talked about the water, wastewater permitting projected growth rate. And we know that we've been averaging about 1.2% over the first 5 years of the decade. What are we projecting forward?
What is in your water, wastewater master?
Yeah.
I honestly don't know what was in your 2023 water and wastewater master plan to be able to answer what number was used here.
Okay, so if we're dealing with faulty baseline and bad projections, we will get bad numbers at the end of the day. Gigo.
So,
Yeah, because, well, so I looked at this, and my recollection was we were projecting 8% growth in both the water and wastewater plans in 2023, which was just an update and it wasn't a full plan. Then in our 2025 plans, our water estimated growth dropped down to 2%, and our wastewater stayed at 8%. But that's one source of information, but that's a pretty significant reduction in growth projections. So if we're using old data, then, I'm not sure that we're going to get the right numbers. And is it worth it to go back and so 2023 would be based on amounts, or numbers and data from up until 2022. So we've had 3.5 years since then that we're not taking into account. When I backed into the math, it seems like these projections were at a 5%, but it's just when your water plan says over the next 10 years, you're going to have 5,000 new connections, and then this plan says we're going to have 16,000. It's 3 times the number that our other plans have just told us. So
To
that's
be
my
clear,
concern.
this is not
Sure.
a wastewater impact fee. It's not a water impact fee. It's a roadway impact fee. So can you help me understand how the water wastewater growth assumptions figure into the formula for establishing the roadway impact fee?
So they do not weigh into the formula itself. The reason that they come into play is that the growth projections that the consultant was using to look out 10 years into the future was based on the same growth projections that we have. Let me back up.
Well, no, I got you. But the growth projection, so in 10 years, they expect us to be at X. If we're not actually at X, if we're above or below, what does that do to our plan? Does that mean we've included projects that don't need to be built yet?
No.
Does it mean we haven't included projects that need to be built?
So
Or does it adjust the timing for the cost of allocation of the projects?
So timing is not indicated by your growth patterns in these calculations.
okay.
You have a CIP.
Hold on. The rate of growth does not affect your calculations for what you're going to charge for growth?
He said timing.
No, I didn't
He
say
said
that.
timing.
I said timing of your projects is not dictated in these calculations.
So timing of projects is not affected by the rate of growth.
No, because your mobility master plan
Right.
has already assumed what projects you're going to do over the next 5 and 10 years.
But those assumptions are based on how much we're going to grow. And if we're not growing at all, we don't need no new roads. Am I wrong?
You're going to say we don't need new roads.
I don't know that I would agree with that statement.
I don't even know how.
Okay, do you need the same number of new roads if your growth percentage is 1% a year or 5% a year? Do you need the same number of lane miles?
Potentially, depends on what type of projects you're doing.
However,
Because here's the thing.
Are you kidding me?
No, sir, I'm not. If you have a slower residential growth rate, okay, that does not generate the same number of vehicle miles as if you did a bunch of commercial development.
Right.
You don't have to have a tremendous growth rate to show commercial development.
Right.
And if you look at the numbers, that could be 5 times as much vehicle miles on your roadways. So in that situation, you could grow 0 in your population base, but you've grown in your commercial base, and
So your
now you
land use
need more
requirements have grown.
roads, even though your growth rate is flat.
And we
But
Do we
have,
have
some
an
of our
indication that
commercial-
that's actually happening?
I'm sorry?
Do we have an indication that that's actually happening and we're having enormous commercial growth in Pflugerville?
Well, so we're only on the land use assumption slide here, and I imagine there's more slides that have more assumptions and
Yeah.
more projects. So can we get a little
Sure.
further forward and see if we answer some of these questions?
So, so this is the land use projections. Here's what the numbers came out to be as far as how much they projected we would grow for between 2025 and 2035. You can see the numbers there. The majority of the growth is, I mean, it's kind of balanced between multifamily, single family, and then your employment, which is everything non-residential. Then you get into your CIP, which was already kind of approved before we started this process for what projects you were going to be doing between 2025 and 2035. This map is straight out of the mobility master plan. The city is broken into 3 service areas, so you have A, B, and C. As we are all aware, A and B are pretty far along. C has a lot of room to grow still. So this is one of the slides, and this confused me at first whenever I saw it from the consultant, and so I had to ask them multiple times. So they're not actually suggesting that we do a 25% impact fee. The purpose of this slide is to kind of help guide the conversation that's going to happen at the end of this when we bring back the ordinance. And that is, if you set, let's just say we wanted to recover 25% through our impact fees, then the rest of the funds have to come from some other source, right? You're going to go build your infrastructure. The red and the purple and the blue, you really can't do much with those. The conversation about impact fees, you're really looking at that green and yellow wedges of the pie. So when we get there, when you see the maximum impact fee, we just have to keep in mind that if we reduce that number, then that delta that we've created has to come from
you'll
somewhere.
land somewhere else.
Yes.
So explain again, what are impact fees for?
Impact fees are to cover the growth of your infrastructure, typically from development, that should be borne by development, rather than
that's how-
putting the entire burden on the tax base to say, hey, we're going to pay for all this growth to come to our city.
How developers and call it newcomers to town pay their own way for infrastructure.
They pay for themselves.
Correct.
Oh, partially.
Yeah.
In theory, yes.
Well, based on that trivia pursuit widget.
Let's, hold on a second, let's go back to that.
So
I wanna-
if we could, for a moment, David, you weren't here at the beginning of the work session, so I did want to let you know. So I passed out some gifts, and you may have had some personal stationery there.
Yeah,
in your
I saw it.
So I want to make sure that we operate as efficiently and effectively as we can. I would ask if you can potentially write down some of your questions on your newfound stationery, and let's try to consolidate so we can get through as expeditiously as possible and ensure that we give Matt the opportunity to answer the questions as he goes through the presentation, because he may have these answers for you already, and if he hasn't, you'll have a list of those questions that haven't been answered yet. I would really appreciate it if we could try that a little bit. So Matt, if you could.
Yes, sir. So this is just breaking down and zooming into each of those service areas that I showed you previously. This is service area A. You can see the total cost of the CIP is $144 million. Of that, if we set to the maximum impact fee, we can only recover $93.2 million of that. In service area B, similar setup here. Total cost of the CIP is $112.3 million. If we set it to the max in this area, we can only recover 59.5. And then finally, service area C, same setup. And so moving on. So when we ran all the numbers, we being the consultant, this is the number that they calculated out using the formulas that are dictated by state statute. So as you can see, the current max fee that we are charging in service areas A, B, and C is $1,590, $2,916, and $3,156 respectively. The new max fee that we could charge in each of those same service areas goes up pretty significantly in A and C, and actually decreases in B. And most of that is because there's, like we already said, there's limitations.
Because
We
it's
also
built
reached out to the financial consultant who was helping us with this and asked them, okay, so is there a way that we can kind of couch this conversation for city council to kind of help you guys think about what you want to do that ties everything back to, right? Because if we don't charge that max, and I'm not saying we have to do the max, I'm just giving you guys an idea. What does that do to, because in theory, if you don't do that, then the money has to come from the tax base. And so we asked them to run the numbers, and they said that basically, if you set the impact fees below the maximum recovery of the 16 million, or sorry, if the number that you choose recovers that amount less over 10 years, then the 20-year cost to the average homeowner using $26 would be a $756 cost. And that would add 1 penny to the INS rate. If we rounded it to 10 million, then you can see the numbers there.
Over
And,
the 10 years?
Yes.
When you
Okay.
say 1 penny, is that 1 penny per year or 1 penny total over a tenth of a penny?
I believe this is per year.
That's per year. Okay.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure. Thank you.
So to kind of, again, push the conversation forward, staff decided that, we thought, hey, let's just take a stab at where we think you guys might want to land and then, see if we can get anywhere close. And so this table here shows you what the current collection rates are. Currently, the process is set up between residential and non-residential. We charge 2 different rates. So we kind of kept that mentality in place. And you can see that, we're recommending for residential, it goes up in A and C, but stays at the max in B. And then similar to what you had done the last time that we did this update, we took half of the max for non-residential in each of those service areas. With the exception of B, we just set it straight equal to the max.
We're not approving these rates
You're
tonight,
not
though,
approving
right?
those
I just
tonight.
wanted
This
to
is
make sure
just-
that
Tonight is
was-
just
this is
tonight
the
is a
max,
public
right?
hearing.
Yes, this is just,
Okay.
This is a public hearing.
yes.
So I have a question on the map.
I'm sorry, Matt.
Oh, sorry.
Matt,
Were you done?
were you finished with this?
So the only thing I really had left was just kind of giving you comparisons of where we're recommending, where we could be at the max, and comparing that to the 5 cities that we're showing here. And so you can see that our recommendation, we tried to stay somewhat close to Round Rock and Georgetown. We're obviously above Hutto, Leander, and College Station on the single family. The industrial gets a little bit higher than Georgetown, and we're pretty much higher than everybody else. General office, same thing.
Oh my God.
And shopping center, we're getting higher. I did also talk to our consultant, and then you have sit-down restaurant. One of the things that you are allowed to do is that you could set it by land use instead of just saying residential, non-residential, if that's something that the council desired. But like I said, staff was trying to keep it simple and just facilitate the conversation. So we just said, keep the same general pattern. Let's make a stab in the dark at where we think this might land. And then that way that gives city council kind of a launching pad to go have the conversations.
So,
And then that's it. We discussed all those things, and we're here on the public hearing, and then we will bring back the ordinance in August for you to have your first and second reading to adopt what the rate
All right.
actually is.
Council questions.
well, I have math questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. Can we go back a few slides to
Yes.
where the math was?
Just tell me where to stop.
Yeah,
The table.
Yeah. So I tried to run some numbers and I sent questions in advance. So if you overstate your growth, but the projects, to what you said, are going to stay the same, that means there will be less to pay for the same. So in actuality, these fees could be higher. And when I ran some modeling and used more like 2.5% growth versus the amount I calculated in here, it seemed to be around 5%. It greatly greatly increased A and B. Not that I'm saying that we would want to increase, but what I want to come from a place of the most accurate data that we have now, because this is what we're approving now. And I don't believe that we have the most accurate data in our growth projections, given large decrease in estimated growth that we have in a large portion of our area through our water master plan. I'm not sure if this study obtained information from the city about our occupancy and how our multifamily and our single-family units have grown over the past 5 years. But that would give us more of an idea in the actual city limits what our growth is. So, but I don't think that we should be approving studies that have a growth that is not supported by updated plans that we did pay a lot of money to produce. So it may not change the ultimate, what we decide, but I think we should know what the actual costs are going to be with a more aligned growth projection.
Director, I have a slightly different question.
Okay.
So we did not have roadway impact fees prior to 2022, is that right?
That's my understanding for
Okay.
you, yes, for Pflugerville.
And for the first 2 decades of this century, Pflugerville had very dramatic growth. It appears to have slowed dramatically since we adopted roadway impact fees. Now, the director, you'll agree with me that the federal government imposes cigarette taxes, isn't that right?
I believe so. I'm not a smoker, but I believe so.
And they have very, very high cigarette taxes for the purpose of discouraging cigarette consumption. Isn't that correct? And isn't it also true that cigarette consumption has dropped dramatically over the last 30 years as the federal government has increased cigarette taxes? Isn't that true?
You've laid the predicate. Make your point.
Answer your own question.
Yeah, make your point.
I can't.
Don't have them make your point for you.
So if we increase roadway impact
I know.
fees,
It's going to discourage business.
is that likely to increase or decrease development?
That's his argument.
I think there's a lot of additional consideration there.
If you increase costs, all other things being equal, do you get more or less demand?
Well, so let me ask this question first. So before we had roadway impact fees, we had traffic impact analysis that assessed fees to development.
TIAs.
Are we seeing, are these higher or lower or about the same as those fees are under a TIA process?
It's hard for me to, there's a lot of things there. So,
A lot of factors in there. I'm just trying to understand because maybe they are, and David's comparison is apt. Maybe they're not. Maybe we just shifted this because my understanding is when we implemented roadway impact fees was that we were essentially working to collect the same development impact without forcing the developer to go through a lengthy and expensive process, so that the roadway impact fees actually optimize things both for us and the developer. Now, if that's not the case, then we need to revisit, but I'm trying to understand if that rationale still holds true.
Because he specifically, to your point, we spoke about that because we'd have to get a third party, get invested on this, get it wrong. It was an elongated process for that. And I believe the mayor's right.
Even assuming that the fees are identical, if you raise the fees, do you get more or less development?
So here's your problem.
And then there's also a point on the Laffer curve where you have raised your taxes so much that you're actually collecting less revenue.
Can I ask
great.
Can I ask the macro question?
Very true. Jonathan, yeah.
I want to ask the macro question. Is this agenda item where we discuss our strategy going forward for impact fees? Because if that's the case, David, to your point, if we're having that conversation, it's a very different conversation with different inputs, in my opinion. If we're going to say, hey, we're just going with staff recommendation, versus are we going to talk about, for example, what Director Rector mentioned, which is, hey, do we want to incentivize restaurants, for example, or do we want to help out small businesses based on land use? If we're having that conversation, that's a totally different conversation than, hey, we have to set a max rate. per state law. You know what I'm saying?
And here's the
Because that's an economic development conversation, not just a math.
Well, it is.
Exactly.
Roadway impact fees are an
Yeah.
economic development tool, or they're an economic development barrier.
So here's part of the problem, and this is we spoke about this a couple of days ago, is that it is very. And I'm not going to use the word simplistic.
Oh,
It's
that's nice of you
easily-
not to
it's-
use the
yeah,
word
yeah,
that you just
yeah.
used.
But we have evidence because we speak to other people in other cities, other entities, and actually have gone on road trips to speak about this specifically, where in fact, no, they have not been a barrier to that. And in fact, if the actual business, if development's going to come, the development's going to come. That was something that got reiterated to us numerous times when we took an economic development trip back in 2018 to DFW to have that discussion. So that's why when you say that, oh, wait a minute, oh, yes. Well, if that's going to, I mean, you think intuitively, which is to be fair, I understand that, intuitively saying, okay, if you raise it too much, folks aren't going to come. And that's why he was saying to you that there's all other different factors that go into it. Now, to be clear, you've heard me on PCDC, on here, et cetera, right there, have concerns about what the fees are themselves. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I haven't had concerns about that. But I think I'm not going to say it's disingenuous. I'm going to say that it's too easily to be discussed to say, or simplicity to be discussed and say, oh
I
yes,
thought you
if you make it
wanted to use that
higher,
word.
if you make it higher, you're just going to have that barrier for that because that's just not the case.
Well,
That
it's
has
one
not been
factor
the
amongst
case.
many. And
Exactly.
the only counterpoint I'll make is, for example, if we want to lean into entrepreneurship and small businesses, an extra $100,000 to open a small business restaurant is a burden if that's the type of business that we want.
But that's
I'm not saying it's gonna-
but that's a different discussion, right?
That's what I'm
Yeah,
asking.
so-
That's
so
what I'm
this
asking.
is-
You're setting impact
Well,
fees.
I mean, the
That is-
impact
Hold on.
Right.
So this is a public hearing on the updates to the plan, the land use assumptions, and the capital improvements. So the question before us is, do we agree with the land use assumptions? Do we
That's-
agree with the capital improvements that are in there? Because yes, we need to have that conversation about
That's
setting
all
the
I'm
fees.
asking, yes. I just want to.
And I would certainly agree. I don't know that we use the fees, the roadway impact fee study as an economic development tool. I think we use other economic development
factor
tools
amongst
to,
Yeah, right.
so that we have more flexibility rather than saying, hey, go do whatever you want. It's like, if that's too high, come talk to us.
Well, and that's what makes me nervous if we are approving this recommendation without also having a conversation about the total cost of ownership, basically, right, of
Yes.
development.
Can you go back to the
'Cause it's very
Trivia
different
Pursuit
if
widget?
It's very different if you're a chain company or a large industrial customer than it is a mid-market or a small business.
So
right?
to your point, to your point, this is the concern, right? Is that what tools, and this is a discussion we've had for years, right? What tools do we utilize to incentivize what we want? Sure. And how do we drive that to the market? Because I'm not necessarily going to say that everyone is going to come talk to us, because I think the biggest thing we've learned about economic development is that it's the people that you'll never know, because once they look at it, they're like, oh wait, okay, I'm just not going to bother with that. But I will say that again, based on other attributes that communities have,
Sure.
what's incentivizing them for that? What's going to be utilization as a holistic package with that? Additionally speaking, as we've heard from our citizens over and over again, listen, is this really paying for the growth? Are the folks coming in here? Why do I have to burden for other folks coming in here? Which plays into your growth development. I'm not going to dissuade that.
That's a
from
policy
the
It's
discussion
about,
as well.
it's about affordability also.
Yeah, right.
And I think you're conflating, maybe, I'm sure unintentionally, commercial and residential development. The impacts are very different. And I agree with you and the mayor that these roadway impact fees make less of a difference on commercial development. But for, affordability, for new houses, for whether or not houses get built in the city of Pflugerville or 10 feet outside the city of Pflugerville, roadway impact fees make a difference. And from 2004, when I moved here, to 2020, when COVID happened, everything was going great guns in terms of number of houses, number of people moving to Pflugerville. And the census in 2000 was 15,000 people. It tripled in 10 years. And then it went up again from 49,000 to 65,000 in the next 10 years. It's slower growth, but still very impressive growth. Where are the new houses being built in Pflugerville? There's some new apartments, but a lot of the new houses in Pflugerville are actually outside the Pflugerville city limits. On the other side of Lake Pflugerville, that's not in the city.
Yeah, it is.
Some of it.
Some of it is.
Meadowlark.
Meadowlark is.
But a lot of
big
it
one.
over there is not, and a lot of the new development that's
Meadowlark
coming
is,
in-
to your point, Meadowlark is right next to another big subdivision that's out of the city.
Yeah.
You look at Carmel, parts of Carmel, well, that's another.
Two-thirds.
Yeah, 2/3 of
The
Carmel.
new parts
up
of
here.
Carmel,
Yeah.
not going to be in the city.
But that was a decision we made.
So the point is, having these roadway impact fees affects affordability for young people who want to live in Pflugerville.
So let me paint that picture a little bit, because I've been messing around with this a little bit on my own time. So even if you look at the chart in here that shows in Sector C, a residential home is $30,000 worth of impact fees,
Can you fast forward to
and that's
shows
only
us
one
vectors
one portion,
so people can see it.
right? This is still only showing one portion of the city's cut, so to speak, right? This does not necessarily include all of your plan reviews, your entire process to get to the point where you're even pouring concrete.
Get to the point where it's actually.
Much less your inspection, right? All of those things. So the city's cut is, if this says, I can't read, $20,000 or $30,000, add another 20 or 30. Now you're talking about $60,000 on a home that you're trying to build.
Pretty soon you're
That
talking
is
about
coming to
real
us. Now,
money.
I'm not saying that's a bad thing. To your point, Rudy,
Yeah.
we could, the strategic or policy decision could be, we want growth to pay for itself, even if that means housing is less affordable or some number of businesses don't come here because of it.
For some number
Or
of
we can
people
say
don't
there are
want it.
particular types of development, there's particular type of growth that we want to try to come in, and this is just one factor. I'm completely agreeing with you on that as well, but it is a factor.
And that's the conversation we've got to have, because we've
We don't
spoken
have
we've
our
spoken
current
for
stuff.
years, quite literally, about what we want and where do we want it, and how do we want it developed.
And
One
the
of the
world
things
is
that
different in the last 6 years,
Yes.
too, though.
I mean, one
I
of the-
recognize y'all,
and that's part of the
there's
conversation.
like 3 of us on here that have only been here for max 4 years, right?
Yeah.
So we're not seeing on here our current rate,
No.
correct?
No, this is
So this isn't
your,
giving it, because there was a rate, that's 2,000 and now that's turned into 10,000. So those are very different numbers. I'd like to see more information about where is our current rate and what is this proposing to go to?
Oh, I saw current rate for the other
Yeah.
entities. Not
I
for,
thought the last
yeah.
time that it included what
Yeah.
Pflugerville is charging now and then
And
what the
then other
proposed
people.
is.
Yeah.
And so I'm correct in saying that it's not there?
correct. This is, so the light green color is if you use the max, the dark green is the staff
So it's not showing
shot in
that.
the
Mm-hmm.
dark.
The third one.
Yeah, so
We
I
might
would like to
need
see.
a third bar on that in
Yeah.
the future that has the current. So
Yeah.
my main concern with the roadway impact fee update, it has less to do with the rates and the projects, but really the scope of the projects, because the scope of the projects is based on our master transportation plan,
Yes,
which includes a defined cross section.
yes.
And we've dramatically increased that. I say dramatically. We've increased that cross section over the last little bit to have
Yeah, at least 2 years.
different lane structures, additional walking, biking, and off-road trails. And I fear that we've over-engineered that to the point that our costs that feed into this formula inflate the cost, because we are demanding a very excessive cross-section. So that's my concern when it comes to this. I think that's what feeds into the issue of affordability to me. is over-engineering the roadway.
That's the question, though, right? Because it goes to what do you want your community to look like?
It does.
Yeah, that's a
and you know,
policy
and
thing, right?
and,
Like,
and,
do you want
that's
the cheaper-
and
that's
a-
the hard
multi-use
part, right?
path?
But it
You
is
could save money there,
yeah.
but
to Jonathan's
Two
point, it is a
bicycle
policy
lanes on
discussion
both
about
sides.
what you want it to look like, to Rudy's point, but the question is, well, the point is, this is where the rubber meets the road. This is where those policy decisions turn into real dollars.
Because
Well, we need to
go
make
ahead.
sure that all the assumptions that are being used there, whether it's that plan or the water plan or our actual growth,
Are
that's
reflected.
reflected into the math, because that drives our decision. Because what if the math changed it and said, oh, your fee is actually lower? Because I'm not sure, I haven't been convinced that going from a 5% growth rate to a 2.5% growth rate doesn't affect the projects and the timing of which, when you're
Overall.
gonna add roads. I'm not sure I understand that logic.
I think
but
of places like in Burnett County
to your point.
that literally they took the time, both the commissioners court as well as Burnett themselves and some of the cities out there, Leander and other folks, who are like, okay, these are this is what we're looking at. Let's build this now, because it's going to cost a substantial amount of money based on what we got over there as well. And they were ahead of the game. How often do we hear, more often than not, that we're not ahead of the game, particularly when it comes to transit? Like, I'd rather, for our purposes, make sure that, hey, listen, we're building this as they come for that, because it's going to be much cheaper than it is the future. Now, to your point, that goes with timing. That goes with timing about what that looks like for them. But when it comes to road and infrastructure, I mean, that's the thing. If we're talking about tools of what we're trying to invest and get people to come here and incentivize, how often do we hear that? We're saying, okay, what does your infrastructure look like? You know, when we're here from major businesses. One of the reasons why Amazon came here, because I saw what we were doing right there, is because what were you doing with your infrastructure? What was your plan? And looking for the other aspects. So it's tough, because, I mean, you're right. I'm not going to say we're at a nadir, but we are at a point where it's like, okay, you know, you're seeing things flat across the board. So, and then you don't want to put that additional burden on your citizens. At the same time, it's in these moments when you're trying to make decisions for that. And it goes back to what the mayor's point is that, and he used the term over-engineer. What does that look like moving forward? What do you want that to look? What do you want this city to look like?
And this is where it meets the road. So I feel like a lot of this is turning dials that turn, opposite or in tandem with each other. If our growth is slower, then fewer people are paying the impact fees. If fewer people are paying the impact fees, we have less money to spend on roads, but we have fewer people here, so we need fewer roads. So it's kind of one of those things where the growth to some degree takes care of itself in terms
Except that
of
we've already
of the lane
borrowed
miles.
billions for water.
Yeah. The
So
other
we
thing,
have
These
to
are
have the
roadway
growth to pay
impact
for
Yeah.
fees, David.
Okay, if
So
we're
I'm gonna.
The roadway impact fees affect whether or not we get more people to move to our town, or they move 10 feet outside of our town.
How does it
and
change
they
the
don't-
cost of our infrastructure?
They're
I mean,
not
this is the
pay-
thing. Do you
they're
want the
not
people-
paying property taxes in Pflugerville if they're outside of Pflugerville?
But then
And
are we
they're-
subsidizing their cost
We're
on
ha-
other people in town?
We're having to pay the water debt, regardless of what happens.
So you'd like to
Whether we have
subsidize the
another
road
person-
debt in order to cover the water debt?
Whether we have another person move to town or not, we have $2 billion in water debt.
And when that person
And
moves to
when
town, they have an
somebody
impact
moves
on
to
our roadways,
town-
which increases our infrastructure debt.
Yes. And if we could dial it up and down independently, that'd be great, but we can't. That's not how it works. A person comes to town or they don't come to town. And if they come to town, they help us with our water debt.
And they
And if
cost
they-
us in other ways.
And if they come to, well,
well,
you
they're
know,
going to cost us anyway if they use the
everybody
road.
rides on roads.
If they, right, but the purpose of the roadway impact fee is so that they cover their cost when they come to town.
But
If you'd prefer to subsidize them to incentivize them to cover
I'm looking
other
at these
debt.
numbers and I'm seeing numbers for Pflugerville that are grossly disproportionate to everybody else's numbers. The only one that we're close to is Round Rock. Bryan is not on this list because Bryan doesn't have a roadway impact fee.
Do they have a traffic impact analysis
You know
fee?
what they're doing? They are blowing and going. They are developing like nobody's business. If you put a tax on something, you get less of it. This is why the government taxes the heck out of alcohol. This is why the government taxes the heck out of cigarettes, because they want people to consume less of it. Well, if we want people to develop less in Pflugerville, then we should raise the roadway impact fee to the absolute maximum.
I don't hear anyone advocating for that.
This
Hold on, this is a public hearing. I'm inviting anyone from the public who wishes to speak on the item. You can have 3 minutes. So as a reminder, this is conducting a public hearing on roadway impact fee updates to land use assumptions, capital improvement, and the impact fee.
Okay, it shows in category B or section B, we're going from 2,900 to 2,000. Why? Is development in B so slow that we want to actually pick it up? Why not just keep it at 29 where it is? And if you get reserves, you got reserves to fix potholes once they start popping up. Now, I could be totally wrong on that, but I don't get the reason why we're cutting it $900 if the development in that section is acceptable.
I appreciate that, Wes.
I did want to comment on the math that you were talking about. If there's reduced growth and there's a reduced need. The thing is that in this actual formula, there's a cap on what you can charge, or there's a cap in section A and section B, but not in section C. So when you adjust the growth down, section C doesn't really change, but because of the cap in A and B, it does have a change in the formula. So that's the difference. So sometimes it depends on whether you're capped or not in this formula for the math. Now, I'm not an expert in that formula, but that's why I would like the consultant to, that we look at some of these numbers and have a scenario where the growth projections are more in line. So that, because we can talk theoretically about what the math is going to do, but I like to see it pencil and paper.
Right, and I think especially if we're even sticking with the same methodology and the subsidy rate that we have now, which we basically are in this proposal, I still think we need to have that conversation. And so that's where
absolutely.
I'm uncomfortable approving something that's basically has all the same assumptions baked in when we haven't had the policy discussions. We're doing some of that now, but I think there's substantially more to have. Mayor, to your point about the cross sections, right? We have a lot of different levers we can pull, and I think we need to be clear with each other on which ones we want to take advantage of or not.
I just did.
Else we have to wait another year plus, multiple years, I think,
Yeah,
to revise this again.
Setting the
It's,
fees is only legally allowed every 2 years, 4 years.
I thought it said 3.
I believe you can do it every 3 years. It's required every 5 years.
Well,
To do an
evaluating it is
analysis.
required every 5 years, but
Yeah.
we can't. I think we used to be able to move it around every year if we wanted to, but we can't do
I
that
thought
anymore.
I think it's 3 years and then a mandatory.
All right.
I think it's 3 minimum, right? I think. Is the way
So
that-
as far as
something.
deadline and logistics, right? And can we take our time? Can we have these policy decisions? This has to be approved before we can make changes, but we're not under a deadline to make changes. Like, is there a deadline? Like, we have to make changes in 2 months or something?
I believe your impact fees were actually originally adopted in 2020. They went into place in 2022. So I would need to get back and check the legality of, are you required to do it in 2025 or are you required to do it in 2027?
Okay,
Is
so
there-
that's where
is
the
there a-
2020 number came from in the audit.
Is there a shot clock post audit? Because we have to perform the audit in order to amend
We
the
had
fees.
to do the audit. That
So is
was
there a
new.
shot clock between we completed the audit, so we have 3 months to change things?
Yeah. How
It's a
good?
great question for later. Again, this is a public hearing. Is there anyone else from the public wishing to speak at this time?
Essentially, how long are the numbers good for?
Well,
When
We
do
can-
we have to make a decision?
Well,
I'd rather have.
there's
yeah.
no
So we'll-
decision on this. This is a
So-
public hearing.
No, I mean, in the
We have-
next month, in the next 2 months?
We
you
have
know?
120 days from this public hearing.
there we go.
Okay.
120 days, so we've
120
got
days.
3 months.
All right.
4 months.
And within 120
It's a good
days, we
retreat
have to
Yes.
either raise or lower the rates.
Yeah.
Or
That's
change the rates in some way that is maybe
120
revenue
days.
neutral, but we
Yes.
give
we have to redo
special
the public
exemptions for
hearing?
restaurants and
Changes.
extra charges for tire
No.
factories.
Yes,
We,
you have
we have
120
to
days to get the
solicit
ordinance passed.
feedback.
Okay.
So the other thing, sorry, I'm I'm not sure about the logic of having section or area A and be the same as area C when area A is more infill. So I'm just throwing that out there as, because the amount of taxes has an effect on where people, the cost of building
And where
at
you're
a
gonna
certain
grow.
location, and
Yeah.
where do we want to build out? Do we want to build out in area C, or do we want to build out, obviously everywhere, but which one do we want
To
more of?
incentivize.
Prioritize A and B.
So,
So I want that to be part of our conversation.
so Matt, I do have a question about the math here. Area B, non-res staff recommended rate. In the existing adopted rates, the non-residential rate is half of the current max. I thought that was a statutory requirement. Was that a policy decision? Because does the non-res in section B need to be half of what it's shown here, or can we charge the full amount for non-residential?
So the statutory requirement is that you cannot go above the max. But
There's no non-res.
The council's policy that you guys set back in 2020 and went into effect in 2022 was that you were going to do residential at the rates shown in the blue there, and then the non-res was half of the max.
Half of the max.
And
And your recommendation is go to the full max for non-residential in area B.
Yeah, the reason we didn't
Stick
recommend
with
doing
half in the other two.
in the
but
other
not in that
in
one.
B was because that would be $1,000.
That's the extra money for potholes.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Again, this is a public hearing. I don't see anyone else from the public wishing to speak.
I think we spoke enough for the public.
Director, thank you for your patience and your insight.
I appreciate the questions.
Yes, absolutely. I appreciate the vibrant discussion. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
I have a motion from Caesar and a second from Jonathan. Motion passes unanimously. I'm going to skip back real quick to item 5B on my agenda. If you bear with me, item 5B is a mayor's proclamation declaring July 16th, 2026 as Public Fall Risk Education and Awareness Day in the city of Pflugerville.
That's not 5B.
He's going back to. He's going back to. He's got
Okay.
it. He's got it.
4B. Thank you, Trista. All right. You're welcome to come up here and join me if you would.
That was
I've got a little something to read, and then we'll get a picture at the flag. Would you like to say any words?
Now we've had much.
All right. I'll turn it over to you after this. Ladies and gentlemen, fall-related injuries represent a significant public health concern, often impacting individual independence and quality of life. Education regarding gait biomechanics, plays a vital role in identifying personal risks and empowering residents with tools to maintain their mobility. EcoStep plans to partner with senior homes, assisted living facilities, and rehabilitation centers within Pflugerville to pilot its fall risk screening app and provide on-site assessments. So I proclaim July 16th, 2026 as Public Fall Risk Education and Awareness Day in the city of Pflugerville. Sharia Nagamanavar is here to accept the proclamation. Did I get close on the name? Sharia. That's the part I messed up. All right. Would you like to say some words?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and everyone in attendance. My name is Aditi Trivedi.
And my name is Shriya Nagamanavar.
We are part of a student-led organization, EcoStep. We want to sincerely thank the City of Pflugerville for proclaiming EcoStep Senior Fall Prevention Awareness Day. It is an honor to have our mission recognized by the city.
Falls are one of the leading causes of injury among older adults, and alarmingly, every 20 minutes an older adult in the U.S. dies from a fall. Yet so many of these tragedies can be prevented through education, awareness, and simple safety measures. That's why we started EcoStep, to help seniors stay safe, independent, and active by encouraging communities to prioritize fall prevention.
As students, we never imagined that an idea rooted in serving our community would grow into something recognized at the city level. This proclamation reminds us that anyone, regardless of age, can create meaningful change. It also highlights the importance of proactive fall risk education, which is central to EcoStep's mission. Through outreach, advocacy, and the app we are developing alongside an ASU professor featuring a digitalized CDC questionnaire and a simple gait stability walking test, we aim to give seniors and caregivers accessible tools to better understand and reduce fall risk. Our goal is to make fall prevention a priority in every community, beginning with the communities we are fortunate to serve.
Thank you again to the City of Pflugerville, the Mayor, Council members for your support and for helping elevate awareness around this important issue. Your recognition strengthens our commitment to continue serving older adults and building a safer, healthier community. Thank you.
Can we get a photo over for the board?
All right, let me double check where I am. Item 6C, we will move to item 6C. This is to discuss and consider action approving the petitions received and validated for the potential creation of a tourism public improvement district as authorized by Chapter 372 of the Texas Local Government Code. We have Carla.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor and Council. We're back this evening to continue the process of establishing the Tourism Public Improvement District, or TPID. I'm pleased to share that we have received and validated petitions from eligible hotels in support in creating the district. I would like to recognize our GM from the Courtyard by Marriott, Daniel Spalda, is here in support. And I would also like to introduce Scott Jaslov once again, President and CEO of the Texas Hotel and Lodging Association, who has helped guide us through this process. This first item, Council's consideration to approve petitions received, and now I'll turn it over to Scott.
I'm actually here as a resource witness. I can answer any questions you have.
Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we flagged them down enough last time.
I would certainly entertain a motion.
Move to approve item 6C.
Second.
Got a motion in a few seconds. I'll let you choose, Trista.
Oh, now we get to discuss. I got a whole bunch of questions for you.
Okay.
Now we grill the duck. No, you did a great job answering every conceivable
Yeah, you did a really,
question we had last
you did a
time.
very good job.
All right. I imagine you're not going too far because item 6D is to conduct a public hearing and consider approval of a resolution to authorize the creation of a tourism public improvement district.
Yes.
This being a public hearing, I invite anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item to come forward now.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. No, I'm waiting for you to vote.
Oh. I did that the first time, man. Well, I did vote. I had voted. It's not.
There it goes.
Okay,
There it goes. And that passes unanimously to close the public hearing. There is also a resolution on this item.
What were we going to say? What were we going to say? There's a resolution.
There's also, yeah,
Second.
a motion to approve the resolution from Caesar and a second from Rudy. There we go.
Something went fast.
Motion passes unanimously. Appreciate that, and still not going too far. That brings us to item 6E, to conduct a public hearing and consider approving an ordinance on first reading with the caption reading, an ordinance of the City of Pflugerville, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, accepting and approving the Tourism Public Improvement District final service plan for the district, assessment rate and assessment roll, appropriating $361,000 in revenue to the district for the fiscal year 2027, and to include in fiscal year 2027 the new Tourism Public Improvement District Special Revenue Fund, providing other matters subject related to the subject. anything to discuss on this? Again, this is a public hearing. I invite anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item to come forward.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
I don't know. I saw someone.
Yeah, I'm going to give folks another moment, but
Somebody, they were making their beeline up here.
no one's running. But all right, I'll call the vote.
Motion to approve 6E as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the ordinance.
I wish everything
There we go.
Anything else?
Motion passes unanimously. I don't know why my head's so big on the screen right now.
Yeah.
But I can tell you everything
Yeah.
is green. Yeah, it says 7-0 there. That's all we needed you for.
Thank you. We
Any
appreciate it.
comments?
There's no impact fee, I would like to know.
Well, we appreciate you being here tonight, and we're looking forward to the impact that the tourism public improvement
We
district can
look
make.
forward to working with you on it. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Hey, Kim, these next ones will be quick too.
I don't know. I got a stack of paper here. Is that H or K?
Maybe some people will retract their public comment.
All right, so the next item we have is item 7A, to discuss and consider action regarding appointment to the Equity Board. We have, I believe, one vacancy. We have one applicant, but I got a stack of papers I have to read first. Now, fortunately, I think most of these folks have signed up to register their support, but do not wish to speak. So I will read your names into the record. Not wishing to speak, but registering support, Ruthie Coaxum, the Reverend Richard Coaxum, Urcha Dunbar Crespo, Catherine L. Lewis, Jacqueline Freeman, Rita King, June Rivers, Tony Hansen, Tony Henton, Cynthia Harden, and Lily Milliner didn't mark that she didn't want to speak, so she's welcome to come forward or just register her support.
She got something to say.
Oh, she's got a paper
she's
too.
Got some comments.
Don't remind us.
Oh, I'm trying not to, but you redeemed yourself in the last 5 minutes. I'm Lily Milliner. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council folks. I am excited and just passionate about the fact that Dr. Nadine McElroy, who has been on the Career Education Committee with St. Mary's Baptist Missionary Church, and she's a minister there. She has been a leader in the community, not only in the seniors, but at elementary school. We're talking about a Renaissance woman. We're talking about somebody that is working with young people as young as 4 and as old as 100. And we are excited about her wanting to take her precious time, because time is the most valuable thing we have, in order to be a candidate for the Equity Advisory Board. So we want to truly support her. She is passionate. She cares about everyone in this community. She's lived here a long time, and we love her.
Everyone should have a hype master like you.
Thank you, Ms. Milner. At this point in time, I'll call the Reverend Dr. Nadine Hendricks McElroy to the podium. The Reverend Doctor, you earned those titles, right?
Better get it. I earned those titles.
Come on now.
I did.
So-
I have spent a lot of time in school.
I'm gonna ask you, why do you want to serve on the Equity Commission?
Because I think there's a need. Most people think about equality first, but you have to have equity, because everybody don't read the same way.
That's right.
They can't see the same way. They're not as tall. And I'll give you an example. You see 2 men looking over a fence at a ball game, enjoying it, and then you go around. One is 6 feet tall, but the other one is on crates. So we have to accommodate everyone's needs. It's not just about everyone being equal. It's about meeting the needs of the people that can't do it the way we do it.
Meet them where they are.
There you go, Rudy.
All right. Council, do we have any other questions?
I do. I ask this of everyone. What do you see as the challenges over the next 2 years that you would like to see addressed?
That I would like to see addressed, I would like for every person, red, white, black, blue, or green, to have all of their needs met. I know that's probably an impossibility, but for us as leaders to try and meet that need.
Thank you.
All right. Council, any other questions?
No, I would like to make a motion, if no further questions, to
Go for it.
approve Reverend Dr. Nadine to the equity.
Second.
I have a motion from Kimberly, a second from Rudy.
Now we can have the discussion.
Tough questions now.
All right. We'd like to unanimously welcome you to the Equity Commission.
Thank you. All right.
All right.
She said she needs some music.
Need some,
We all
some
need
walk-off music.
we all need that. That's
The next item on our agenda is item 7B. This is to discuss and consider action regarding appointments to the Board of Adjustments. We have one applicant, Jesse Plaza, who is not able to be in attendance due to a family obligation. Do we have anyone who needs to speak in regards to the Board of Adjustments?
Okay.
Well, I believe
Who was it? We can get a little bit of a
Jesse Plaza. Did we have an application?
We got an
There's
application.
an
We got a
application
resume.
here.
Yeah, they emailed it.
I wonder, we had discussed before that if people were not present, that we pause. How do we feel about that? Are we not doing that?
We have a project that we really need somebody today.
We need to be able to establish a quorum on the Board of Adjustments.
What does the Board of Adjustments do again?
Open for
No one wants it, really. Let's go ahead and give it.
I'm happy that a volunteer stepped up.
It just needs love.
Okay, sorry.
It just needs love.
Let me turn my mic
I
on.
was happy the volunteers stepped up for the bond committee too, and 6 of them didn't show.
Wow, that's nice.
One was on vacation. One was on vacation.
All right, do I have a...
move to approve.
Yes, I was second.
I've got a motion from Jonathan and a second from Kimberly.
Second. Oh,
Thanks, David.
No, that was more than 5.
That means he's a yes, maybe.
And that is also unanimous. All right. I'll give those who wish the opportunity to escape. The next item we have on the agenda is to discuss and consider action to approve the appointment of the Communications Director, Assistant City Manager Toledo.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It is an honor tonight to introduce you to Rachel Reynolds as our appointment for Communications Director. Rachel has worked for 14 years for the City of Keller, coming to the City of Keller as her first communications professional and serving as the Communications and Public Engagement Manager for the city. She has extensive experience in print journalism as well, including a role as editor and interim general manager for the Community Impact newspaper. She serves as the Vice President of Communications on the board of the Texas Association of Municipal Information Officers and holds her Certified Public Communicator. She studied journalism at the University of North Texas, and I'm proud to introduce you to our final candidate for Communications Director, Ms. Rachel Reynolds.
Welcome, Ms. Reynolds.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Would you like to tell us anything about yourself, or was that a...
Terry did a fantastic job. I'll just add that I was born and raised in what I have been told is Pflugerville's largest suburb, which is the city of Austin. So in addition to loving communicating with the public and loving working in public service, this is an exciting opportunity for me to come back to Central Texas.
So how did you enjoy yourself? Because my question to you was about Keller. I grew up in Trophy Club.
Oh!
So that's why I was like, Keller, Texas. Well, Roanoke, babes.
That's Roanoke. We do have a row of them in Keller, though. I refer to it as the chicken strip.
Yeah.
We have like 4 in a mile.
Yeah. So, what skill sets? What did you learn from? I mean, and if people, as you know, well aware, Keller was about as podunk as I'll get out, and then the fast growth came to it as well. Not too dissimilar from here. What skill sets do you believe that you had from there that you can go ahead and translate over here, utilization with our community?
I think public engagement and public input are critical. In Keller, our focus has always been not only on meeting people where they are and accessing that public engagement where people already are, but then making sure that we close the loop and use what we hear to make decisions. I never want to put a survey out into the field, for example, unless I know how we're going to use those results so that we can show people we asked you what you wanted and now we're delivering on what you wanted. And Keller continues to grow slowly. We're actually close to build out, but surprisingly, perhaps, it's made things like development conversations even more aggressive because people are concerned about that last maybe 10% of growth and what that's going to look like and how that's going to set us up for long-term sustainability.
I have a question. First of all, nice to meet you. And if you've been here, you've heard lots of conversation around transparency. And as our communications director, there are lots of things. And so, what does transparency for you at this particular level mean for our citizens?
I'm the type that wants to give the whole story as quickly as possible. I think that people aren't always going to agree with the decisions that staff makes or that council members make, but we can serve them by ensuring that they understand how that decision was come to. I have never once lied to a resident in Keller. I would never once lie to a resident in Pflugerville. So to me, transparency and being very just forthright with information when we know something might upset the public and things like that. I just think it's critical. I think that is what helps establish trust within the community, and that trust is foundational to everything that we do.
Thank you so much. That's so important. And then finally, my question would be, what are you going to do to make it fun, though?
I know. I actually told Terry I was very excited to start to get to use PF puns. We use a lot of humor in Keller. I'm still going to have to get my bearings on what kind of humor your residents like, what kind of humor your department heads are comfortable with. I do have one in Keller that is like absolutely no fun or funny content for his department. But we love to have some fun.
Merry Christmas to that person too.
We love to have some fun in our communication. I think it's really important actually for community building. A lot of what we do can be boring or can be confusing to residents. And so clear communication helps with that. But I think some of the more fun content that you probably see cities put out just adds to the vibe of the community, and it embraces that sense of community that the city has. And that is really important. It also, just on the technical side, helps improve following and things like that, so that when we are getting out the more serious messaging, more people are getting to see it.
I'm glad to hear that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
David.
What's your approach to crisis management?
I was just in training for it last week. I actually bizarrely enjoy it. For me, it's 24/7 communication. When we had Winter Storm Uri in 2021, I slept for 10 hours across 4 days because what was most important to us was making sure that residents were served. And the way that I can make sure residents are served is to make sure that they understand exactly what's going on, exactly what we are doing to fix problems, and when they can expect those results.
So what channels do you prioritize in that communication?
For us, it's heavily social media. Our residents are heavily engaged online, but we had to employ some unique options during that storm in particular. For one thing, our senior population, of course, is not as online as we would like. And so with that, we used our senior center staff to actually individually call residents throughout the storm to make sure that their needs were being met. We also worked with our local media website. We have mass notification systems in Keller as well, as I'm sure you do. So we were using every avenue that we could to make sure we were communicating.
Now, there are some old-fashioned methods of communication that you haven't mentioned there.
Okay.
They're also electronic in nature. How do you expect to deal with radio and television?
For us, it's just relying on partners. So radio and TV in the DFW area, thankfully, they come to us on a lot of that. But they also know where to find that information from us. And so they get our mass notification stuff. They're signed up for our newsletters and things like that. And when we have crisis going on, we're using things like our weekly newsletter base to also communicate on a more regular basis, just because it's such a large group of our population.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I have one quick question. Do you have a stance on how aggressively we should add filters to pictures of our lake on social media?
That's a great question.
I have a question.
Yes.
What do you see as the unique opportunities and challenges that Pflugerville is going to face over the next year with related to communications?
I think you guys have a lot going on, and so for for residents, even ones who are interested in government and are trying to keep up, there's a lot of information. So I think it's going to be we're going to have a big focus on clarity of information. We're going to be needing to time information well so that people are getting it in time to help contribute to the conversations. And I think you also are going to have probably a lot of change happening with, you've got all these new department heads coming in, you have a new city manager. So the way of doing things may change. The way that you guys process information and make decisions may change. And so I think also helping people understand when something like a policy has adjusted can be extremely helpful.
Thank you.
Sure.
Council, any other questions for the candidate? All right, this is a, hold on, I turned my page. This is considering action to approve the appointment.
Motion to approve.
Second.
7C.
Didn't even finish the sentence.
I mean, she said second.
We got a couple of seconds.
And don't think I didn't notice you're wearing mean green colors, by the way.
Also Pflugerville green, also Keller, I'm already covered.
That's right. Blue and green are Pflugerville colors.
And that again passes unanimously. Welcome aboard. We're glad to have you.
Thank you. Look forward to working with all of you.
All right. Moving on to item 7D, this is to discuss and consider action to approve the appointment of Emily Barone as Deputy City Manager.
Do we have to have a discussion?
Is she presenting herself?
All right.
Happy to sit back here.
I've got James's name down. You gonna introduce her?
I can't say enough about Emily. We've worked, she's been here since I've been here, so 7 years working together, and I'm excited to be able to bring her on this new position. I can't imagine trying to do this job without her. She's just been instrumental in so many large projects. She's such a heavy hitter. She's respected across the state, and so I'm really thrilled for this opportunity. Keep her on.
Well, she's worn so many different hats and excelled in so many different manners and cleaned up so many different messes and educated so many different council members, including myself. I can't see a better person to go ahead and be Deputy City Manager. Mayor, entertain a motion. She's got her question too. Okay.
Let me say, while I share your very high regard for Emily, having known her for, half a forever, I reiterate my concern about not going through a search process for the very top echelon positions in the city, whether it's police chief or city manager or deputy city manager. I believe that the city and the citizens are well served by doing an extensive search that exposes the city council and the city management to a wide variety of people. And just as I said when we appointed James, he may very well be the best of all possible candidates. Emily may very well be the best of all possible candidates. I certainly have high regard for her and expect her to do an excellent job. I do feel, however, we are not doing our job by not looking at the other possibilities. I intend to vote for Emily with that caveat.
So Emily, it's great to see you here, and we've worked together for a long time when I was just a citizen, and I have very high regard for all of your qualifications and your diligence and everything you bring to the table. I do share the same concerns about not having an external search for the two highest administrative positions in the city. And an external recruitment isn't a reflection on the qualifications of our employees. It's about ensuring we consider the broadest range of experience, leadership styles, and ideas before making a decision that will shape the organization. And I also believe an open recruitment process strengthens public confidence and brings valuable diversity of thought and professional experience to the leadership team. So those are just my feedback, but I do believe, I do have confidence in you.
Thank you so much.
Any other comments?
Move to approve.
I have a motion from David, a second from Kimberly. And that's unanimous.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity, and it's been a pleasure these last 14 years working with the community and this fantastic team. I can't imagine working anywhere else, and it's a pleasure to be in this new role serving all of you. Thank you very much.
We're so excited to have you, Deputy City Manager. The next item on our agenda is item 7E, presentation regarding the 2025-2026 Charter Review Commission report. We have Charter Review Commission Chair Jim McDonald here to present.
The Honorable.
The Right Honorable.
Greetings. So I know y'all be happy to hear that when Trista sent me the notes to just go over the few items that we amended, I said, no, let's go over all of them again to make sure that they're inclusive in one meeting for anyone that wants to review them. So the ones I'm going to touch on briefly, just as a refresher for y'all, hopefully we'll avoid a lot of comment and discussion around those items. Next slide. Or I got to do it myself?
You don't.
Oh, the forward button. All right, I got to open up my laptop here too, just in case. She was very smart and left them all hidden. Okay. Is this the ones you were talking about here? So perfect. So these are the amendments that contained no changes after our deliberation on the follow-up meeting from our joint meeting. Amendment 1, of course, is just making consistent capitalization for things like city manager. The example, of course, is if you talk about your dad, that's a proper noun. If you talk about dads, that's not a proper noun. It's not capitalized. So there are things that are being gone through and being capitalized. Amendment 2 clarifies the meaning of policies inside of Section 1.02. Amendment 3 swaps out some language using the more common word disannex, and then also removes reference, unnecessary reference, duplicate reference to state law. Amendment 4 states that council shall adopt protections regarding use of artificial intelligence. We talked about this last time, and basically just asking council to create a board for oversight and recommendations and keeping up abreast of all the things. Amendment 5 authorizes council members to receive $500 per month and the mayor to receive $750 per month. And I will point out that in the follow-up meeting, I specifically called this out and gave everyone an opportunity to retract this amendment. And there was a lot of additional discussion around this. And basically, the committee as a whole, even those that disagreed with this particular item, agreed that it's what the body asked for, it's what the citizens asked for, and that it should move forward to have a vote. We also discussed adjusting the amount, and the committee was firm in the values that they put on that. Amendment 6, a council requested agenda item is to be placed on agenda within 60 days. This just sets a timeline to, if something is requested, it doesn't float out there in the ether. Not that that has ever happened, but this just provides a strategic guideline there. Amendment 7 removes a section to comply with state law. Amendment 8 removes redundant references to state law and clarifies the types of boards with which the council meets and includes reference to council requested items. Amendment 9, again, removes some unnecessary language. 12 removes requirement that the municipal court judge must reside within the city. Again, it's noted that our current municipal judge also is a municipal judge for another municipality, and she can't have dual residency. So this seems like an opportunity to be able to bring in expertise if and when we need a new municipal judge. Amendment 13, again, unnecessary reference to state laws. 14, you remember our discussion about indelible pencil and other types of markings for referendums and the such. Amendment 15 lowers the percentage of qualified voters needed to cause an initiative, I think from 15 to 10%, in recognition that our city is growing and increasing in size and is geographically distributed, so it's harder and harder to get to that threshold. Amendment 16 increases the deadline when a supplementary petition can be filed. That means that if for some reason the signatures on a petition are found not to be valid, instead of having 2 weeks, you get 4 weeks to correct that. Amendment 19 adds a section requiring reporting on capital projects. Amendment 20 corrects the name of the Texas Public Information Act and removes unnecessary reference to state law. The ones we changed. Going to Amendment 10. Removes redundant language regarding council's submitted item, removes requirement that ordinances must be adopted at 2 council meetings unless council by majority vote requires an additional reading. We've seen some of this language already to have things adopted, and this helps us to expedite that. Not in every case, but in cases where necessary or in cases where there's not a requirement for additional deliberation. Let's see what we got. Amendment. Any discussion on that? Thoughts? I want to make sure I don't go too quickly. I know.
No, keep it rolling.
All right. Amendment 11 removes unnecessary reference to state law. And it authorizes the mayor to excuse the city manager from attending a meeting. Previously, that was a council vote. I don't know that we've ever had a council vote to do that, and so this is just kind of codifying what is already common practice. Amendment 17. This was an idea in terms of trying to clean up the overall charter, moving the there's multiple sections in there that referenced the Texas Open Meetings Act, and rather than having those all around, as we were going through updating the language there, we realized that we could move section 807 to 1115, where we have similar requirements of complying with a bunch of other state laws, and keep it in one place to simplify the charter. I'm loving this. Amendment 18, add requirements governing how the city's annual budget is developed and it removed the detailed budget list, budget points. And so this specifically refers to, I believe, Article 903 in the annual budget. So there's language in there that says that the city shall conform to the GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association, and the guidelines that are presented there. That's kind of and we had lots of discussions in the Charter Review Committee about policy versus strategic direction that the charter is supposed to affect. And so a lot of these bullet points were rather specific in terms of policy-driven items, as opposed to what we think of cleaning this up and just pointing at an overall overarching document to provide that guidance. And so there's a lot of red lines in this section. Amendment 21, we went back through and looked at how the public participates in meetings. We remembered that in COVID we had a lot of Zoom calls or electronic meetings where people couldn't always attend. And so we're adding a section in here to allow, specifically to allow written comments to be submitted, not to be read, not even in their entirety, or not even be read for 3 minutes, because that can be problematic too, because I can read real slow or read real fast. And so the point here is that written comments will be included into the minutes of the meeting, so that they'll be there. They'll be included in the packet, so presumably council would read them and have awareness of them. And then item 1105B would be allow the remote participation for the public, understanding that public comment is one way, right? When people come up and address the council in public comment, typically, especially in the beginning of it, if it's not on a specific item, council doesn't join them and deliberate with the public comment. It's just making their voices heard. And so we feel like that's not an undue requirement to ask for the city to provide to the citizenry.
So, Jim, for the, I guess it's 1105A,
Yes,
written
sir.
comments.
Mhm.
What we do for the state bar is that we allow people to send in written comments on any agenda item. I want to say the deadline is 72 hours. Did you guys have anything in mind specifically about that?
Again, we were just kind of putting in the framework to make this possible.
Okay.
We would rely on the governance and knowledge of council, especially opportunities like that, or even at the state, you can provide public comments or a green card or a red card. There's all different types of ways that this could be affected within policy, and we look forward to seeing if this is passed, what council comes up with.
Okay, cool.
Guys are making this too easy.
I did have a question.
Yes.
On Amendment 18.
On which one? I'm sorry.
Amendment 18.
18.
Sorry.
All right.
In that amendment, it referred to the requirements of an outside agency, but when I inquired with the city attorney, those requirements from the outside agency weren't available or provided. So I just wonder, how will the public know what is being referred to and going to be included as the criteria for the budget?
Are you referring to the GFOA? Or?
Correct.
Yeah, that's publicly available. A couple of people on the committee had read and reviewed it and provided some feedback and insight in terms of the structure that it provides for budget building and budget auditing.
So can that information be provided?
In terms of
Which pages, which sections that from that website would apply, so that the public will know what's included in there?
The committee didn't specify any sort of specificity in terms of which sections of that document would be germane. That's left up to council to affect as policy.
Cool.
And that's not a change recommended, is it?
I don't see that as underlined, so I think that was already in the document. We're just removing all the pieces below,
The step by step.
Right.
Actually, it is an addition, and I identified that with the city attorney. He acknowledged it and emailed us about it, but it is not.
It's
It
not
has not
underlined.
been corrected in this version that we were given.
I apologize. Yeah, I know that the title of that section had been changed from content to development, and section B had been labeled content, and that addition is missing. But yes, and thank you for that, because I remember us talking about it and adding that and not seeing it underlined was like, wait, what? Was it already there?
Yeah.
So yes, that is an addition. I want to, before, there's no other questions?
Any other questions on the recommendations from the Charter Review Commission?
So, hearing none, I just want to state that the CRC, the Charter Review Commission, spent a lot of time reviewing these. We received numerous recommendations from multiple council members, and each one of those was taken, dissected, discussed, sometimes discussed a second time, and we spent a lot of time to that effect. And even in supporting that, if you, we haven't published the minutes yet for our last meeting, but Mr. Newsom made public comment at the beginning of the meeting and discussed the amount of time that commission spent reviewing the charter and the comments from the joint meeting. He also stated that, what am I looking for? Sorry, I lost my place. Stated that he was not against reviewing items for policy versus charter amendment, and that the commission put a lot of thought into the report. I don't think it's necessary for council, and this is just my opinion, outside of the CRE, but I don't think it's necessary for the council to rehash or redeliberate any of the work that the CRC did. Y'all chose us, picked 17. We lost one member early on for personal reasons, but there's 16 of the people of Pflugerville that y'all picked had honest, open discussions and came to agreement on these things. And I know that as the chair of that committee, I ask that you respect the work that the CRC did and move forward with that. I know there's another item to discuss, amendments that y'all may add, and I hope that they are unique and disparate from the ones that we've already recommended.
Okay, so you're just saying you hope that we're not adding ones that contradict what's on there. Okay.
So Jim, the one question I have for you, and it may be more for council, is when I see some of these amendments listed, consistent capitalization, correcting the name of a government document, and then updating or removing references to redundant state law. Can we not wrap all that up into one amendment instead of having 21 of these? I feel like there's an opportunity for consolidation.
I thought.
Yeah, and that's probably more a city or assistant city attorney question. I know that 5 years ago we went through this process and we neutralized or made the document gender neutral. Mm-hmm. And there were multiple places that referred to the city secretary as she and the city manager as he, and all those, even though they were in multiple parts, multiple articles, were changed with one vote. And it depends on, I think, and the city attorney can answer this question a lot better than I can. It depends on the de minimis nature of the changes. If it's punctuation, then maybe they can be aggregated. You see what I did there?
Smack talk. If only we didn't had a city attorney sitting back there who actually does chartered for a living.
But yes, that would be, in my opinion, in terms of presenting this to the public, that would be ideal to have, an omnibus amendment that that took care of multiple small things that were basically just housekeeping items.
But at this point, you've presented these amendments to us. By charter, we're required to place these amendments on a ballot. So it feels like it's maybe a little too late for that, but I was hoping there was a de minimis nature to some of these.
Can we ask the
Again, if all the amendments are included into an aggregate amendment, that it still may be possible.
And I think the quick answer is the amendments are not necessarily the propositions on the ballot.
Okay.
This is a breakdown of every amendment.
These are the amendments, not the propositions. I like that, but maybe. I mean, you're the attorney who assisted with the charter review commission.
You're standing back there, sir.
I'm happy to answer the question.
This is my call a friend.
I know.
Okay, so
I
this is
know.
just for.
Yes.
Okay.
We should be able to move it. Go. Yeah.
So, yeah, Council Charlie Zek. Yes, Mayor, all of those proposed changes. So here's what the law says. The law says, well, you've got two that you have to deal with. Your charter provision that says that the proposed amendments that are brought forward by the Charter Commission are required to be placed on the ballot. Ultimately, it's the council's choice how those go on the ballot, as long as they are on the ballot. State law says that charter amendments have to be placed in matter of subject matter, by subject matter, and I have always, over the last, 20-some years of doing this, placed those types of charter amendments where they're more technical, non-substantive nature, we're revising names, we're taking out redundant provisions of the charter under one subject heading, which will probably read something like, shall the city charter be amended to revise the charter, provide for the following non-substantive technical amendments, capitalization changes in names, things like that. So that would be one ballot item, even though there may be 9 or 10 of those proposed amendments, it will all be wrapped up into one, proposed to you, one ballot item.
One fell swoop.
Great.
Cool.
Great answer. Thank you.
I'll be here in case something else comes.
All right.
Cool.
All right. Well,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McDonald, thank you for the presentation.
And again, thank you to all the members of council and for the mayor for picking such a diverse committee. I think we turned out some good work.
And thank you and the entire commission for everything you did. I know this was a lot of work and it took a lot of personal time from y'all's lives, so thank you and thank you everybody for it.
We did have perfect attendance from 2 members. So.
Oh wow!
One of them sitting right here.
I was like, is the other one here?
All right, Council. That brings us to item 7F. This is to discuss and consider action regarding adding charter amendment propositions to the November 3rd, 2026 special election ballot. I believe this is for council to discuss and consider. You should have a handout of some proposals from a variety of council members. Who wants to go first?
I'll just ask whoever has them if we got to go by them one by one. So,
so get council place one.
Charlie, you may want to sit up here.
We'll go numerical.
Before we do that, I'm just going to give it a try.
Okay.
I would like to request that we approve it as is and trust the what we appointed our people to do. I'm just going to sit with that.
No, so Trista, for my edification, this is to place their items in these items, or just for these council?
This is only for any additional council items for charter amendments.
Since the other items already automatically go on.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, the items they
Okay.
presented are automatic, so it would be for council items. So I'm going to assume that fails for lack of a second. And Kaufman.
Sure. So I had a couple of things that I wanted to bring up. One was we received a recommendation from the CRC recommending that we establish a technology data and surveillance advisory committee. And so I would like to propose that we include that in the charter, which was part of the original scope of things. So that is one. I'll kind of go through the list and we can discuss if you want. The other one that I wanted to bring up was non-voting advisory participation by ETJ residents. It's something that I think would be really valuable and something that our not quite residents have been asking for a while. So it would formalize their ability to participate. And then beyond that, those are my two, I'd say, substantive pieces. I had a list of a few others. For example, there are still gendered language in the charter. I think it's been attempted before, but there are several additional references. So we may want to, I don't know if we can use the previously approved charter amendment to make that update again. Okay, City Secretary shaking your head, yes. And then there's also, I wanted to mention, and again, this is not a huge deal, but a cleanup item was the library board is the only one that actually sets its own separate rules that are not even different from other commissions. So for example, it says currently, City Council should appoint a library board consisting of 7 regular members to serve 2-year terms and 1 alternate member to serve 1-year term, which is just inconsistent with their other commissions that do not specify that. Everything else uses a centralized or standardized approach for terms and alternate handling. And then the other thing I wanted to mention as well is I would love to see us start to do some modernization of some of these pieces. So some of the areas where we're, of course, required by state law to post something at City Hall, of course. But I would like to see us consider adding into the charter that we also post things electronically and make things available electronically. So there's several areas in that. Again, if I'm mindful of having 20-plus amendments on the ballot, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention some of those sort of technicalities that I think would be nice to, especially if they could be bundled up, I think would be fantastic. But again, those first two were my really substantive pieces.
Can I ask, can council's cleanup items be bundled in with the CRC's amendment of bundled items? It has to be distinct.
Yeah, I would, based on the way the charter's drafted, I would hate to cloud the issue by putting a council amendment bundled in with an amendment by the commission.
I mean, that would be a potential for a poison pill, right?
Yes.
So even if it's just the gendered language.
Yeah.
So we'd have to have 2 propositions for general cleanup.
Yes, I would recommend that anything that council decides that they want to do, even if it could potentially be bundled with another charter amendment that commission has requested, that it be done separately.
It'd be misleading.
So I'll go back to my couple of substantive ones and happy to discuss further. So the first one was on establishing a resident advisory commission for technology, data protection, and surveillance. If there's any questions or commentary, I think it's a good step in the direction of transparency. Again, it's not proposing oversight, but this would be a group of people who would be able to meet and certainly review and talk about potential changes to make recommendations at council. A few other ideas I included in the proposal was basically making recommendations. It's also, I'm imagining it similar to the Equity Commission, where council could give this commission or committee, whatever you want to call it, tasks to go and engage with the community on and do research and hand in hand with staff. So.
You're explaining too much. Simply put, we're not going back. Like, I mean, the reality is that at some point we're going to need this because this technology is only going to proliferate, and we need more eyes on this. Frankly
Let's
speaking,
talk about that, Rudy.
Well.
I agree with you. We need more eyes, and I agree that technology is moving at a breakneck pace. With all due respect, I see this as an attack on Flock.
It doesn't really have anything
It
to do
doesn't say
with
Flock in there, but I see it as an attack on Flock. Is that the reason this is in here? I mean, with all due respect, and just be honest with me, is this why this is in here?
No, not at all. It is a larger umbrella of data privacy, cybersecurity, any of these emerging and advanced technologies.
And we've been getting a lot of emails about this, and it's all surrounding Flock.
Well, this was a recommendation by the CRC.
No, This is Jonathan's recommendation.
No,
The CRC did
The CRC did.
So
They
so
did
they
recommend it.
provided
Okay.
They
provided
recommended to council.
The
amendments
entire CRC, Mr. McDonald, was this, how did this vote go on this
on
recommendation?
the proposed recommendations, not the amendments.
Yeah, Part
So,
B.
so just looking at Amendment 4, and the language of Amendment 4 says specific, the title is Artificial Intelligence Protection, but specifically the language says, City Council shall adopt protections governing the collection, use, retention, and oversight of data, facial recognition, and surveillance technologies. Establish transparent approval processes for such technologies. Require responsible AI framework, ensuring this information is used locally for a legitimate basis established by law.
So let me
think that's
ask you real quick.
overarching.
So, Jim, what you listed was Amendment 4?
As opposed to.
As the CRC presented
So
it.
in addition to the amendments, there's at the very bottom of the list, the proposed recommendations. Recommendation 4 is that council create a technology and surveillance citizen advisory oversight board. That's the one we're talking about.
I think.
So the question is, those recommendations, which did not rise to the level of amendments, I assume they did not have enough support to be an amendment, but they're like, hey, maybe council should do something about that, but we shouldn't put it in the charter. Do you know what the basis for that was?
There were some that felt that this Amendment 4 didn't go far enough, and so they opened up. We agreed to open it up to a recommendation on that. But this amendment seems to, unless Councilmember Kaufman can differentiate it, it seems to cover the concerns that he enumerated.
I think the difference that it might read of it is that what I'm proposing is that we actually have a resident committee to help. So I correct me if I'm wrong, the way I'm reading the amendment that the CRC approved is that it's basically saying, hey, council, you need to pass an ordinance that has rules in it.
Policy and procedures.
Yes.
Which could include a policy
It could
creating a
or
board.
could not. I have a hard time imagining that would be a standing committee. I don't see that meeting monthly.
Right.
I don't think it needs to be, I don't think it would have to be monthly either. And by ordinance, we could set up, just like we do every other committee and commission. But I mean, to Councilmember Taylor's point, this isn't going away. 3 years from now, it's not going to be AI, it's going to be something else, right? And so I do think that having a standing committee that we're able to pull in resident engagement and have folks.
But do we need it in the charter?
I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. But that's the thing is that I don't know if it's policy anymore, given just where we are. Now, I do have a question though regarding this.
No,
he snuck away. Well, this isn't his item anymore.
Look, quick, because I had a question because I was going to say objective non-responsive to the question you asked him. Proposed recommendations. What's the threshold? You only gave us 6. What was the threshold number to make it to the proposed recommendations list?
Majority vote.
It was still a majority vote, but it was
Okay.
a vote on making a recommendation that the council do something outside of the charter as opposed to in
Right.
the charter.
So there was enough concern, if you will, to make a recommendation that y'all fix it, as opposed to.
Well, let me ask you this, and you're going to see where I'm going. You did this last time too. What did you think about the boards and commissions section, in particular the Parks and Recreation Commission?
I don't recall that we discussed that specifically.
No, because Parks and Rec was removed from the charter
5 years ago.
a few years ago.
Yeah.
It is still a thing, but it is established by ordinance.
Right. And
So I feel like this is something that we could establish by ordinance.
I was going to say, I'd be more than happy to back you on having this committee, just not in the charter.
I don't think it's appropriate.
What is the residence?
Can Charlie?
I'm genuinely asking. I'm not
No, because it wasn't. You're right. So Charlie, we had that discussion years ago. Why were some placed some of our commissions placed in one place as compared to the other. Because he's right, the mayor's right, we cleaned it up.
Yeah, I can't recall the discussion we may have had years ago. I don't recall what I had for dinner last week, if I'm being honest. But it's a legitimate discussion with respect to what rises to the level of the necessity of a charter, which is more of a foundational, how do we structure our government document, right? As opposed to what should we do as a governing body by ordinance or policy in a way that creates flexibility to change it if necessary. Because remember, the charter can only be amended once every 2 years. And no, it's every 2 years.
It can be.
Sometimes it's 2.5 years, depending on when that second year falls and when the election day is. But it is a legitimate policy discussion about whether something should rise to the level of a charter amendment, which is, again, more of a foundational how should our government operate document, as opposed to a policy decision that should be made on the ground by council with the flexibility of being able to making changes to that policy document based on differences in councils, based on differences in citizen input, and those types of things, which you can't do once it's
and to your point, and that's why when you said what you said, I had to think about it because I don't know. Maybe another way to put it is this: a lot of people aren't trying to tackle this issue, and I mean a lot of people at our state level and at the federal government level, and so it's incumbent on us at a local level to fix this because we've got to develop the policies, and so that's why I'm like, how do we operate as a city? Well, we've got to get a better handle and eyes on this. It's not going to be. I mean, just like we said about the Equity Commission. They don't meet every month. Now they're meeting every month because we got things coming up over here with that. But the same thing wouldn't happen here. But I think this says something about our city about, hey, we're forward-thinking, we're thinking about this and trying to get this implemented. I also understand, it's like you said, like if we're already going to have an amendment on the, charter amendment anyway, and that can just be something that comes as a subset from that. But I just think about is it foundational now? I think it's gotten to that point where it's foundational.
I think, and Jonathan, to answer your question, what is the reluctance? I think we don't know what it needs to be yet. And I look at something like our Equity Commission where we established it by ordinance, and then a few years later we said, oh, well, we need to modify it. We need to change it. And we did. If it's in the charter, we don't have that option. So I think it's appropriate. I would definitely support establishing such a committee by ordinance and figuring out how to make it work right. And if in 5 years and 2 years we say, hey, we figured it out and we need it in charter, we can put it in charter, or we can keep it in ordinance and have a little more authority to amend it as technology changes.
I do agree policy does need to change, as Councilmember Terrace stated, but I think we can make that decision on our own here, or council can, and so let's do that later. But all right, I'll back you in.
All right.
So was that consensus for an ordinance so that when it comes back, we all remember what we said today?
We know you'll remember.
I think we have the general agreement that we want some kind of ordinance about this. Exactly what that form will take, we don't know yet. But,
and I guess, and I'm fine with that. The only thing I'll clarify, just in terms of what I proposed here, was creating the commission in the charter, but similar to how our other commissions are set up, the actual bits and pieces would still be in an ordinance. I just want, again, fine with our agreement here. Just wanted to point that out.
So, maybe I move on to the next one.
Yeah, what was it?
I was going to ask, I do love your number 2, non-voting. Rudy and I have been talking about this for years.
Man, this is,
but
I just
I'm almost certain we were told throughout the years that state law says we can't do that.
Charlie, can you convey again what the standard is for ETJ?
He's going to charge us here.
We were talking about the ETJ discussion. I did not talk to Jonathan about this beforehand at all, but so about having a non-voting member on our commissions from the ETJ.
A non-voting member.
So
I mean, I think that you could do that with your locally, like if you're locally created boards and commissions. Where you have to be careful is statutorily created boards and commissions, and if there's anything, like for example, economic development corporations, that statute's very clear about who can be
There
on
are
it and where they can be located and those types of things.
Or a board of adjustment.
Board of adjustments.
Planning and zoning, I
Planning
believe,
and
is.
zoning, yeah.
Remember,
But
give us a list.
Any other board, could we appoint regardless?
Parks and Rec.
Sure, you absolutely, you could do that. You could.
Equity.
Yes.
I mean, those are all established by ordinance.
Those are all
so-
established by ordinance locally.
I guess library board, which is established in charter.
And again, unless you've got some sort of provision in the charter that's set currently in
And
the
I think
charter
that's what-
who
when I
has to
talk-
be on that board, then you
When
can.
I talked
you
to
can do
Mike
that.
about it, our charter does say explicitly that only people within the city limits can serve on boards and commissions. So that's, my understanding from Mike was that is what would
No,
hold us up
well,
from
so there you
doing our
go.
own.
Well,
And I think my concern with that is that there is nothing stopping individuals from the ETJ to showing up and filling out the form and speaking on any issue. And in my experience with boards and commissions, they tend to be very lenient with the extent to which deliberation is.
I think
is
it's not the
included.
same. This is
No,
giving
this
them,
is not
this is
the
giving them
same.
some amount of ownership.
But it's also narrowing it because it's assigning a single individual who applied to sit at the table, but not have any say.
But we
They don't get a vote.
But that's like the mayor
No, but
position,
someone
you
who's
know,
committing to
before,
be there
when they
every
didn't have a
meeting?
vote.
Yeah, I think.
Well,
With
without the agenda setting.
so like that, but without any authority. Gotcha. So completely
I
different.
just remember. Okay, to Councilmember Rogers' point, I think that the conversation has even shifted when I brought this up like 7 or 8 years ago, because now we're at a point where we know there are people who are going to have a Pflugerville address who are not going to be ever part of the city just because of the annexation laws. And so consequently, having that, my concern is that if we don't have that relationship, that someone, I mean, I know you're, but just like you said, the impetus is on one person, but having that perspective brought in and then bring that back out, I think we need to figure out ways that we're going to be able to work with, for better lack of term, Pflugerville too, and how we bring those folks to the table to have these kind of conversations. Because, I mean, even what we're talking about here, we talk about the Equity Commission, we talk about everything that's happening over here. We have a lot of people who are literally in our ETJ who are fundamentally been affected by this, who brought in their thoughts and concerns and are being part of the discussion. So it shows that the discussion's there from that. And I think now more than ever, given how, okay, listen, it's great that you want to be a part of the city, but we're just never going to be able to annex you. Here's a way to us to get that input and to have the relationship.
How would we, this would be one position per, hypothetically, one position per board. How would we choose that? Would we just say the mayor gets to choose one person from the ETJ?
I think we just apply.
I mean, you would have to go through the
10
same
people
application
apply, how do we
process.
choose one from the 10?
Well, we do it all the time, don't we? Don't we do it?
If you're okay with it, then all right.
Now I want to know these 10 people.
All right. Oh, I'm not. No.
Have 10 people be interested in one.
I was legitimately asking. I mean, how do you do that? Yeah. David, you were kind of nodding. I'd love to get your opinion on this.
I was just agreeing with you, Caesar.
Oh, okay. Disagree.
I get it.
We agree from time to time.
It feels inconsistent because I've heard people argue against spending money in the ETJ or spending money on individuals in the ETJ. I mean, this is dedicating city resources to supporting people who aren't paying taxes.
Well,
within
I
the
think
city.
adding one additional person to
Impact
like a
fee.
7-person board that gets the same emails and gets
People
the
who
same
live in the
presentation and get the same meeting, that's a very negligible.
How is that different than them reading the agenda and showing up to the meeting?
I'm staying out of this conversation.
I think it's a level of.
Any 12 people
Not
from
every-
the ETJ can do that and sign up for public comment as it is. Now we're restricting it to one, but with
We're not
some
restricting it to one.
with
we're
some
opening
sort
it
of
up.
authority, but not really.
I guess I would say, Mayor, the only difference would be that if they're on the committee, they get to engage more than just 30 seconds or 3 minutes.
And they are
get to,
using our services. They're not paying for them, but they're using our services.
Yeah, they're driving on our roads, impact fees.
They're using our library.
I don't know.
And talk about a way for
I
more
do
people,
see your argument as well.
Talk about a way for more people to understand the situation that they're in. I think this is, more public participation is better. And, to Rudy's point.
Can I give an example of someone who doesn't live in Pflugerville city limits but has a huge impact and able to mobilize? And she was here today. That's Mimi Styles.
Yeah, I was gonna say
and so
Mimi's
I'm giving you an example. I mean, she's still doing
it. Be great
it.
if she was officially had a seat.
Does
at
she
the
need a
table?
seat?
Does she need a seat? That's my point. Does she need a seat? I don't know.
I think it would be
I'm also
valuable
showing
if
that
it
she's
was.
still able to do the work.
Yeah.
And she's still able to mobilize.
So
I don't know.
To that
I'm just
point,
throwing that out.
let me go back to
I
my
don't know.
question on the previous thing. Does this need to be in the charter, or is it something we can discuss?
Well, so you have a charter provision.
Oh, yes, Jonathan, you just said that.
So there's two approaches you could, and I'm not dictating
What does the
do.
charter provision actually say, and what does it restrict?
So if you could, do you have it in front of you, the charter provision? Could you read it?
Yeah, so each candidate for appointment as a member of a board or commission shall be a registered voter of the city who has resided within the corporate city limits or within territory annexed prior to the appointment. So you'd have to amend the charter.
So can I make a recommendation?
Let me ask you a question on that first. Does that apply to the boards and commissions enumerated in the charter, or also to those that we establish by ordinance?
Just says as a member of a board or commission. So it doesn't specify whether it's by ordinance or by the charter.
So in your opinion, it applies even to the ones that we?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to make a suggestion, and I hope that this isn't swaying positions one way or the other, but maybe that's my job now that I'm not the, now that I don't have the other position. But it seems to me a good middle ground, which would be an actual gauge of what the citizens really think about whether or not people in the ETJ should be appointed to a board of commission, is to place an item on the ballot that says, shall the city charter be amended to allow for people in the ETJ to sit on boards and commissions. And that's going to give the city council a gauge. If that fails, well, what the citizens' position is on whether or not they want somebody. And if it passes, then all right, now you have the authority, but you could still have the local authority to choose to do that if you want on a board by board, situation by situation approach.
So, Mr. McDonald, what was the? No, I was just going to ask you, what was the rhetoric on the board, the charter committee, about this item? Did y'all seem to agree on it? Was it just it needs to be done, kind of like the last thing we talked about, or what was the discussion?
I'd have to go back and watch the video because that was one of the earlier meetings. We talked about it briefly, and to the best of my recollection, it didn't have a lot of support. It had some strong support from a few individuals. I know that back when I served on the Parks and Recs Commission years and years ago, we had a non-voting position on that board, and that person just typically didn't show up. And so having a non-voting means that basically you're just getting the emails, which, as the mayor pointed out, anyone can sign up for and be engaged if they feel it's germane to their neighborhood, or if they're about to be annexed, or they fear they're going to be annexed, or they're driving on the road that's connecting to the city. Everyone has that opportunity.
I believe you and the mayor used to do that in Westlake, correct? Go out to Westlake and do public comment?
Oh, yeah.
Showed up there once to welcome their new city manager.
Yeah. Maybe at the Cedar Park as well.
On Parks and Recreation, they had an alternate who wasn't always voting, but then if someone didn't show up, then they would have the ability to vote. So I think it's so I also served on Parks and Recreation. I'm not sure I remember them never showing up.
I remember there being
that might depend on the
member
person
on that.
for that year.
Did the student member have a vote?
The student member did not have a vote.
And the student member would attend.
Student member would
occasionally.
attend.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, every person is different, but as to how engaged they were as far as students. But
I failed to see a downside. we're not really asking for additional work. Well, more work for us to appoint people during our normal appointment meetings, I suppose, right? I think it genuinely solves the problem of not having enough people engaged from the ETJ. And I think, I'll be pretty direct with you, I think it's a little bit disingenuous to say that anybody can show up, because if that, then we could get rid of all of our boards and commissions, that except for the ones that are established by state statute, right? Because if they can just show up, then we don't, what do we do? They can come here and talk, right? So I think it's a little disingenuous to say that that people can just show up to any meeting. I think it's a different way of allowing participation that is more direct.
Here's a weak counter argument. Well, if they want to be on a board and commission, they can just ask to be annexed into the city.
But they bought that more affordable house in the ETJ.
Then they're paying taxes, and then they get.
Was it more affordable?
Is it really?
I don't think so.
Those mud taxes are higher than city taxes.
Yeah, there's a difference between being able to weigh in on every agenda item than to have to sign up for public comment on each individual item if you wanted to speak.
It's a different level of, I think, commitment that I think is a good thing. And I guess to Charlie's point,
Do we have the proposed language for this amendment?
I
didn't.
should. I can read it.
It was in the
Was it-
in a this clips thing.
Okay, I don't know that I.
How does that, how, if we do this, how would that, what does that have to do with the, PCDC? How would that involve that in any particular way?
So there's a couple that we wouldn't be able to allow. But it's really, it's more
the
the.
three that
right.
was it PCDC, Planning and Zoning, Board of Adjustment.
Yeah, those are the three that are at the top of my head.
There might be one or
Yeah,
the
there
other.
could, off the top.
I'm sure we could word it in a way that it would only apply to the ones that are legally allowed.
Does this have to be completed and voted on today, or can we come back at another time? For council's recommendation?
Yeah, well, it seems, and I don't want to step on your toes, but it seems to me that, what would happen this evening if there are provisions that council decides that they want to place on the ballot, you would give general direction, and then at the next meeting, which would have to be pretty quick, because you've got to order the election by when? July?
So it has to be by ordinance, so we have to bring the first reading at the next council meeting.
So the language would have to be drafted, brought forward, and then the first time you would see it for approval would be at the next council meeting.
Okay.
So, is there a motion on this item?
Sure. I move to add an amendment to the charter ballot for including non-voting advisory participation by ETJ residents.
Second.
I have a motion from Jonathan, a second from Melody. All right, motion passes since the screen's off. That's me, Kimberly, and David opposed, the rest in favor.
Was there,
So that'll come back as language.
was there specific language included in the packet that would give direction
There-
on how that should be drafted?
Yes, I have a proposal.
There's some language, but I think
You'll have to look
We'll
at
have to wordsmith it, but
Yeah.
we have general direction. Okay.
what else do you have, Jonathan?
So those were the two primary ones. It's really just a matter of whether or not we should consider any of the other smaller items that I mentioned.
Or was the change to the library board and the gender neutral language?
Yeah.
I do like the library board thing.
Removing the
What
alternate?
does the library board say? What does the library board say?
What is library board?
What does the director say?
Well, I'm just,
Come.
I'm not actually on the board.
Do you find the alternate position to be helpful?
I do, for making form on occasion.
Okay. So speaking of wanting flexibility, right now the charter does not give any of us the flexibility to change term lengths or add or remove alternates, etc. So it's the only board in the charter that does not use the standardized charter rules for all boards and commissions. That's the only reason why I brought it up. So it's an inconsistency.
Is there appetite to change that?
How many amendments do we have right now?
A million.
Well, 21,
I think
22.
this is definitely something worthy of consideration, but I think maybe we should run it past the library and the library board before we finalize the language.
But we'd need it finalized in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Well,
So you're saying 5
so
years
what
from
I'm
now?
saying is punt
Yeah.
until the next cycle.
Any other appetite?
I mean, I guess I would defer a final decision on after we talk about all the other proposals.
All right,
But I
and
mean, I
then,
think it needs to be, it's a change to be consistent, which a number of other changes and amendments are for that very reason.
I would also, I would propose, though, that we adopt the gender-neutral language cleanup that Mr. Kaufman has proposed. That is, which one is that, Jonathan? I read
So
it.
I think,
Or 806.
Trista, were you saying that does it need
We
to be an
can't-
amendment anymore?
It's gotta be
It has to be
separate.
separate.
That's the problem. That's my problem. Yeah, that's my problem.
Okay.
Everything else, I would be cool with it, but it has to be separate. And so this is an example of us actually trying to entrust them from the front end and say, hey, listen, can you do this?
Okay.
Because I just think about this ballot.
Oh, I know. It's too bad we missed some of those things
Yeah.
5 years ago, right, when it was approved.
Oh, they got on me about my
And-
semicolons and ampersands.
That would be,
Jonathan, do you have any other items?
No, that's all.
so that'd be 3-5.
Well, I think that,
Who's next? No.
so.
I think they're saying they don't want to put it on the ballot.
We're gonna
Yeah.
punt on that one,
Yeah.
too?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So are we going to keep a list of these hunted items for
A filing cabinet
consideration?
somewhere.
Trista's taking notes.
We have a parking lot. We have a parking lot where we put all these things right here.
You have a ball
Caesar,
bag.
do you have any proposed amendments? Kimberly,
That's where you
any
keep
proposed
hunted
amendments?
balls.
Rudy, any opposed amendments?
No.
Melody?
Yes. There is information in the packet, and it was also emailed, or not the packet, but
It was emailed.
It was emailed as well. So I guess the first one is in the section 903 with the annual budget. I didn't know how this was going to go, so I just proposed the wording that I wanted, but just to clean it up. But that doesn't have to, that's not a sticking point. But in the proposed amendment from the Charter Review Commission, they added a section to refer to an outside agency, but there's not, it's unclear exactly what those requirements are, and to rely on another organization's website. And, we haven't been provided with those guidances, so we don't have the ability to compare them to what is in our charter to what they require. And so my proposal was to add a section D and just require that an ordinance be passed to address all of the items, or to many of the items about itemized expenditures and the other items that were in that list. So we at least have a minimum standard that's visible easily and on our website and our code of ordinances. And that, so then one of the reasons that one of the discussions was, what is charter, what is ordinance? And so I think we can move these to an ordinance, but I would like an ordinance to be required so that we have our own clear guidelines rather than relying on another outside website, which I haven't reviewed and I don't know the level of detail that they require.
So let me ask a quick question. So James, to this point, what are your thoughts on?
There was also one other thing, sorry, about,
Is it still in D?
no, but it was a change related to staff comment about one of the recommendation of the Charter Review Commission, that some of the wording wasn't actually an item that staff could provide in the budget. And so my recommendation incorporated staff's concerns. So, but go ahead.
Yeah, that item is the requirement that we provide actuals, which isn't really possible in a static budget document. So like we're producing a document in, August 1st. We can't provide actuals because we haven't realized the end of the fiscal year yet. So that's always been in there. So, and we obviously haven't done it because you can't do it. And so that's what she's referring to there.
But doesn't it say actuals and projections?
Yeah, it really should just say and projections, which is what we do. Because actuals implies that when we push the button, or when I provide you all with a budget document, we can't include actuals because we're 3 months away from ending the fiscal year. Then we take time, right? So, but I think just overall with the budget, I think the CRC reviewed a lot of these and they put in what they felt was appropriate. And I think we have enhanced our budget reporting. We're award winning every single year, GFOA, with our standards. So I'm comfortable in what we're doing. I think a lot of these recommendations could be brought forth in some sort of resolution or ordinance if there's an appetite from the body as a whole to do that. But I think we have enhanced our reporting. And it's just this change management, right? Like we're going to get better every single year and add more and more transparency. But you don't want to just, add a whole bunch of things at one time. So I think not keeping it in the charter and preserving that flexibility for us to do that as quickly as we reasonably can, I think would be my recommendation.
So this recommendation is just requiring that ordinance. So it will, then that is adjustable over time more easily than a charter. But, and it preserves what has already been required in the charter that the citizens have come to expect. But it also is easier for them to find than going to some website, and that's opaque. That's a barrier for the public to understand what exactly is required of the budget, what sort of transparency there is, what sort of reasons and explanations for increases and decreases in expenditures. And we've experienced some things recently where there wasn't sufficient detail, and taking out all of the requirements of like what citizens can expect is in the budget and putting it to another website rather than, so all this is requiring an ordinance and saying, cover all of these areas in your ordinance. And so, so that it gives the flexibility, but still preserves the minimum amount of information regardless of what an outside organization may or may not change.
To parrot Councilman Rogers' comment a few minutes ago, a very minimal counterpoint is I think that having GFOA in there without the rules of GFOA actually means that the charter would keep up with changes as GFOA evolves their standards.
It adopts it.
So I think it actually require less maintenance if we say, hey, we're always going to follow GFOA, and by proxy, every time they update their standards, we also would be updating our standards.
So Charlie, is that right?
But GFOA is the gold standard. But in municipal budgeting, that's what every municipality strives to get their awards for.
So from a legal standpoint, if in fact you make a reference applicable to that or you make a reference to that standard, consequently that standard is applied to
the extent that standard changes, you will change as well.
Okay.
And that wouldn't
there is a lack of information for the general public. Like that's a lot of work to go and find what that is. The regular person isn't going to know where to go on the website, what to so it's the other thing too is that's the floor, and we could, like our charter I think requires I haven't looked at every detail because I wasn't sure exactly where on the website to go, but our charter requires a 5-year capital program, where some of the other things I believe I saw it was a 3-year. I couldn't really get an answer on what was there versus what was our charter, so that to know what's being, what is extra here or not included. I'm not sure, but it's a barrier to information to not have it ourselves.
I think that, if we're talking about the citizens, they're probably not going here. I think they'd probably go to the website first before they come to this for that.
And we're happy to
I don't think they're going to go to the GFOA website.
No, I meant the charter.
I mean, we could put a link to GFOA on the top of our budget page if you want to. It's easy.
What's your next item, Melody?
The next item incorporates some of the recommendation from the Charter Review Commission number 6 about including some bond reporting and public financial reporting. And so it just reiterates more information that could be included in the financial reporting for transparency.
You talking about 9.07?
Sorry, yes. Mhm.
Looks like there's a lot more than what you just explained.
Yeah, it's a lot of green.
This is similar to the budget information. And we do a lot of this, but then it just is going to be an expanded financial reporting.
Are there,
and then,
are there specific things that you're concerned aren't included in what is green that they proposed? I'm just not sure what it is that you're wanting to add on top. I'm not opposed to it by any means.
oh, well, they didn't propose anything.
Oh, I mean, there's a bunch of green on 9.07.
The green is what I added. Sorry, the blue.
All the green is what Melody added.
Yeah.
So what is our red line charter?
The
Or
red
is this Melody?
is
Is this your doc?
the red are
Yeah.
changes from the
Oh,
Charter
okay.
Review Commission. The green
Yeah,
are
I
changes
tried
from
to
Melody.
delineate between.
Okay, I gotcha. Sorry about that.
So the
So
blue,
this was
the
some
blue
of
and the
the
red.
information that you had provided feedback
Sure. Okay, I gotcha. Yep.
on my recommendation. So
Okay.
in here, it does include bond program reporting, which was a recommendation
Yeah.
from the charter review. And then the other is just detailing out capital performance, the impact fee, escrow funds, those types of information, outstanding debt, material variances from the budget, so that the goal, and then there's a requirement to establish an ordinance on the frequency of the reports, because this, it just has quarterly right now, but we could change, the ordinance would allow us the flexibility of what to include, minimum levels of the threshold. But this is intended to provide greater transparency throughout the year and have official reporting and presentation to the council so that we can see these items as we go throughout the year. What's happening with our capital projects, what's happening with our bonds. I found it very informative when we had the update, I don't know if it was last meeting or the meeting before, about the status of all our bond projects, the status of all of our capital projects. And so I think it's meaningful information for us to keep track of things as they go throughout the year.
And this does provide a council-level flexibility in that it says that we will adopt and maintain an ordinance establishing standards. And one of the things it says that there's a process for periodic council review of the reporting framework. Well, that obviously the council then would be able to determine what the period of review is. Do we want to review every 6 months? Do we want it once a year? Do we want it every quarter? That would be something that the council would be able to determine at the ordinance level.
This just allows us also to have more opportunities for dialogue and for the public to see the reports. Yes, they're on the website, but having a presentation or a discussion and dialogue about, major changes or what is the status with our projects, it just gives more insight and understanding for the public to see what what the city is doing throughout the year.
Oh, 9.08, we're talking about this one, correct? 9.08?
I'm sorry?
I'm talking about
9.08. This is the one you're referring to?
9.08, yeah.
I mean, it's another one where I like it, but I don't know that it necessarily needs to be in the and the charter, something I'd be open to discussing having an ordinance for, but I don't know about the charter.
Well, I would love to have an ordinance. I tried before.
You're too
James?
aggressive. Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, I've heard and received the message loud and clear. We want to be more transparent with how we do our budgets. We will get there, and we're going to make progress as fast as we possibly can with the team we have in place. I think we've shown that. I think we've taken tremendous strides over the last year to enhance our level of reporting. I want to make sure our team is successful. I have a lot of reservation packing so much into this charter amendment, things that could be policy, that could give you, preserve not just your flexibility, but future council's flexibility on how they want to see things and in what format and what frequency. So those are my thoughts.
So this proposal does have a section for ordinance to say all of those things.
But it's an ordinance to enact the enumerated items that you've included in the charter. So it's to say it's in the charter and you have to enact an ordinance to find a way to implement the things that are in the charter.
Well, yeah, but then that gives the flexibility, just like on our commission.
It gives you a flexibility on implementation,
Yeah.
but not on content.
Well, these are all the major things that the city does. What are we doing with our bonds? What are we doing with our capital projects? What are we doing with our roadway impact fee, our water and wastewater impact fees? How are those being taken care of? Final closeouts for capital projects, because currently when a project is completed, it just disappears off the CIP and there's no other report about it. Outstanding debt, so we can understand, okay, what was authorized, what is issued, and so having that information, those are part of our financial reporting, and then we have the flexibility. Okay, maybe some of these, we want a detailed, maybe it's once a year, maybe it's twice a year, maybe it's quarterly. And so then it says we will report on these things, and then the council can establish an ordinance on the frequency, on the relevance or the threshold. So it gives us flexibility about that, but it has a set amount of information that will be, included in a report so that the council and the citizens can see how are our taxpayer dollars being utilized and implemented. And so these are, there's a lot of things in here that, and I appreciate that there are improvements being made, and I acknowledge that, but this is about what do we want, regardless of the management, regardless on who's on council, what information is valuable and important for the public to know about how taxpayer dollars are being spent. And sometimes if you wait just for annual updates, there is so much information. Some things can change during the year. So if we had discussions about our capital projects quarterly, would we have had a better understanding about the delay in the water treatment plant that was 6 or 7 months? Would we maybe have had an understanding that there were, several water breaks and we were having these things? Like, the reports give us an overview, but it also gives us an opportunity to discuss and have dialogues about critical items and of public concern and about how that we're able to govern. And I just don't think once a year is enough. And I think all of these are very valuable. Most of the items, I believe, are something that staff would already be monitoring. And so it's just an opportunity for us to be reminded of something, because a lot of things can leave your memory if you're only talking about it for once every year. And so I think we have great dialogues, and I think this is important information for us to talk about. Maybe it's only twice a year and we do it, around our retreat, but we get updates so that we know what is happening and we are not surprised. So that's my pitch.
All right. I move we adopt the proposed 9.07.
Now, I did have other items, but yes, I second. I didn't know if you wanted me to go through all of them.
One thing at a time, just
Okay.
like the astronauts.
James, do we have the software right now to do this?
Some of it, yes. I wouldn't say all of it.
So
The ordinance gives us that that flexibility to address any concerns.
We got a
about-
second from Melody.
Yes.
It hasn't popped up.
I will start the vote because it is in the system.
Oh, there it goes. All right.
That's my concern. That, I like the idea.
Well, clear.gov, the accounting system, the budgeting, the project management, many of these tools are already existing. We have the flexibility by doing the ordinance. Okay.
That motion failed. That was Kaufman, Rogers, and Ryan in favor.
That's the thing, is that the ordinance, I mean, I like the idea of that, but just like you said, I'm hearing both y'all talk about, you're saying the necessity for what a council should be having to make a decision. And so your baseline may be separate from a different baseline regarding what a council member may want, but this is, in your opinion, what they should want. Additionally speaking, hearing from James is explicitly denoting that we don't have the applicable software right now to do that, but we're getting there. Because I remember years ago when we asked for information and data, actionable data, because we're not lost in data. It was, we're buying the software, we're getting the software, and we're finally getting to a point where dashboards and those things are applicable. So my suggestion would be, my humble suggestion would be, is that we do have some sort of ordinance that we do talk about this and have this as a standard. Have your input, because this is obviously, you've been here long enough to know what you think everyone should have in there, and then have a conversation about how we build that from a budgetary standpoint to buy the applicable software, so we don't just have staff having to pull this from there as well. Because I mean, you made your pitch.
So I'm gonna let me get in here. I heard two different positions on the argument. One being this is what council needs in order to make decisions, but also that this is what the citizens expect to be available. I think the citizens expect to be able to see the budget and to see what we're spending, how we're spending it, to see the projects, and we've got the projects and the dashboards available. Every year we get better. I always tell people, no matter how much I did last year, it wasn't enough for next year, and that will always be the case. We will always have more to do. We will always be getting better. We will always be learning new things. Now, when you make the point about project reporting, 100% on board with ensuring that updates are timely and accurate and relevant. It does an incredible disservice to our community when we find out about things too late, and those things need to be clearly communicated and held accountable.
Frequency.
No, the frequency, the updates, the status. We need to get a heck of a lot better on that, because I do not enjoy being caught off guard. And frankly, we talked about water earlier today. We get those membranes in, but we don't have the 42-inch online yet. We're going to be drawing down the lake if we're drawing extra water, so I don't want to have to find out next week that, we can't do it because we're drawing down the lake too much.
And we have zebra mussels.
And we knew we had zebra mussels. And we know we're treating those, and that's a challenge. But no, absolutely, the status, the reporting, the communication needs to get a heck of a lot better.
So what I'm hearing is punt, but do an ordinance later this year.
Do an ordinance. Let's evaluate what we get through this process. Evaluate what we get from the regular updates that we will be getting. And then codify what's appropriate.
All right.
And by that, you mean an ordinance?
Yeah,
Codify what's appropriate would be in the form of an ordinance. Not necessarily everything that is proposed in here. This feels very excessive to me. But I think we're doing a lot of things in ways that are relevant and transparent and meaningful. And I am a big fan of meaningful data.
Frequency.
Sounds good. What else did you have, Melody? No.
I had just had some additional suggestions on the capital project public reporting system, but it sounds like there's an appetite for including that type of information in an ordinance, so I will pass on that.
Okay.
And then the final one was just related to those other two, so it wouldn't be necessary. The last one that I had proposed or sent was intended to be an alternate proposal to what our city attorney had sent to us for discussion.
Which
So,
was,
the charter review, the 11.11. So he had sent a proposal. It is not printed out in here. So I'm not sure the official, but he had recommended it as for us to discuss. And so I took his proposal and I had some additional. So I don't know if you want to talk about that now or if we wanted, because this was more of an alternate proposal to the city attorney versus my specific.
We reject what?
This would be the time to approve it or not.
This would be the time,
well,
but
either the city attorney's version or yours. So this is a proposal to allow the council to reject charter review amendments.
So the proposal, well, I don't know if we want to have I don't know if you're prepared to present Mike's recommendation. This was a counter proposal to that. So that his recommendation would be first.
I feel like I stated the proposal.
Okay.
But you tell me, do you need to spell it out in more detail?
Well, are you saying that was his proposal or mine?
His proposal
okay,
was
sorry.
to allow for the opportunity to reject
Yes.
charter review amendments.
I apologize. I would need to take a look at that one.
Okay. Now, your counter proposal is to allow for the rejection of commission proposed amendments by I'm going to call it a supermajority.
Yes.
To
allow rejection, that any rejection would need a supermajority versus just a regular majority as what was being proposed. But that a modification could have a simple majority if we, for the example of like, okay, we missed some gender neutral things that we could modify it with a simple majority. But as long as the original intent of the amendment was preserved.
Mr. Zach, I know you're an expert on charters across the state. How common is it that a charter is established such as ours that requires the Charter Review Commission amendments to be placed on the ballot with no flexibility from the council?
Uncommon.
That is uncommon.
Uncommon.
Is it unheard of? Are we the only ones who do it?
To my knowledge, you're
minority?
the only one that I can think of that has it in the charter off the top of my head. There may be a couple of others, but I mean, it's a minority of the charters.
I mean, there are 400 city charters.
Yeah,
across
there's about
Texas.
400 so city charters. Interestingly enough, I just completed a charter review with another city and the Charter Review Commission. It was the Charter Review Commission debated whether or not, interestingly, they used your model, said, hey, Pflugerville does this. Is this something we should do? That Charter Review Commission rejected the idea. I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just saying that conversation, interestingly enough, just occurred. I can also tell you that many more charters have a provision that requires a review every 4, 5, 10 years. That's a little more common. Still not anywhere near the majority of, or even 50%, but more than have this requirement. But they do have a review, and I call it the keep Charlie employed charter provision. But interestingly enough, where I go to those charter reviews, and I do a lot of charter reviews. I usually do 3 or 4 a year on a regular basis, and even where those charter commissions are just ad hoc appointed by the council for a review, one's never been done, even if it's not required by the charter, or if it is required by the charter, but there's not a mandatory requirement that it be placed on the ballot. In my experience, 90% of the proposed propositions go on the ballot. They get reviewed closely by the councils. The councils take that citizen input that was a separately appointed commission seriously. They take their proposals seriously, and they analyze them with respect to, kind of like what you did tonight on your individual proposals, what's the financial impact on the city if this occurs? What is the impact on our administrative staff if this occurs? What is the ability to be flexible on the ground when things happen if this occurs? And it's when it doesn't meet those criteria that usually it gets rejected. But otherwise, it is more usual than not. And even if it's not a mandatory requirement that it go on the ballot, which very few charters have that, those recommendations usually do. It's my experience that council members listen to those citizen-led committee members, for whatever that's worth. But to answer your question, not very good.
What is council's appetite on such an amendment?
I think here's my concern. My concern is that I agree that it is peculiar, to say the least, that we do have that in our charter right now. I just don't think right now, given things that have been alluded to or outright said on this dais and in public today, this is the time to go ahead and repeal this. That's my concern.
I think I'm more and more as I hear Chairman McDonald talk about this and about respecting the will of the appointed commissioners, I'm more and more inclined to not make any change here on the theory that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We have not had a charter commission that went completely bananas and brought us a bunch of stuff that is unworkable. We put responsible adults on there. They do a very thorough job. We might not, each individual one of us, want to vote for every single one of the 21 amendments, but they're all well thought out. Maybe they could have put 2 or 3 together in a tighter package, but that seems trivial in exchange for the fundamental question of citizen sovereignty. You know,
Is there anyone who wants to speak in favor of it?
Well, no, you said that. No, the comment I was going to make is that I do think it is a worthwhile change, but I think in a climate where we're all talking about increasing trust in government and the work of council, I think it's not a great look to say, hey, we're going to override what the people are saying and ask the voters to say that we can override what they're saying. It's a logical change, but I agree. I don't think it's...
This is my second charter, and both times we've talked about this. And both times before it came time to vote, there was a serious appetite for it, and then everybody gets cold feet right at the end. It happens. It's like I think that we can have this on there and still trust the people we put in those commissions. It's not a distrust to them. It's just an extra security measure that we have. I mean, they have already put their trust in us by putting us on this dais. They trust us and trust us to make the right decisions for them. This is just one more tool in our shed.
So, again, I agree with you. I agree with you in theory. I think it's the timing. I really, that's
But
my
when?
thing.
We did want to do it 5 years ago. If not now, when? If not, who?
I'll argue with myself. Yeah. I think if there is a concern of it being, be blunt, a poison pill for charter amendments, I think council pay is the poison pill, personally, and not necessarily this one. Now, I know we're going to have that conversation too here shortly, I'm sure, but that would be my only other counter argument that I'm not,
I think
not
it
married to.
makes
Just bring it.
logical sense to have council review because we are elected and we work with these things a lot on our volunteer time. My amendment was just to make sure that if we were going to do that, it was going to be a very serious and almost unanimous vote to do that as a guardrail rather than just simple majority.
Oh yeah, no. Your point's well made. I think about if I'm sitting out there, if I'm just given the environment right now. Yeah. I don't know how this builds trust, and I get what you're right, because you're saying part of it is that, hey, listen, doesn't mean that we're not trusted from that. I just think if you're the average citizen who does not, one of the 3 people who watches online regularly understand what's going on here and sees this and is well cognizant of other things that have happened, they're saying no. Screw these people. They're trying to take my right away for something like that as well. And
let's let them decide. I mean, give them the choice. Give the voters the choice. Actually, I kind of feel like not giving them the choice is even worse. We're telling them we don't trust you to make the decision. I mean, that's what we're telling them. We're not putting it on the ballot for them to decide. If we trust them, put
Here's
it on the ballot.
trouble. If you vote to give away your rights, you never get a chance to vote to get them back.
Well, let's the people decide. That's what I always say.
You wanna-
And I've always said that. We've always, from the
So-
beginning,
so I-
let the people decide.
I thought, hold on. I thought we'd be able to come to consensus on this. I'm seeing that we're not, so I'm gonna ask for a motion.
Okay. Motion to approve, I don't have it in front of me.
Motion to add,
With the supermajority?
The
do you want the attorneys?
You know what? I actually do like this.
Well, I'm just saying, if there's gonna be a vote, I want the guardrails.
What are we? Yeah, what
I
are we
do
voting
like the
on?
supermajority because just like in overturning a vote, we have to have a supermajority, or overturning PCDC, planning and zoning.
So
I'm sorry.
you're gonna move Melody's
For the Ryan Amendment.
Sure. The Ryan Amendment.
Is that what we're going to call it?
Well, if Melody if Melody wants
I
to
want
make
my
the
name on other
amendment,
things.
and I'll second it, or
She already has her
Melody?
Memorial Park.
Well, see, I'm not in agreement that it should go on the ballot. I just said if
Okay.
everyone else did, I wanted this guardrail.
So you're not
So
even-
this
you're not
is the
even
version
supporting your
that
own
you want on the
amendment.
ballot if it's
No,
going on the ballot, but you don't want it on the ballot.
No, I
okay, I still stand by my
Okay.
motion.
So you made a motion to place which one? The attorney or the Melody version?
The Melody version, just
The
the difference is the 2/3 vote, correct?
2/3. Well,
Well,
3/4.
Three-quarters. Okay,
It's-
3/4. Number
well, it's
one.
functionally the same.
Number one, whichever number one is that the attorneys? Right here, there's two.
No, it's
the whole thing.
It's no, that's just
The one you've got in
enumerating.
writing. is
Yeah.
The
The one you have in writing.
That's the Ryan Amendment.
Yeah.
Okay, the Ryan Amendment.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure. It is
Do
the
we
Ryan-
have a second?
It is the Ryan Amendment.
I'll second it.
Got a second from Jonathan.
Take a little
Do we want to include this on the ballot?
Well, the first time I'm the only one voting on something.
I don't understand how the Ryan Amendment is not passed by the Ryan.
The motion and the second voted in favor.
This
So
is my
Caesar and
preemptive
Jonathan in favor. The motion fails.
response.
Democracy
All
in
right,
action.
Melody, what else do you have?
Oh, we said democracy.
That was
in action.
it.
All right, David, what do you have?
So I've got 2 pages. I've numbered them one through 4, but 3 has a part 1 and a part 2, and 4 has a part 1 and a part 2.
Okay, so that's the sheet, David?
That's this 2-page sheet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, this is David.
Does that include?
It begins with proposed charter amendments, 1, ethics.
Gotcha.
Does it include this?
It's the better version of that.
Okay, so that's
David,
last
that
draft.
supersedes this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so it supersedes this one.
That was an earlier version, upon review, appeared to be.
So we're reviewing this.
Is this 20,000 before or after tax?
Gross.
Gross.
So what you're saying is if my daughter works at a local bookstore, I gotta start collecting her paycheck stubs? Figure out if she meets the
If your daughter
threshold?
works at a local bookstore and she makes $20,000 a year, you cannot vote to give city funds to the local bookstore.
What if my daughter checks out a book?
That's fine. It's not worth $20,000.
I know it sounds funny, but
Unless it's
I'm
the
actually,
Gutenberg
it was an
Bible.
honest question.
Well, I mean, if she steals the Gutenberg Bible, she's going to jail, so that's a different story.
Gutenberg Bible.
So it's it's a pretty high bar, $20,000, so it doesn't apply to anything de minimis.
Where did you come up with that number?
I borrowed it from state statute.
State statute,
Although
okay.
it says $20,000 and it says or a percentage of income,
Or
whichever is
5% of
higher.
income.
Yeah.
That just complicates it, makes it messier. My goal here was, and we've been talking about this now for a year and a half, my goal here is to make this as simple as possible. So it just says, no one in city employment or on the city council or on any city board or commission or other paid or volunteer body associated with the city shall vote or debate on any measure that affects their employer or other person or organization from whom that person receives $20,000 or more annually, or anyone in their family related to the second degree, e.g. grandchildren, brothers-in-law.
Okay.
Now,
So-
may I ask, I believe this went before the Charter Commission and they denied it, correct?
Well, I asked, actually, this is slightly different than what before the Charter Commission. There's also a second paragraph here. This shall not prevent any employee of the city of Pflugerville from voting or debating on any measure solely affecting the city of Pflugerville. So that's a clarifying second paragraph that was not in anything that anyone else has ever seen other than.
Why did the Charter Commission turn it down?
Jim?
So there was a misunderstanding by Mike, which he and I later clarified, that this was exactly duplicative of state law.
It was what?
That it was exactly the same as state law.
Mike is in Mike, our attorney.
So how does it differ from state? How does it differ from state law?
It is more inclusive. The state law does not include anyone who gives you $20,000. It only includes private employers. So if, for instance,
So this is second degree relations, right?
second degree relations, which includes, which is your brother-in-law, right? That's the classic corruption. It's a brother-in-law deal.
The secondary consanguinity or affinity? Because there's two different second degrees. One's consanguinity and one's affinity.
Both.
So it's second degree. So you should clarify that because that's not clear in what you.
Second degree. Well, that's why I
consanguinity
said
or affinity.
You want consanguinity.
Grandchildren.
So this is just related to the second degree, e.g. grandchildren or brother-in-law.
Okay. I think it'd be better if we just spell it out, second degree consanguinity or affinity. I don't know which is which, but there is a difference.
Well, because one's by blood and one's by marriage.
Right.
And usually by marriage is one less degree.
Yeah.
Right.
So
If we use the words consanguinity and affinity, we have immediately confused 2/3 of the voters.
Okay, so.
My goal here is to make it simple and easy to understand and easy.
Well, I'll just, as a lawyer, I'm not trying, it doesn't matter to me what you adopt and what you don't, but as a lawyer, when I heard you read that, the first thing that popped in my mind, because that's what we deal with when we talk about degrees, is when you said second degree, and then you gave an example, that doesn't necessarily exclude other second degrees in affinity or in consanguinity. So I didn't know which was applicable.
My wife's my brother-in-law or my wife's father would be second degree, but my wife's grandfather would be third degree.
I think.
Whereas my grandfather would be second degree.
Right, your
So if you just say
grandfather,
e.g. grandchildren, or if you say brother-in-law, so my grandfather but not her grandfather.
Exactly.
But
Your
you've used
grandfather is
examples
included.
that don't differentiate between grandfather-in-law.
And that's why you use
Do
the
we-
applicable.
But we're getting way too deep into this.
Yeah.
So David, first of all, I'm confused why it says no one in city employment or on the city council, blah blah blah. But then in the end says it shall not prevent any city employee from voting or debating on a measure solely affecting the city of Pflugerville. So wouldn't just striking city employee from the limitation satisfy this? If you just say if we don't include city employment in the first paragraph, then the second paragraph's irrelevant, and it still covers because it's only covering the scenario in which it's a measure affecting their employer, which would be the city of Pflugerville.
The problem is, and I like the way you're
scenario?
thinking, it's aimed at simplification. If we make the change that you suggest, then someone in city employment can receive $20,000 from anyone, and they're not prohibited from debating or voting on items that affect that person.
So that's
See
a
what I'm
person
saying?
who is in city employment but receives $20,000 in outside compensation.
Right.
You're saying that in that scenario they could argue on behalf of the outside organization.
Exactly.
Is this not already in our ethics code?
Yeah, what
No,
does our
it's not.
ethics code currently say?
Our ethics code does not address this.
What? Well, because it references state law
And it only talks about private organizations.
But we could put it in our ethics, and that would just seal this right now, wouldn't it? Couldn't
Well, but then the ethics, one of the reasons I want to put this in the charter is if we made that an ordinance, it would be in conflict with the charter. because the charter specifically references the state law. So if we want to be more restrictive than the state law about anti-corruption, we must amend the charter.
Charlie, is that right?
I'd have to read the charter
Yeah.
provision, but you could certainly be
You know you can
more
always more
restrictive.
because the state, God bless you, the state stands the
Sets
standard.
the standard.
So it
right?
never
You
stops.
can
you
always
from
be
being-
more restrictive.
But that's why I'm interested.
But the charter specifically says our rule is the state rule.
But that's what I'm saying. That the charter says that. But okay, our rule is a state rule, and the state rule is going to be less restrictive than what we do. So we're still fulfilling the requirements of the state standard. So we're not in conflict with that. We're just for a better lack of term, scrutinizing it even
That's
further.
where I land.
No, it wouldn't stand up because our charter is our governing document.
Mm-hmm.
We cannot pass ordinances that are in violation of our charter.
That would not be in violation.
No. That's the problem. The way the charter is written, it says the ethical exclusion is the same as the state law exclusion.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't allow us to go above and beyond that. That's what the charter says. The charter is very specific. Believe me, I wrestled with this for 18 months.
I'm going to disagree with you because I'm reading the charter now, right? So the city council shall adopt by ordinance a code of ethics to establish guidelines for high ethical standards in official conduct. Code of ethics shall establish the policy that city officials and employees shall conduct themselves in a manner consistent. Code of ethics shall provide guidance. At a minimum, the code of ethics shall include standards of conduct related to public administration and offenses against public administration as set out in Chapter 36 Penal Code.
Does it say at a minimum?
It said at a minimum. A travel and expense policy regulating expenditures and restrictions on city officials or employees serving as surety.
So again,
Which section is
that
That is 1105.
That literally denotes what the standard is for the law. And you can always be more stringent than the baseline of the law, and it said at a minimum.
It does say at a minimum.
So we
Because
can do
I don't know. I don't know if I'm missing it, David, or if there's another section.
Give me a minute to go find the charter. I don't have the whole thing right up.
Because I know, I will tell you, we did redefine nepotism. That used to be defined
that,
by
last year?
5 years ago. Yeah. Non-discrimination, conflict. So are you talking not ethics but conflict of interest?
Yes.
All elected or appointed members of the city council or any city board or commission shall be subject to the provisions of Chapter 171 Local Government Code regarding conflicts of interest.
That doesn't otherwise prohibit other restrictive.
Not at all. That's the way the law
requirements.
This shall be the standard. It doesn't say you can have some other standard. It says this shall be the standard.
You know, 2 of the 3 attorneys are disagreeing with you.
I don't hear Charlie disagreeing with
No, I'm disagreeing. I wasn't going to say anything, but since you put me on the spot.
No, it says they shall be subject to the provisions of 171, but it doesn't prohibit them from being subject
doesn't otherwise
to...
prohibit you from making them subject to other.
It's always, it's the law.
We can vote on it.
I mean, we can, but I don't know that we need to.
Well, what am I hearing as the alternative solution to implementing this?
Literally do it 2 weeks. Add it to our whatever we do right now.
We have consensus that
just do it in 2 weeks.
I think
it's a good idea.
Does anyone
Just do it in
object
2
to the
weeks.
concept of ensuring that no one who gets $20,000 from a public entity can vote to give that public entity money?
No, any entity.
We shouldn't be voting on it anyway. If my child works for a company, and I shouldn't be voting on giving that company.
Our standard's more stringent than y'all.
Right. The state law
We're
is
not allowed
conflict of
to.
interest.
Y'all can.
The state law says business entity.
Non-lawyers.
Yeah, the state law, the bookstore example is already, it's $1, right?
And yes, and so the issue has always been, well, they work for
Yeah.
name the
If you
name the
get,
nonprofit
if you get money from the Lions
organization.
Club, you can't vote on things for the Lions
Nonprofits
Club
are not
because that's
exempt
not
entities
private
under law.
employer. That's a
So,
nonprofit.
They get paid $20,000
Oh, that one's
a year
over
from
20.
the
It's
Red
according
Cross
to
and
his
vote to give
recommendation. We could
$100,000
lower the
from
number.
city to the Red
Yeah.
Cross.
But for us,
So 20,000 is I would say it's a substantial amount, and so it's not, so small amounts, we're
Right,
not
it's
worried
not-
about it.
it's
This
not
is-
I mean, I
Another
think
de minimis
20 is probably
number.
even too high.
What?
I think 20 is probably too high. I'd probably
I
set
don't
it
want
at 10.
to, I don't want people to say, oh, well, $500 isn't very much. That's not a problem. I think everyone agrees if you're getting $20,000, that's enough to influence your decisions.
But he said, what about 10,000? That's what, I'm giving an example. 10,000, he's saying it could be lower. 10,000?
I think, I'm not going to die on the hill.
Okay, all right.
Regardless, so let's
next
We
one.
want it to be 10.
This is a potential
Consensus
amendment
for
to our
future
ethics
ordinance.
ordinance.
Okay.
All right, David, what else you got?
Ordinances to write.
Okay.
We don't. She does. Welcome to the city.
So, you want to go forward with this at the $10,000 level as a charter amendment?
We can debate that as part of the ordinance later. What's your next item?
You want to make it a charter, a ordinance, not a charter amendment?
Yeah, I'm not
Okay.
hearing.
All right.
I'm not hearing support for a charter amendment.
Okay.
You can vote on it if you want to make a motion, but
All right. I don't want to go down 6-2. Wait, 6-2, how did that work? I guess I vote twice. It's not
It's
going to go
late.
there.
Okay, next item.
All right, the next one is the performance audit amendment. This is based on an ordinance from the city of Houston, and it is now being proposed in the city of Austin. It's going to be on the ballot in November. This is about an independent, and it came out of what's the mayor of Houston?
I don't know.
What's his name?
Sylvester Turner.
No, the current mayor.
keep going, David.
Okay.
Whitmire?
John Whitmire.
John Whitmire.
John
Yeah.
Whitmire.
It came out of his office, and then it was drafted for Austin by the former Democrat county judge of Travis County.
That's how you're going to convey it?
I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
Bill Alshire.
Bill Alshire, that's right.
Okay.
So this is about an independent affordability and efficiency initiative. The idea is that the council through the city manager and the CFO would hire an outside agency to do efficiency audits at least every 5 years to make sure that that we're catching all of the efficiency things that we can catch. Of course, the larger your city, the more likely you are not to catch things like this without an outside auditor. So it's obviously more important in Houston than it is here. But one of the requirements here is that the outside auditing firm must propose savings that amount to an amount that is greater than the cost of the audit.
How do you?
So doesn't that
enforce
incentivize them to?
Or if they don't find it, then they're going to say, "Oh, you don't have to pay me."
I think it incentivizes them to find areas that are perhaps problematic. But that would be the way the ordinance is written in Houston and in Austin.
So I want to stop you there because you're saying ordinance, but you're proposing a charter amendment here.
Well, in Austin, it's a charter amendment. In Houston, it's an ordinance.
It's a proposed charter amendment that had to go through a referendum to get on the ballot.
That's right.
Yeah, he said it was gonna be on the ballot.
Did you say that? Oh, excuse me.
November.
Okay. Excuse me.
Sounds like a doge.
The idea is to ensure that that costs are benchmarked to affordability of Pflugerville residents, maximize the performance of city offices, by creating and using measures that performance metrics of workload, costs, and outcomes to evaluate performance. Identify spending that can be reduced or eliminated. Include a forensic accounting analysis to reveal and eliminate risks for fraud, conflict of interest, waste, and abuse. Ensure transparency in spending and performance. And that the scope of the initiative does not include any measures included in Pflugerville City Charter Article 9, the independent audit. So this would be entirely separate, and it would require that the audit be conducted under the generally accepted accounting principles and be included in the city's annual comprehensive financial report. However, to give flexibility in implementation, the initiative may be done in phases, to begin with city funds and departments except for Pflugerville Wastewater and Pflugerville Water, and then proceed to those component enterprises as determined by the city chief financial officer in order to best achieve the goals of the initiative. So, we're talking about, Ernst & Young or some sort of similar outside entity that would be contracted with by the city manager and the chief financial officer, and then they would work with this person or this entity in order to make certain that we catch all of the flies in the ointment. Ain't nobody perfect. Everybody benefits from having somebody look over their homework.
Council feedback?
So this is akin to the Sunset Commission. That literally is by statute, by the ledge, to actually look for efficiencies for state agencies. I don't disagree with the idea or the concept of that. I just don't think it should. And honestly, when was the last time this is probably done here? So that's fair, because what is the baseline?
Yeah.
But should it be in the should it be in the charter? No, probably shouldn't be in the charter. But
it doesn't sound like an ordinance to me either. It sounds like an RFP.
Yeah. I think it should be done. I just don't think it should be in the charter.
I definitely think it's something we should do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because what is it?
I think it's a good idea.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble navigating the crosstalk.
What I heard is that it sounds like a good concept. It doesn't sound like something that belongs in the charter. I said it doesn't belong as an ordinance. It belongs as an RFP. We should go out and get a proposal and see if anyone does this sort of work.
Obviously.
And what it would. Well,
somebody does.
Do they?
They're doing it in Houston.
Well, then, are they the ones who wrote the ordinance?
No, Bill Elshire is the one who wrote it. Well, I don't know who wrote the ordinance in Houston. It came out of Mayor Whitmire's office.
It would be interesting to see who is available to do such an audit, and it would be really interesting to see the results of that and understand the cost.
Good.
So why do you say it wouldn't be appropriate as an ordinance? As a requirement of something to do every 5 years? Well, I think it says at least every 5 years, right? And then, or before you go for an election.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is that the sufficiency audit would be required before
before a TRE?
Yes, a tax rate election.
Meaning that
to make sure that we've caught all of the waste, fraud, and abuse.
Or efficiencies.
Right. Before we're, increasing people's taxes, let's make sure that we've got all of the tax money properly spent.
It's good financial hygiene.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it's financial hygiene. It's just what the health of an organization as a whole, which obviously comports with finances. But,
well, as you pointed out, Rudy, it is reminiscent of the Sunset.
It's Sunset,
Commission, which has been tremendously valuable over the years.
That's why I laughed when we were doing Doge in Texas. I was like, we do Doge. It's called Sunset. So, there's no difference between the two.
Sunset is designed to do every 10 years on a rolling basis, going through each of the different agencies. And it's led to a number of reforms of different agencies.
Council questions, appetite?
I think it's something we should do.
Yeah, I agree.
Do you want to add it to the chart?
It doesn't bother me if it's in the charter necessarily.
Yeah.
It's a bigger commitment, obviously, but
I think we're talking about public trust.
Well,
This is
supposedly
something
it has to pay for itself.
Isn't that an ethical concern for auditors and CPAs?
Oh, of course that is. Like, I mean, that's the part. Like, yeah. But I mean, but doing a sunset, like suiting a sunset roof as a baseline, no qualms with it. But yeah, if you have that incentive, oh, I'm gonna find something. You know.
Yeah,
but I like the idea of that. Yeah.
All right, well, I'm going to move to put this on the charter and see if I get a second.
Second.
I have a motion from David, a second from Melanie.
Yeah, that's the problem. David, you're gonna take out it pays for itself.
Why would I not want it to pay for itself?
do we want to entertain that as a?
Yeah, friendly amendment.
Let's get
Does
through.
does that change your vote if I take that out?
Does it change mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't want something that's. Yeah, because absolutely. Okay.
All right, I'll pull that line.
Oh, does that
Wait,
count?
do we need to, do we?
You have to vote on what was originally.
Okay. Okay. So then it's okay.
Well, it's a friendly amendment.
And then we'll
accepting the friendly amendment.
And then
It was never accepted until.
Okay.
What do you mean it was never?
Some of us had already voted.
All right. Okay.
So now let's talk about.
So I
So
move.
do you have an alternative proposal?
I move the alternative proposal, identical, except with the friendly amendment from Councilman Matera.
Can you repeat what that amendment
Where's
is?
the
please?
language?
It's this whole thing.
So it's the performance
no,
audit
no, the one
amendment.
about-
No, where's the,
Oh,
it must pay for itself?
It's right there.
Exactly.
Sorry, I'm
To identify multi-year savings.
I just need the
over
amendment
cost of
piece to be
contract.
specified. Because I'm
Yeah.
having a hard time
Okay,
following.
I have a
Here it
question.
says-
Give me a second.
What are we actually considering approving this without knowing how much this is going to cost? Okay, it doesn't matter. It's not going to change my mind.
The audit in a manner that is required by this charter.
But we can't have
It
fireworks.
seems way too onerous. Like I said, we.
I was just saying, are we actually considering approving this without knowing how much this is going to cost? And I'm really surprised at this because we always talk about how much things are going to cost
Fiscal
first.
impact.
And especially putting this in the charter. We're locked
The
down.
charter feels like a
So-
very inappropriate place for this.
The exact language is in the first paragraph. Must identify
Okay.
annual and multi-year savings that exceed the cost of the contractor's service.
Removing that sentence, is that the amendment?
Well, yeah, because the original
That's the-
proposal included the safeguard that it was going to be cost neutral. So that's what,
Oh,
Councilman-
Yes.
to what
Uh-huh.
Kim's point
Councilman
is.
Matera's amendment strips out that language. So it would end, the sentence then would end with, require the independent contractor to identify annual and multi-year savings, period.
is that, you still getting, I'll let you.
All right, now I'm thinking about whether or not Kim, you have me thinking about that, the cost and
No,
and the specific. Oh, go ahead.
my approach would be draft an RFP, go see if this exists, figure out how much it costs, run the audit, find out if it's valuable, and then consider it for an ordinance or a
In the
charter
future.
amendment later.
In the future.
But there's no way I'd move forward with this without dipping my toe in the water.
So your idea is go ahead, go out there, put an RFP on
I
this.
have no problem with it in concept. I have problems with it in the charter now. That's just where I'm at.
The difference is then you're asking the people if they want to have this every 5 years versus just at the will of council.
But what's interesting about this, though, what his approach is that I think everyone agrees that it needs to happen because we haven't had a baseline. Go out there and see who does this, how it's done, have it conducted, have that baseline, see if we're comfortable with the results. And because this council at times has had concerns with firms like E&Y and what they've brought back, and then ultimately see about having this in there. You said we can do this every 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah,
Well,
depending on when the day falls.
When's November?
2 to 3 years.
When's the election this year? It's 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, it's either 2 or 2.5, depending on. Because
you can do it in May.
Right. I mean, you could hold a special election technically if you wanted to do
We
that.
don't need any more election costs.
Yeah, after the price of last one.
I like that.
Fair point.
Because everyone agrees.
All right, did I?
So we got a motion to push this amendment with the
with the change
charter
that
amendment
it,
with the
that it removes the ethical conflict?
I think it's fair. Is what I think that's fair. Yeah, again.
Did I have a second on that, David?
We have an agreement that that's going to happen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
we agree it's going to happen.
Dies for lack of a second.
Yeah.
All right,
A lot of people
Council
signing up
Pay,
for a
David.
lot of stuff tonight.
So what I hear was RFP?
Yes.
Circling back?
You did. Make sure you put that in the
Yeah,
parking
well-
lot.
No.
It's in the parking lot.
The parking lot, things don't go anywhere.
What? I thought we put stuff in the parking lot and
No,
move it later.
they
It's going in
disappear
Melanie's
forever.
notes, so it's lost.
Okay.
What kind of parking lot do you have?
That's okay, I transcribe these meetings now.
All right. So the next proposed charter amendment I have is about city
joking.
council pay, and there are two subsets. Each one of them can be considered independently. The first one is no change in city council pay will be effective until after 2036. So that way, if the voters could vote for
I understand.
the pay, and they could take it away with the other hand. It does go into effect eventually, but I know Councilman Coughlin was concerned about council pay being a poison pill. This is a way to sweeten the poison pill.
So the way this reads to me, I guess maybe because I'm not a lawyer, but no change in city council pay will be effective until after 2036.
That's correct.
But that would, it hasn't even started yet.
So
you're saying no one on this council will benefit from
the purpose
So
being
it will
that
start
no one
10 years
currently in
later.
office
Right.
Yeah.
would
Currently,
benefit.
the
Dumb.
council pay is zero. So any
Which,
change.
I think it's dumb.
Go ahead and read your second option there.
The second one,
It should be an or, I thought. Right?
Yeah, well, it's.
It sounds very
Let's
privileged.
hear it and then,
these are
Yeah.
two separate proposals, so they can be acted on
Only
independently. The
$500.
second one is,
Pay my carpet.
no change in council pay will be effective until after intervening election for any council member receiving pay. So what that means is, if this passes in November, I don't get paid. Okay? Nobody who gets elected in November gets paid.
But the next
Basically wait until
year.
you're reelected.
Yeah, it's your
Following-
reelection.
Yeah,
Nobody's running
your
for
pay is
election for
tied
this.
to
Yeah.
the fact that you were elected after pay was
Yeah.
in place.
Right.
That's why I said it should have been an or.
So on the surface, I would have, before today, I would have agreed with you. But once Mr. McDonald came up here and he talked about the debate and the discussion that they had on the Equity Commission, and how even after that discussion, people who previously, and if I'm saying this incorrectly, please correct me, Mr. McDonald, people who were previously against it were still somewhat okay with it. They decided at the end that this should be on there.
They thought it was a raise.
Yeah, and so after hearing that, if I'm understanding it correctly, then I can't.
So I hear where you're coming from.
But some people thought this was a raise. That a lot of, I don't know if everyone is aware that we make $0.00. So it's not a pay increase. I don't know how I feel about this. I won't be here in 2036, but I also feel like I must say, as a person with lived experience, some of this I feel is coming from a place of privilege. And the little $500 that you want to give as a stipend, I don't even think you should call it pay. Doesn't cover my car payment. And like tomorrow, I have to take off work because we're probably going to be here till 2:00 in the morning with each one of these line items. And so when you do things like this, you exclude people, unlike you, who would be able to run, right? Because we some of us still have to go to work, David.
I have to go to work every day too, Kimberly.
Well,
You own your own business, though. It is different.
David, I'm gonna sit with. I'm not gonna be here, but I'm thinking about the people
pay
later on.
suffers if you own your own
Well,
business.
don't take it if you don't want it. But for the future, I think that I think this is wrong.
And I think that's one of my issues with what the CRC recommended, right? It doesn't solve the problem that I think we've talked about trying to solve, which is that access.
But what do you think about what we were told today about how they did debate it and they still decided?
So your opinion is that it doesn't go far enough.
Well, and if we're saying we trust the committee, that's what we talked about earlier. We're saying, oh, we trust them. Everybody kept saying how much we trust them, and now you're saying we don't trust them.
Charlie, I got a question for you.
I don't know if
So there's a amendment from the Charter Review Commission that says council shall be paid. And that'll go before the voters and it'll get whatever percentage it gets. And then we would have to put up a subsequent amendment that says, oh, by the way, that doesn't go into effect until if.
Just don't put it on there then.
If both those were on there and the first one got more votes than the second one, but they both passed, do they both pass?
Yes, sir.
I think
our attorney addressed that.
Because it controls. I mean, to be fair to David's point,
I didn't hear them
it controls the implementation.
No. Our attorney sent out a recommendation on this.
I didn't hear that they were contradictory.
Well, but one is silent on the timing and one specifies the timing.
One specifies.
But if it's silent on the timing, is it implied or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and both of them are about time. Both of my proposals are about time.
I'm not talking about yours.
I'm not talking about yours. He's talking about their proposal.
Yeah. Correct.
No, but let me back up. So, and Charlie,
you could even word it in such a way, should city council receive pay, that pay shall not be,
Well, I'm going to ask my counsel to remind me, and maybe you can speak for our attorney right now, your assistant attorney. He sent us a letter, said if we put something on there, if the Charter Commission puts something on there and it passes, but we have something also on there that reverses it and it passes, there's some kind of legal precedent that we could be sent to court.
Right, no, but that's not what I heard going on here.
But you're saying that's not exactly.
I'm not hearing a charter amendment that says if council is entitled to pay, that pay doesn't go into effect until the future. I don't see those as two contradictory amendments. They work together.
One is about pay. One is about implementation.
Yes.
So in this scenario, right, pay could pass, and the voters could say, all right, y'all get paid immediately.
Yeah.
By voting no on this.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Mr. McDonald, did the Charter Commission debate or discuss the timing? It's my understanding they did. I'm sorry for interrupting.
To answer your first question from a few minutes ago, there was only one member that was adamant against council pay. The others were all in agreement.
Okay.
And then in terms of when it would go into effect, the assumptive discussion was around if it passed in November, it would go into effect either immediately or January 1st.
Okay.
There wasn't a delay, and the body didn't feel the need to put in a timeline.
So the people we asked to put on this committee said, except for one person, they still wanted us to get paid, and they wanted us to get paid immediately if it passed, or in January. These are the people we said we trusted. Okay.
So to Kim's point, I mean, the reality of the situation is this, is that we talk about invisible barriers. We say that over and over again. And this may be at times seen by some as a diminished amount, but it is an amount of appreciation to at least attribute to what can be done here help you along the way with that, because it is. I mean, it's true. Like, I mean, we're sitting here. I mean, you said 1:30. We're lucky if we'll be up at 1:30.
A lot of y'all said no last time, like, oh, I don't want to take the money. And I would have done this regardless, right? There was no money involved when I decided to do this. And I would still do it the same. But I'm also thinking about other people who are going to sit in my seat right here. And I think that this position should be available to everyone, not just with those of privilege. And that little $500 will definitely help me with my $700 car payment. And help
Might
me
pay for
out
some
because I'm
childcare
gonna
for somebody,
whatever.
right?
I'm gonna be at home tomorrow because I am not functional on my other jobs after doing this on a Tuesday night. Like it's starting to get a little bit ridiculous too. And I probably wouldn't even be thinking about pay if I didn't have to take naps or take off my job earlier during the day because this is going to carry over into the next day. And I just don't function well like that at my best serving the unhoused when I'm tired and grouchy because we've been here all night. I'll stop.
Looking for some bodyguard.
My attitude starts to show after 10:30. Like, come on, we haven't even ate.
after 10:30. David, again, I would not be against this idea because I think that we've seen it with some entities around us. I'll leave it at that. And it is a much more substantive difference. Like that, I mean, it's a significant pay increase, and therefore, I personally believe I'm with you. You shouldn't be benefiting from something like that if you're doing that, because that's not right. It's like, wait a minute, you're giving yourself a raise over here while you're doing this well. This is going to a point where it's a small amount. And it's something that I don't think is life changing, but I also think at the same time, I really do. I think of the barriers that folks have to sitting in these seats. And I was at a conference recently, and I think one of the best things about that conference, they had childcare there. You know, you think about how many times the people can't go to a conference because they got kids and they can't go do that. This at least helps pay portionally to that, and that's what I mean. If it was a much more amount, they were talking about even what the folks are making in what's that city, Maynard. I'll say it out loud. yeah, you know what I mean, like $40,000. That may be a different conversation than this, and that's what I'm saying about that. I don't mind the idea, but I think in this instance, given the amount that's been passed,
So Rudy, you're saying you see it as an all or nothing? Because I guess like the thing that I keep coming back to is that I think something like this sort of plugs a hole that the CRC left open with not defining timing.
When is it going to be in? But I think by law though.
Yeah, the timing is going to be as soon as. So here's the timing. If this passes, the city council will enter an order into the records adopting it, and pay will go into implementation the very next month.
Yeah.
So I guess, is it more palatable for folks to say yes to council pay if David's
Once you're
proposal
elected,
goes through,
yeah.
right?
So you're
Well,
thinking
if you're
about
waiting for your
you're
if you're
thinking
waiting for
about
the next election, none of us are going to get paid in
So the
December.
practical
no one
problem with
got
that.
elected with the expectation that they were getting paid.
Yeah.
Right, but that's not necessarily what everyone in the community
Promise me a Maserati.
Right. The practical issue with that is this is not one ballot item. City council shall be entitled to whatever the number is, 500, 750 for the mayor, but shall not go into effect for. This is it's going to be two separate ballot items, y'all. So someone who's not paying attention, and I assure you, a lot of folks don't go read these ballot propositions and learn about them in depth before they go to the ballot box. They go to the ballot box,
pass this.
and the proposition B will be.
Yep.
Shall be pay, and they're going to vote yes or no on that, and then proposition L is going to be if, and then they get to that and they're like, well, if I'd known that, and it's confusing on the ballot when you have two separate.
Can they be next to each other?
You can, but it's still going to be confusing because you don't. Y'all gone to the ballot box. You don't get to see them all at once. You go from one screen to the next. And so it doesn't matter what order you put them in. It's going to be confusing to the voters, regardless, in my opinion.
We just put them all right next to each other, so they're all on one.
You know what? No, Charlie's point.
No, the
All right,
electronic voting doesn't work.
I'm going to ask that council take action Because we're beating a dead horse here. Do I have a motion on David's recommendations on council pay?
All right, so I move to approve the recommendation number 1 on council pay, which is the 2036 delay. Any second?
I have a motion and a second.
That's how Melody's attitude has changed through the years now.
I'm hungry.
She's just like, screw
I haven't
this.
eaten dinner.
That's okay, your food's cold
Yeah.
back in there.
I am.
Oh, I'm gonna starve you so we get out of here quicker.
Can we have a bio break?
Vindictive mayor.
Motion fails 5-2 with Rogers and Ryan in favor.
All right, so I move the second motion, no change in council pay until after an intervening election.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Now, the further discussion, I'm going to say this feels like a way to try to make it more palatable.
It does.
I don't see much benefit in making it more palatable.
I just think, David, it's
If
I'm
you want
confused by
council
that
pay
statement.
to fail, you should vote against
Are
this
you?
amendment.
Yeah.
man, don't say stuff so like that on the dice.
Oh, I know.
So matter of factly, it's probably
Motion fails 5-2 with Kaufman and Rogers in favor. Moving on, David, you got city council oversight?
Yeah, city council oversight, again, this is two-part. One is the city council members shall have the power to request information from city staff related to any proposed agenda item. Such information will be provided to council members no less than 36 hours prior to council meetings at which such items will be discussed or acted upon. Whenever any requested item is not timely provided, that item shall be removed from the upcoming council agenda.
Yeah, that is a weapon.
What?
That is a weapon. I ask for items related to agenda item that can't be provided, and then I get to say, well, you didn't provide me the information, so we can't debate it. That is a
I
weaponized
suppose somebody
tactic
could
to
abuse
avoid.
the system that way. It's
Yes.
intended to allow council members to to make informed votes.
No, absolutely. Council members should be provided with all information possible. But that's not what it says.
To be fair, our policy is not that at the moment, but that could be changed.
Right now, our policy says it will not be
Right.
provided.
Correct.
Now, we only did get 5 minutes to read that policy before accepting it. But
Someone opened the hornet's nest.
I didn't have time to thoroughly read it and process it in order to point that out before we agreed to it.
Yeah, I'm okay to discuss it as a policy change, but not as an amendment to the
I
charter.
do think we need to come up with a workable system.
I think we've been kicking that can down the line for a
We're going to
while.
punt this one and we're going to make it a
policy change?
You know what? There may be a
Policy.
retreat discussion.
We got a retreat coming up soon.
It needs to be, because I'm thinking about the staff as well. I mean, I know that they want to accommodate every single request, but if they're getting requests from all of us at the same magnitude, do they have the appropriate time to give us what we need back?
I think that's a good
Completely
question.
and thorough enough. It's two-sided. We want things, but can they?
I mean, I'll use one of my favorite words is there will have to be guardrails, right? If we
Right.
turn the spigot on, we've got to be able to control the spigot a little bit.
And
I don't
right.
know exactly what that means, but I'm confident we can
Where
come
there's
up
a
with something.
dramatic
So
impact to
it's a
budget and the
long
number of people we
discussion
have
at
to
the
hire.
retreat.
The hours.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying it for months, right? Prioritization of the request, right? There's a way to do this.
But who determines what's a priority?
Exactly.
That's what we have to figure
That's
out.
literally
Yeah,
the discussion.
That's
That's
it.
the policy. of the city
So,
council.
David, your final item there.
Okay, my final amendment is an amendment to Article 9, Section 9.03B 13. All parks and recreation events budgeted, including but not limited to celebrations of the 4th of July, American Independence Day, shall be specifically enumerated in the annual budget.
The only problem I have with that is that you have an American Independence Day, so you're supposed to United States of America Independence Day. But otherwise, I'm cool. I'm cool with that.
I'm certainly open to a friendly amendment on that matter.
That's it. But yeah, I'm fine with that.
I don't think it belongs in the charter, but I think it belongs.
Maybe it
in the
belongs in
budget.
an ordinance of
It
what
belongs
should be
in
included.
something.
It belongs in an ordinance of what should be included and enumerated
specification
in the
ordinance?
budget.
No, the Article 9 specifies what has to be in the budget.
Except for the charter
this
review
is-
that took everything out.
So this is exactly where it belongs. Article 9 says what items have to be presented in the budget message and have to be given to us.
All right, I second,
Here's
so
one
we can
thing
vote on it.
we should
I second.
have.
You have your second.
Slice.
You literally have your second.
Thank you, sir.
Got a motion from David. I don't know that I actually heard him make the motion, but we're going to call that a motion. And Rudy with
Move
the
to
second.
adopt amendment to Article 9, Section 9.03B13.
It's 11:12 at night. It's hard. It's in the corner.
Motion fails with Mateo, Rogers, and Ryan in favor. That brings us to the end of the dais on charter amendments. Do we have any city staff recommendations for charter amendments?
Not that we're gonna take.
Any? All right. We've taken so many actions there. Trista, do you need any consolidated action, or are we good?
We're good.
All right. At this point, I'm gonna take a 10-minute recess.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, it's so great.
Good, how are you?
So
Motion to approve the consent agenda?
Hey, she's gonna look, James, and see what else she can.
Whatever y'all want to
It's 11:24. We're back from our recess. Next item on our agenda is 7G, discuss and consider action to adopt the 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2027 to 2031. Director Rector.
It is still good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to skip to the highlights here, and then we'll go from there. So we've presented multiple times to you guys. This is what's changed since the last time that you have seen this. We have moved up the DR 2403 so that it's second in the table as requested. We have shifted the Justice Center renovations so that half of the funds have been moved from 27 into 28. We've moved Destination Play Space and split it into phases and moved it up to third on the table. And then we have deferred the library expansion and the Justice Center until 2031. And then some other items which are a little harder to see. We've updated some of the funding as far as where the money is coming from on those respective projects. And then the Parkway Drive has had a correction on how much has been spent through 2025. And then we removed the Lisso subdivision water line because that is going to be developer driven. Those are the changes since the last time we saw this.
Director, I appreciate you making all of the changes that we requested and voted for in the last time we did this review. Mayor, I'd like to move to approve this.
Second.
I still have some questions.
I'd like to add the downtown parking. We'll shift that to 2031.
We figured.
Yeah.
We figured.
So it's still on there, but it's out.
Yeah, we feel you, brother.
So I've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes. Okay.
Remember, we agreed on all these things in the last
We
meeting.
did agree to everything.
Yeah, well, I mean, the downtown parking, shifting that was one of my items. I am, so the Justice Center court renovation was sent, some details in it per a request. And what I noted in there is that there was a 58% contingency for $1.1 million out of the 2.2. And so I'm just unsure why we would have a contingency of $1.1 million or 58% in that project for when the building envelope is already existing and it's just an interior renovation.
Actually, I was looking at that while we were talking through charter amendments. And the contingency on that one is on the, where's it at? Sorry. Contingency on FA 2701A for the Justice Center court renovation is $522,000 of the 2.19 million or 2.189 million. And so that's,
Well, there's two of them. There's $523,000 for construction contingency. There's $64,000 for design contingency, and then there's another $523,000 for owner's contingency. And the cells that feed into that says 58% contingency. So when I added it up, it was $1.1 million of contingency.
are you looking at the actual CIP?
I'm looking at the Excel document that was given the detail of the $2.2 million CIP and how it was broken up. And it was in a council email.
Okay, I don't have that in front. I just have the actual draft 6 of the CIP showing $522,722 for contingency.
Yeah.
And Melody, you said that was one contingency, not all the contingencies. Does his number match one of your numbers?
His number matches one of my numbers, but in total, the whole project has a 1.1 million. So half of the project.
So you're seeing additional contingency, another $500,000 in addition to what he has.
Correct. Based
And
on
how is it labeled?
owner's contingency.
Can I do what owner's contingency would be?
Well, owner's contingency is typically whenever we do a project and we make changes that were not anticipated in the original scope. So,
And Melody, the number that does match his number, what's that labeled?
Construction contingency. Well, they're both the same number.
Oh, it's just the same number twice?
Yeah, but they are both included in the final number. So it's 523,000 for construction contingency, 523,000 for owner's contingency.
So,
and
Matt, is
another
there some reason
64.
that'd be in there twice?
the only thing I can think is that we duplicated numbers somewhere.
That feels like a math error.
Yeah.
Because in the
But all of them added
in
to
the
it.
CIP, it's not. It's only shown in there as one contingency for 522,722.
Yeah.
So y'all will fix that
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
get some.
with whatever.
Yeah. The total amount is accurate, and I don't expect us to spend all that contingency, but I will say this building is full of surprises every time we open it up, so I think it's wise to have some amount in there.
Yeah, it's just $2.2 million for 2,460 square feet. That's already, the building is already existing, it's just the internal. It just seems excessive.
So it's
Yeah.
I don't plan on
actually
spending all that.
$2.2 million, it's $1.7 million, and you just got the contingency.
Just to be clear,
If you subtract
James,
the 522,000,
the contract will come back to us, right?
Yes, the contract would come back to you.
Thank you,
All
James.
right, Melody, what other
Okay.
questions do you have?
Let me switch back to that. Oh, I'm not seeing the water treatment plant in the CIP, and I believe
Oh,
that
you
there's
did
gonna
ask
be,
about that.
there's gonna be expenses that are gonna be incurred in fiscal 2027 because we will not be done with the project as of September 30th.
So, and chat, we talked about that. So, do we have expenses from the water treatment plant that we expect in FY27?
Yes, because it's going to carry over. When we were putting this together, we had not vetted it out with the contractor to know exactly when they were going to be done. We had anticipated it would be done by the end of this fiscal year.
Okay.
So do we need to reflect that in the CIP?
I mean, we can reflect it, but the money's already encumbered, so I don't know that.
But we report when we're gonna spend it, not
Yeah.
when it's
When we
encumbered.
encumber it. Yeah.
We can add it back and show what's left on the contract.
All right, what else you got, Melody?
It'll show up in the budget.
Yeah.
27.
We talked about trail projects that were outside the city limits. That was my question on that trail project. The Reunion Park, I was waiting for the bond committee presentation. I was just unsure about the scope of the Reunion Park, and so just wanted more information on that. On the pavement condition index, there's two of them in the CIP, one with two different project numbers. One's in 2027 for 200,000, and then again in 2030. And so my question was, is this something needed every 3 years? Do we do a pavement condition index every 3 years?
We should be. The last one was done, I believe, in 2023. And we've been using that to determine what roads we'll work on. And we've been having some issues with the data at the beginning, really dated.
The data's stale?
And so we're doing an update in 27. And so we projected out that in 2030, we would want to do another update.
So our data does become stale after 3 years?
No, the road
depends on the
condition
road.
changes.
It depends on, yeah.
Okay.
Depends if roads deteriorate.
Yeah.
Okay.
This AW Grimes change? Oh, yeah.
There you go. What else you got?
My last question was on the project for Fenig from East Pecan South to Wells Branch. We have funding in there for current, or, you know, what am I trying to say? It's late. For years like 2028. And I have concerns about that project because it's on vacant land, and there's no immediate neighborhoods on there. So I was just wondering about that, and then how we were going to be planning to pay for it if it's not in the most recent years, if we don't have a bond.
Which road?
Yeah, let me go back.
Fenning South.
Fenning South.
Yeah, 2906.
on the wall.
TR.
Well, or maybe that might have.
I think we talked.
Yeah. So we have, it shows that there's funding in 2027 that's existing, but we have like 9 million in 2028. And so I was just wondering about the priority and how soon that's going to come and how we're going to be funding that if we don't have road bonds being proposed.
So you're talking, okay, I'm with you now. TR 2906, yes, we have 2.25 in 2027 currently funded. That would get us through design, and then the roughly 17 plus million that's left, or sorry, the 13 plus million that's in 28 and 29 would have to be some sort of, either we'd have to pull it out of impact fees funds, or we'd have to do some other CO.
Was that anticipated to be a GO? Was that originally included in what was presented to the committee?
I do not believe that was on the original 2026 bond election. I'd have to go back and double check.
It was. That was the conversation.
So there was a number of these that don't have secured funding but have large amounts in 2028. And so I was just concerned about how those were going to be funded if we're not taking it to the voters now because of the amount of time. So that was just my question, is about that, the timing on that, and whether that's realistic, or are we being proposed that we're going to do certificates of obligation and not bring it to the voters?
I believe when we had conversations with the bond committee, one of the potential ideas was that we would not include transportation projects this year, but potentially come back in a future, either next year or the year after, for a road bond election.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Call a question.
What else you got, Melody?
That was it.
All right. Actually, call a question.
Wow, Trista was on it.
She was.
So is this the
No, yeah,
revised
I've been sitting on
CIP
it.
that's going to add back in the water treatment plant?
We will add it to this version that you have in front of you.
Motion passes unanimously. That brings us to item 7H, discuss and consider action to approve a professional services supplemental agreement number 2 with HR Green Inc. in the amount of $419,003 for Boulder Ridge Lift Station Rehabilitation Improvement Project, and authorize the city manager to execute the same. Romulus.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager. My name is Romulus. I work for the CIP Utilities. This item is regarding Boulder Ridge Lift Station Rehabilitation Improvements. The PSSA number 2 is needed because, to add construction phase services is needed for the project. And also because the project scope expanded beyond the initial assumptions. The the initial design focused on rehabilitation approach that minimized the cost by reusing existing equipment and upgrade the pumps to 0.66 MGD, million gallons per day. But it was after further investigations, we needed replacement for the electrical system, for the instrumentation and control, SCADA, FEMA floodplain study analysis for WIFIA, and
So the WIFIA funding was dependent on us having a floodplain and draining analysis.
Yes, sir.
And ultimately what occurred is that you went and looked further into what is salvageable or not salvageable at this lift station. Consequently, you've determined that, in fact, we need to have replaced parts as opposed to reutilization of parts. Is that correct?
Yes, and that was, yes.
Okay.
And that was, yes.
Excellent. Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
I would.
Motion to approve
Second.
7I as presented.
7H. 7H. I got a
I
motion
do
and a
have a
second.
question.
Further discussion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So in the summary for the agenda item, it indicated that the original, what is this, a lift station? Yeah, the
Yeah,
lift
it's a lift
station has a capacity, or is built for a capacity of 0.33 million gallons a day, but we're currently using 1.05 million gallons a day. But then on the CIP documentation and the online capital dashboard, it said that this expansion is to 0.6 million gallons a day. So then my question is, if we're using 1 million a gallon a day, why are we only going to 6? And then if so, why?
I can explain. So Boulder Ridge at 0.33 MGD, the current capacity was only built for the Boulder Ridge Estate Phase 1. They're now Phase 1A, 1B, and the South Phase 1. And for the 3 phases, it's needed 1.05 MGD, the 0.66 for some analysis, thinking that we can upgrade to save money and to add the equipment. That wasn't enough for all the 3 phases. So 1.05 is the correct number.
Okay, so then will the CIP and the dashboard be
Updated.
updated for that?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I want them to say no.
Well, I want to make sure we're building it to the capacity we need.
Motion passes unanimously. Brings us to item 7I, discuss and consider action to approve the procurement of Veolia-sourced membranes and membrane services in support of the water treatment plant at an amount not to exceed $850,000 for fiscal year 26, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
I would.
Move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion in several seconds.
I was like, we do not need a discussion on this.
Any further discussion?
Never.
Motion passes unanimously. Whew. All right. Item 7J. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, declaring the public purpose and necessity to acquire an approximate .0011 acre exclusive permanent utility easement and an approximate .2337 acre temporary construction easement, each of which are located in the William Caldwell Survey Number 66, Abstract 162, and being a portion of Lot 3F-1 of the replat of Lot 3F-Renewable Energy Park, a subdivision within the city of Pflugerville, Travis County, Texas, with an address of 15508 Impact Way. The acquisitions being required to support the city's construction of the expansion of its 1849 reclaimed waterline project, and authorizing the city attorney to proceed with activities necessary to acquire said properties, including institution of condemnation proceedings to acquire the necessary land rights through the use of the city's eminent domain authority.
That was long.
That's it. There's not a period at the end of that sentence, sorry.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, almost good morning, right? Norma Martinez, Real Estate Manager. We're here for approval to seek eminent domain. We did follow our process. We did the initial offer letter, final offer letter. Attorney has become unresponsive, so we need to move forward.
Okay. And this is for our reclaimed water project?
Correct.
Okay. Something we discussed ad nauseam.
Move to approve 7J.
So I had.
Second. I know, but we already have.
Got a motion and a second?
Yeah.
Further discussion?
I was just noticing on the history of these items that, and this applies to all 3, so hopefully you can just answer it now. I won't have to ask it now. That appraisal services started in 2024 for all of this right-of-way acquisition. So I was just wondering the reason that 2 years later we're still, is that normal time frame? Like, was there delays? Just wondering about the timeline.
For these projects, the work authorization started back in 2024. So with these services, it includes right of entry, title services, appraisal services. So all that is included. So that doesn't mean we started appraisal services first. We started right of entry first, and then went down to the process. So that's where we're at now.
So it's a normal time frame.
Correct.
So it's normal for 2 years of when we've started on these projects before we can get easements for construction?
Well, I wouldn't say it's normal.
It's not normal depending on the
remember,
project.
we're fighting over it.
Yeah, this is
'Cause
going
right
to
of
eminent
entries can
domain, so
sometimes
we've
No, okay, so-
exhausted all
Yeah.
other.
Which
I
we
assume
should.
we've spent 2 years trying to acquire the property.
Yeah, you do everything you possible to not do this, and then
Correct.
consequently it's led to this.
Correct.
Okay, so in a situation where you have to consider eminent domain, a 2-year time frame accurately depicts the standard timeline of trying to acquire the right of way.
Or
No,
rather, it's
I-
not atypical.
When we do the work authorization, we do right of entries. Right of entries, sometimes it's usually a year and a half, depending. So that's when they'll do the design, the testing, and everything, and then they'll go into surveys, appraisal reports, and so we have to follow a process. So that could be like the 2-year duration you're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
No, period.
I told you.
He's right.
Motion passes unanimously. Trista, would you do me the favor of reading 7K?
I would love to.
Yeah, the two.
7K, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, declaring the public purpose and necessity to acquire multiple property interests from different property owners pertaining to the same capital improvement project of the city, an approximate .666 acre and .387 acre waterline easements and 1.394 acre and .909 acre temporary construction easements, each located in the John Davis Survey number 13, abstract 231, and being out of the remainder of a called 81.15 acre tract with an address of 1200 East Pflugerville Parkway and generally located between SH 130 and DeSalle Road, and an approximately 1.029 acre waterline easement and 1.607 acre temporary construction easement, both located in the John Davis Survey number 13, abstract 231, and being out of a called 20.024 acre tract and generally located between SH 130 and DeSalle Road, all such properties in the city of Pflugerville, Travis County, Texas. The acquisitions being required to support the city's construction of a 30-inch water line along the west side of SH 130 from Pflugerville Parkway to FM 685, authorizing the city attorney to proceed with activities necessary to acquire said properties, including institution of condemnation proceedings to acquire the necessary land rights through the use of the city's eminent domain authority.
So this item is for the 30-inch SH 130 water line, as Trista had mentioned in our long description. This eminent domain one is for 2 parcels, parcel 2 and parcel 3. Parcel 2, we just couldn't come to terms with the property owner with the price and terms of the easements. Parcel 3, representative just became unresponsive after initial offer.
Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
Not yet. I have an individual member of the public wishing to speak on this item. I believe that's Robert Wall.
Someone waited here this long? Man.
Poor guy.
I know, I'm sorry, bud.
No worries, no worries. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Robert Wall with Verdot, the owner of, I think, one of those properties, too. It's the west track of our parcel along 130 to East Pflugerville Parkway. So I'm not here to persuade you one way or the other on how to vote on this. I want to highlight the process up until now and try to avoid waste moving forward. So back in April was the first time we knew you guys were trying to acquire this for this water line. We knew the water line was always intended to be there, but we had asked for documents of, hey, was this final alignment of it, all the reasonings necessary, etc. Good. We got that in May. We we spoke to Ryan and Heather at 7 Arrows and got a virtual meeting with the staff, had all of our questions answered, and got the alignment, and we're like, check, alignment works. Then we responded to the easement with our red lines. We responded with our appraisal, and we heard nothing. 3 weeks, nothing. So there's a problem that I'm trying to highlight here, which is process and proactive engagement. So if we're sitting here responding back with red lines on the easement, and I got to tell you, they weren't reaching. There were some owner's protections in there, and it was really a way of avoiding waste and a burden on the land based on where we have buffer on our east side, where we have buffers on our east side and where this water line's coming in. That's where the discussion was, and that's where the red lines and the easement agreements were. There's really no comment on the construction easement because we know that's necessary. So then we have an appraisal, there's an appraisal, 3 weeks go by, there's nothing, and on Friday we're told we're on an agenda for condemnation. That's not how a negotiation on this goes. And the other thing I want to highlight is when we're talking about condemnation, we're going to be talking about a whole host of other fees thrown on top of a fair market value. Why did we not do this last week? Why did we not have someone with the authority at the city to meet with me and the two appraisers in a room and say, why is one appraisal different than another one? And how do we arrive at a fair market value for this land? That didn't happen. I think it should. And what I'm asking today, rather than trying to persuade you one way or the other on this resolution, is I think I would like to have that opportunity here in the next week, 2 weeks, to have a response on our red lines, to get into the same room and to talk with appraisers on why one is so dramatically different than another one for the same land. And then the last piece, because I know I have my 3 minutes here, is I want to point out as a developer that we care about, to your point, that we care about the total cost of a development. Impact fees are one type of cost, but there's many other types of costs. And this is exactly the significant costs to development that come from opaque, unpredictable process where performative engagement of a city does not get the job done. We're sitting here ready to negotiate, ready to get the job done. And now all of a sudden we're in a procedure that's going to have a bunch of legal fees, add costs to the development, and slow down or stop development. I'm just saying to Pflugerville in general, let's not waste time and money. Thank you.
Robert, can I ask you 2 questions?
Yeah.
You said the appraisals were far apart. I think you said dramatically far apart at one point in time. How far apart are the 2 appraisals?
It's like a 3x difference.
3 times, okay. And then when you say you sent your red lines, you sent your appraisals and heard nothing for 3 weeks and then heard that you were on this agenda. Was that with 7 Arrows?
So 7 Arrows responded to me in an email. So I sent 3 weeks ago our red lines in the appraisal. 3 weeks go by. On Friday, Ryan at 7 Arrows said there's no agreement. They're moving forward with condemnation on Tuesday.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor, can we go into executive session to seek legal counsel on 7K?
We're going to adjourn to executive session for consultation with legal counsel. January 15th. We've returned from executive session. No action was taken.
Mayor, can we postpone this item to our next meeting?
Second.
We can postpone without a vote.
Yeah, we don't need a vote.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
That brings us to item 7L, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, declaring the public purpose and necessity to acquire an approximate 1.157 acre waterline easement and an approximate 1.196 acre temporary construction easement, each located in the William Caldwell Survey Abstract 162, and such property addressed as 1642 Cameron Road. Said waterline and temporary construction easements being further described by meets and bounds, the acquisition being required to support the city's construction of the expansion of a 12-inch looping water improvements in the city's 749 pressure zone project, and authorizing the city attorney to proceed with the activities necessary to acquire said properties, including institution of condemnation proceedings to acquire the necessary land rights through the use of the city's eminent domain authority. Norma.
This item is for the 12-inch looping water improvement projects, which will provide a new 12-inch water line along Weiss Lane, Pecan Street, and Cameron Road. This water line will serve growth in the southern part of this central pressure zone. In this parcel, we're acquiring water line and temporary easements. This is our last parcel for this project to be complete. Property owners have become unresponsive, so we would like to proceed with eminent domain.
Who's the property owner?
This one, I don't remember. I don't have that with me right now.
Can you tell us how long the property owner's been non-responsive?
I would say 45 days following our process.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
At least 45 days.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it doesn't speak.
Oh, it's right there.
So the owners have been completely non-responsive.
Excuse me?
So the owners have been completely non-responsive.
Well, we did have meetings with them, discussions, but we just couldn't come to price and terms, so we need to proceed with also eminent domain, so.
I know some developers prefer to go to eminent domain.
Yeah.
Oh, we know. We know.
I don't know. I've been told that some that I thought we were wanted didn't actually want that.
I know which one you're thinking about. No. He's got one in mind.
Do I?
Yes, you do.
How far is the how far are we from the owner's idea of the value, percentage wise?
400%. We're way.
You say 400 or 100?
400.
400?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
4 times.
Mm-hmm.
That's a number.
That is a number.
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion?
No.
Motion passes 6-1 with Rogers dissenting.
I was afraid this was going to be an unusual meeting for me.
We found one you could be on your own. Brings us to item 7M, discuss and consider action regarding the provision of emergency medical services within the city to include A, the current agreement for ambulance and emergency medical services between the city and Bluebird Medical Enterprise LLC, DBA Allegiance Mobile Health. B, a proposed interlocal agreement between Travis County Emergency Services District Number 2 and the City for Emergency Medical Services. And C, proposed interlocal agreement between the County of Travis and the city authorizing grant funding for the provisions of emergency medical services. This is a council-initiated item. Any questions, comments, concerns about the information that's been provided?
I have questions. Unless there was a presentation or anything, I'm not presentation, but introduction by the people by council members.
Would the EMS subcommittee like to speak on this?
Sure. So I'll kick us off. So what we are looking at today is a potential switch in EMS providers away from Allegiance Mobile Health to move and enter into an agreement with ESD2, the Pflugerville Fire Department. Our county commissioners have generously also offered a $600,000 grant to get us started on this project. It is a one-time thing, but that does mean that at least for year one, this has no resident cost impact beyond what we're already paying. And I can talk about other reasons why I'm supportive of this change, but if there's questions, we can try to do that. Or we can just go down the dais if people want to say something.
I just wanted to clarify on this. As it's written, this means we are breaking our contract or ending our contract with Allegiance and entering into a contract with Travis County EMS.
That's correct. So Allegiance gets a 90-day notice period, at which point the ESD's contract would begin.
Well,
the ESD board has signed the agreement that our city attorney had finalized negotiations on a couple weeks ago, I guess it was, at the direction of our executive session legal consultation the last several months.
I have a contract question, like details.
Okay, I was just going to say for the sake of discussion, I'll go on ahead, Mayor, if you allow me, I'll make a motion to approve item 5M. If we get a second, then we can enter into discussion. 7M, I'm sorry. It's late.
Second.
There's specifically.
I have a script. Do you want to read it? Or I can.
Yeah, go ahead. I rescind my, well, I'll let Councilman Kaufman do it.
And thank you, staff, for providing this. Motion to provide 90-day notice of termination to Bluebird Medical Enterprises LLC, DBA Allegiance Mobile Health regarding its EMS contract with the city. Authorize the execution of the interlocal agreement between Travis County Emergency Services District Number 2 and the city for emergency medical services. And authorize execution of an interlocal agreement between the County of Travis and City of Pflugerville, authorizing grant funding for the provision of emergency medical services.
Second, and just reflects the language in here.
Almost the same.
So I have a motion and a second. Further discussion.
Yes. So in the beginning of the contract, it has some history about decisions in ESD 17, and I think it doesn't reflect the full history. It talks about the city council not voting to voting to exclude the voters from the initial ESD formation, but it is silent on the fact that there was actually a vote for annexation and it was voted down by the voters. So I think if we're going to include history, we should include all of it. So my second question is in attachment B1, where it talks about response times. There's terms called clock stopper and transport arrival that are not defined anywhere else in the contract. So I'm unsure as to what those exactly mean. And so I think we need some clarification on what that is. And then I'm interpreting what it might mean based on some description in there. And so clock stopper seems to me like the first unit, which could be a fire truck, that gets there and stops the clock, because the second term, transport arrival, then refers to ambulances. And so my concern with that is that clock stopper is, I'm just going to round it and say 9 minutes for priority 1, and transport arrival is 11 minutes. So I need clarification of whether this is saying the standard for when an ambulance is set to arrive is 11 minutes, because it's my understanding that our current contract is 8. So if that is the true definition of that, which is unclear, we're talking about a 3-minute slower response time that we're holding our provider accountable. So I don't know if there's any clarity
I think what's maybe missing in your interpretation, just in my opinion, is that I think that the clock stopper still means that there is a clinician assisting the patient, right?
Is that an EMT or a paramedic?
So my suggestion, we have someone in the back who may be able to answer that question.
However, we
Wonder
do
about
need
that.
it legally in our contract.
Yeah, but the only way we're going to be able to get anything legally
Yeah.
or anything consequent is to actually have somebody who can answer that question in the first place.
Chief, would you mind coming up?
Because then we can add it to the agreement.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. So I heard two questions, or I heard.
Could you define clock stopper?
Yeah, clock stopper is a standard language term in Travis County public EMS contracts, and it refers to the arrival of any credentialed provider, an EMT or higher provider that can begin providing life-saving interventions. Now, to be clear, in other contracts where it is truly a game of manipulating response times, we don't do that. We track our times regardless. We don't exempt times. We don't put in comment notes that we're not counting this because of traffic. We do it because of the life-saving intervention aspect. So what that means is once we get one of our providers there, we're beginning life-saving interventions because we have a lot of fleet of vehicles with trained providers. All of our firefighters are at least an EMT or higher.
So
What percentage of your firefighters are paramedics these days?
I employ 65 firefighters currently, or paramedic firefighters.
65. Out of how many?
240.
So just over a quarter.
I think it's 27%.
Is that correct?
I think it's almost 30. Yeah.
Between
That's
25 and 30%.
27%.
Hey, thank you for that, Chief.
So, but just to follow up on that language, so I have clarity. The clock stopper is not a paramedic, does not have to be a paramedic.
No, doesn't have to be, but in most cases it will be.
Why would that be the case if only a quarter of your staff are paramedics?
Because the way we staff, we have firefighter paramedics on the ambulance, but we at least staff two paramedics per station that has an ambulance. So when there's a paramedic on the ambulance, there's another paramedic that's typically on the first response unit. Now, depending on the staffing of the day, we have military deployment, we have sick leave, we have injury, that can be impacted, and that's why we say sometimes it can be an EMT. But we do have paramedics riding on our first response vehicles regularly.
So that's a significant increase in the number of paramedics that you've had on staff in the last 5 years.
Yes, sir.
How many paramedics did you have on staff 5 years ago? Do you recall?
I wouldn't have that number off the top of my head, but we have added to our paramedic capabilities each year, and we continue to do so as we run an in-house paramedic academy.
And so then transport arrival is, what's the definition?
That's an arrival of an ambulance.
So I have a question for staff and follow up about what is our current agreement for priority one response for a paramedic does it require a paramedic to arrive? I don't know who on our staff.
It specifies that.
He said he doesn't think it specifies it.
I'm checking on that, Brittany.
So our current provider is not required to have a paramedic in the ambulance?
No, they are.
No, they are. The question I think is
care, right, from Allegiance.
So like when,
well, hold on. I think the question is you're speaking about the time that the clock stops for the current provider.
yeah, when our current provider arrives, is there a paramedic?
Well, that's not necessarily the statistic because the current provider's clock could stop at arrival of a other first response unit, not necessarily their unit. Is that accurate?
No, they're delivering their response times to you. But I will point out to you that they exempt responses regularly. So,
What does that mean, Chief?
so if I have a response time that takes over 10 minutes and my target is 8 minutes and there was traffic, your contract that you have with your provider, which is standard in the for-profit EMS game, I get to exempt that. I don't count that. And so if we want to get really, really neck deep into the response time conversation, it's a much longer conversation. And what the data will tell us is the number that you think is the time is probably not the time.
Well, and I'll remind council that nearly 50% of the months in 2025, they did not hit their target. Sometimes just barely, but other times pretty significantly.
However, the analysis of the data over a full year shows that they were 3 calls away from meeting an 8-minute response time for priority 1.
You also don't have to include level 0 or out of district responses in that time. So like on Friday, your provider ran out of ambulances. We had to respond with 2 of our ambulances, one of those being a cardiac arrest, which we did get ROSC on. That time doesn't count.
So do we have staff that oversee our current emergency medical services that can speak to our current contract and our current service?
About what?
We're looking up that question about paramedics right now.
Oh, okay. Well, there was also a question about what's the definition of response time and when it how you measure it. So
I mean, I don't remember off the top of my head. It is in the contract that we've all had copies of for a while now.
Yeah, we've discussed it at
so
length
my
on the
understanding
dice.
and reading of the contract was that it was from the time of initial dispatch until the first appropriate unit marks arrival on scene.
Right.
So I want to know from our staff, about what our provider, like how it's being measured.
What first appropriate provider?
and well, I guess you're getting that answer on whether that includes a paramedic.
Yeah, I was about to say, doesn't that go back to the original question?
I mean, I'm pretty
Well,
sure,
but there's
again,
also
they can
some
speak, but I don't.
discussions about one provider saying how another provider is measuring their response time. So I think it would be most appropriate if we're talking about our current provider that we would actually have our current provider here to answer questions about how.
They are.
They are
Oh,
here.
okay. They haven't been introduced. I don't know.
Neither were they. Neither were the CSD introduced.
Okay.
So we asked them to step up.
So I think we have to be careful. I want to.
I think a lot of this data has already been given to us.
Not about someone else's.
And we're regurgitating this argument the discussion we've had, and we've had this data before, Melody. We've talked about it, it's been given to us, and we've discussed it at length, and now you want to stall and hold everybody up for the sake of an argument. Let's just vote.
There's things in the contract that are concerning, and
What else is in the
Well, then
contract?
speak to the contract.
First of all, this contract was not ready at the time that the agenda was posted, so this is new information.
We reviewed it.
Well, that's what I
went
asked,
through our
why it wasn't
attorney.
included in the agenda packet, and that was the answer I was provided.
That's right.
So,
There were minor changes.
okay.
So de minimis. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to wait until the final contract is there after all negotiations before. I mean, it's a final review.
Well, I mean, but let's be clear.
We haven't talked about any of this in open session.
We have.
And no,
You
we have
weren't
not.
on the dais at the time, but we've talked about all of this
I know.
stuff.
Well, this is a separate discussion, and there were specific limitations.
Please
okay.
proceed with your specific
All right.
questions.
Well,
They do have paramedics. Allegiance does.
Oh, of course.
I'm sorry. What?
The answer is yes to your paramedic question.
There's a paramedic on every ambulance.
Yeah.
Okay. So
every one of their units is.
So the time the response time that we are receiving in our reports that is recorded means that a paramedic has arrived by that time.
Unless the time is exempt.
Yeah, their unit has arrived, and they've stated that they have a paramedic on every unit.
Okay. So a current provider.
Is the response time a measurement of their arrival or first? I just heard first appropriate unit.
Yeah.
Well, in the case of Allegiance's contract, we have 4 MICU ambulances, and by definition in the contract anyway, a MICU requires at least 1 paramedic.
No, I'm
right?
asking if the response time is their unit or I just
Oh,
heard
yeah,
first
yeah.
available,
Yeah.
first appropriate provider. I heard first appropriate provider.
I mean,
Isn't that what you said in the contract?
Well,
way
that was
it's
what
defined, it's
that's what
them.
I'm reading.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that was, yeah.
Are you saying, do they get credit if ESD2 gets their
Yeah.
first?
That's-
Or anyone
Well,
else, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that, what?
They're tracking
No,
their own
they-
time.
yeah.
Allegiance is tracking their own
It's
time.
completely separate.
Okay.
Separate numbers.
So there were comments that were made, and I'm trying to follow up and get the actual data
Go ahead.
about this. So our contract currently says priority one, we have a MIC unit ambulance arrive by 8 minutes. And the provider B that we're considering, their ambulance arrival requirement for priority one is not until 11 minutes. So, which was not originally the discussion that had been presented in the past, that it was the 9 minutes. But the 9 minutes is not an ambulance, it's 11 minutes. So we are talking about 3 minutes. And I wanted to be clear because the terms were not defined.
Oh, wait.
So the specifically, and I'm just looking at the table that our city attorney provided to us a month or two ago that that outlines the deal terms. So specifically in the ESD2 contract, they are committing to 3 MICU plus 3 MICU capable at any given time, which basically means effectively 3 ambulances with a paramedic on it, plus at least 3 other units. And my understanding in here as well is that if there is not a paramedic on, for example, a fire apparatus, one is dispatched at the same time to meet the apparatus. Is that
right?
Can you repeat that one more time?
If there is not a paramedic on a P1 call that a fire apparatus is going to, that you're still dispatching a paramedic to a high acuity call in parallel.
Yeah, so the way we operate now in the area where we provide ambulance coverage, there's a paramedic will be on that scene.
Yeah.
And so if we were to cover the city,
So either
we
way,
would be
there is
doing
a
the same
paramedic.
thing. And those are minimum ambulances. So our deployment plan is we would have 6 ALS units with probably 2 BLS. So that's where you see the MICU capable term. So it'll be more like 8 ambulances.
Yeah. So I guess to more directly, there is always a paramedic that's going to show up to a medical call.
On these calls.
So is the clock stopper when a paramedic arrives?
No, the clock stopper is when a first response unit arrives. Which for many of our responses has a paramedic.
And
but
that's
not
what it is.
always.
I was going to say, you guys.
But it has to be at least an EMT.
Yeah, credential provider begins.
'Cause every
So the whole,
firefighter
again, for us, this is back to a life-saving intervention. We're not playing the smoke and mirror time game. It is, the purpose is we're getting a provider there who can begin providing emergency medical care.
Consequently, why it's at minimum an EMT.
Right.
Right. If you think about staffing on a fire apparatus, you've got 3 EMTs basically, right?
EMTs?
Professional firefighters, yes.
Okay. Okay, but just to be clear, priority one, our contract is going from 8 minutes, and this proposal is going to 11 minutes for an ambulance to arrive. Is that everyone's understanding?
That's not I don't think that's the way the contract is written, right? A P1
Well,
response.
that's what it says in attachment B1. Transport arrival, priority one, 11 minutes. So, I mean, we haven't even had a presentation of any,
Oh my
you know,
God.
as, you know,
We've had so
publicly.
many presentations, Melody. Just
We-
because you were not on the dais does not mean that we have
This
not
is a
discussed
different
this in length. This is
contract
borderline
is
ridiculous.
not the contract we've had before, Caesar, so.
We've discussed it
let's
in the
go
back,
over it.
what, 3 or 4 times?
We have discussed variety of different
No, this is a
things
stall
and a variety
tactic.
of
Let's
different
hold off until the
proposals.
next meeting so that we can get more information. This is nothing more than that.
The city attorney took all of our feedback on the agreement, negotiated with the ESD, came back with a finalized agreement that's been shared with all of us.
Because you would never want to go ahead and, when you have a legal negotiation, to do that on the dice.
Yeah.
And what we got was not what we instructed him to go get.
We instructed them to go negotiate.
Yeah.
Right.
There was no
We
discussion
may
about-
not have gotten to every single term that we had requested, but that's the direction to negotiate.
I do not recall any discussion saying that an ambulance would, the expectation would be an ambulance is not required to arrive until 11 minutes for priority
Councilman
one.
Rogers has brought
never-
that number up many times.
No, it was, priority one was listed as 9 minutes. And that is not what this contract actually says.
So maybe I need to ask the question a different way. So and better understand. It's also like 12:30 at night. So your concern is that an ambulance isn't on site in that time period, a box for a better lack of term, as compared to what we're saying is that at minimum there's going to be an EMT as a clock stopper ranging at that time at 9 o'clock to be able to start those services being rendered. Like my concern, given, and I think I think you did the rights too. Me being an old commissioner, me going on rides, me explicitly seeing them on the field and what they're doing, my concern is to make sure we actually have somebody there who can actually begin the life-saving process, not necessarily the box itself with that. I think that, I understand, let's be clear, I understand where you're coming from in that, but that was the concern, and that's what when Chief articulated that and articulated, who would actually ALS services, everything else would go from that, based on, about a third of their, 27% of their population be able to render that. That was my biggest concern. I've seen firsthand over and over again, and this is where you hear me get a little more passionate about it, because I feel like, and I get where Caesar's coming from, I feel like it's taken so long to get to this point. I have had concerns, literally being out there in the field and literally seeing the services being rendered and being surprised, concerned about how things are being rendered and working for that. I mean, I think God bless both our current provider and ESD number 2, because in the field they have worked together. But but in my experience, what I've seen is that there is, the preparation, the instruments, the actually skill sets that are applicable there. I've seen the ESD lead those over there while our current provider defer to that. That's my concern from that as well. I understand completely when you're saying, wait a minute, are we going to have more people get injured, possibly die because of what's happening with those services being rendered with ESD is an inferior product? I will tell you, at least in my experience, and this is why I feel comfortable with this vote, is that it's absolutely not an inferior product. I get it. I completely understand what the contract's saying, your concerns with the terms, and I'm working from that aspect. For me, for what I see, is that we're dealing with a partner who does an excellent job. I think we've said it time and time again. That's never been the issue about where the excellence, the level, the expertise has always been there with that as well. And having a partner like that, that's what I feel comfortable with moving forward. Like I said, I understand where you're coming from, and that's why I said I think we're two ships passing in the night when we're talking about specific terms as opposed to services being rendered.
Yeah, and you're getting me fired up, Rudy, because I think that so much of this conversation, it comes down to what do our residents deserve in terms of care. And from the data that comes to us every single month from Allegiance, when they self-report, we're seeing them having over an hour in some months where they have 0 ambulances available. Can you imagine calling 911 and our ambulance provider saying they can't respond for an hour?
That happens with all providers.
But most providers have a backup system with written ILAs. Your provider does not.
So that was my next.
We respond because we care about the residents.
True or false? Every provider will have a certain percentage of time when they have 0 ambulances available.
So ESD too, they will have level 0 as well. I'll tell you what a big difference is. And when I was going through a lot of this stuff, including in both of these contracts, Allegiance in their contract with the city is required to have agreements for mutual aid and auto aid. They have none of those other than a verbal handshake deal with Austin Travis County EMS. So if they're calling Austin Travis County EMS to come help when they don't have an ambulance available for an hour, the nearest ATC EMS station is 15 minutes outside of Pflugerville. And that's assuming the ambulance is even at there. Now, I'm not saying these guys wouldn't show up or Round Rock wouldn't show up, right? Obviously, people are going to work together. But contractually, Allegiance is supposed to have these agreements, and they don't. And the one that they have is a handshake with a provider that's not even close by.
Who calls
I haven't
us?
seen that in the contract.
Who calls us when they can't
It's in
respond?
Allegiance's contract.
And I was about to say, and I can tell you personally, I feel comfortable saying this public. I received a call a couple years ago that there was concern with our provider because they did not have the ambulance, a box for like a term available, ESD number 2 had to call and cover for it and bring to one of our hospital systems. And they literally asked me, what's going on here? Because why don't they have an ILA? Why did we have to work coordinate? I don't even know how they even got on the 911 calls to. You tell us, Chief.
Well, we have relationships with ER staff, and they call and say, I need help, please help. And again, you call us for help, we're going to come.
Yeah.
But the responsible and professional thing to do is you have ILAs for this, and you don't have that right now.
And they were,
Chief, who do you have ILAs with?
We have an ILA with Austin EMS. We currently have an ILA with Georgetown Fire Department, ESD1, Williamson County EMS.
Thank you.
All the public providers in the area.
and they were concerned. They were like, what are y'all doing? Y'all need to enforce this. I thought we got this in place with our previous folks, but
Yeah, and I think I just keep going back to what do our residents expect? And they expect someone who is highly trained, that's going to arrive in a reasonable amount of time, it's going to save their life, going to transport them if they need to. And Chief just mentioned, right, there was a pediatric cardiac arrest call on Friday where Allegiance didn't have any ambulances available. They called the ESD, they showed up, and took the kid to the hospital alive.
Well, they called Austin EMS, who was responding from inside the city of Austin, and our units were much closer and went.
So it had to bounce around. And that's exactly the type of thing that I think is completely unacceptable for our residents, right? We should have a provider that's going to be there, that's going to show up, and that's going to be trained and have the equipment. And I Rudy, like you said, I've heard many stories of Allegiance not having the right equipment on the box for who knows what reason, right? Really in our monthly report a few months ago, I'll remind council as well, that Allegiance's medical director requested through us that the ESD train their paramedics on cardiac arrest calls.
Because they deferred to them already. I mean, I think I can say that publicly.
Yeah.
Well, don't forget how many times the defibrillator was misused.
Yeah. There's some
and paramedics got shot.
Yeah. In the reports that Allegiance provides us, this isn't anything that's not public record.
Yeah.
Those are really serious quality concerns, in my opinion. And I think that what we are buying.
Have these concerns been communicated through the relevant staff person?
The proper challenge.
Staff
meets with the provider, right? We have our emergency services director.
And this contractual failure was communicated by our supervisor and nothing happened, or was not communicated by our supervisor? We do have a director of emergency services.
I don't want to speak for staff, but I recall when we were talking about these contracts and the legal issues, I recall the previous city manager saying that we have not written up Allegiance for contractual issues, or they've had reasons that staff accepted. Am I characterizing that right?
I do remember.
Kaipo's new to the role, but I do know Joe had those conversations ongoing. They're also given an opportunity to kind of explain the unique nature of the situation and why they didn't meet or whatever. But ultimately, we didn't exercise that right. What are you going to do? So we didn't have another provider lined up, right? So there's only so much you can do.
All right. Melody, do you have more questions?
So in the agreement, the proposed agreement, there's numeric standards for priority 1 and priority 2. And it said priority 3 to 5 are tracked, but there's no stated target. So I want to know what is the target for priorities 3 through 5, and if that can be included in the contract.
So these targets are what we see in the Austin EMS contracts and all the contracts in Travis County. You don't see targets for priority 3, 4, and 5. These are low acuity calls that still need an ambulance, but time is not a factor in the outcome, right? And so what that means is on a priority 3, 4, or 5 call, many times we're driving code 1, so we're not driving lights and sirens. Many times we may not even respond. It may get deferred to a PA through the county C4 program, or even a telehealth provider. And then the other thing that can happen is we could be responding to that call and then get reassigned to a higher acuity call, like a priority 1 or 2, which would further negate that time. So tracking those times, we absolutely do track those times, but to look at them as, response time targets, you would be investing a lot more money than you would gain in health outcomes.
So another contract item was our current provider, the contract termination for convenience is 90 days. And in this proposed contract, it's 180 days. So from the viewpoint of the city, why is it desirable to have double the time for termination for convenience?
I can speak on this. It's a two-way termination right, so it also protects us. You can see how long we've been negotiating this contract, so it provides us a 6-month runway as well so that we can terminate for convenience. We don't want the rug to get pulled out from under us and end up with a situation where we have a lapse in coverage.
So I've heard a lot of feedback in about individual situations that may have been told, specifically to you. But to the point, that Councilman Rogers was saying, there's a lot of discussion about something, but I'm not seeing a lot of data about when these issues happen. How is staff overseeing this? How is staff reporting it to us? Have these been investigated? Are these issues? I mean, we're hearing from a certain point of view, but not from the company that's handling it. So my concern is that there's a lack of data to give us an understanding of the issues that happen with our current provider and any issues that happen with our proposed provider. So, we don't have those reports. We don't know because every provider is going to have issues. No one is perfect. And so I think you can't compare apples to apples when you're not looking at the same things from both.
So I want to correct something there in that Allegiance is required by contract, and they do report when incidents happen. So it's in the report that council receives every month, and then every quarter, and then in the annual report. So we are getting those. The other thing I'll mention, and I hate to bring this back up again after a few years, Allegiance has had more than one death that's been attributed to their own quality of care in Pflugerville, right? There was one in, was it 23? And then there's another one this last year. So, and on the other hand, I have not seen or heard of any reports of the ESD being in litigation related to a death that was adjudicated to be
They have sovereign immunity.
Well, the other thing is, so I've read those reports, and I guess I don't recall seeing anything that rises to that level. So I don't know if I missed something or if the reports and staff are not having it highlighted to the degree of saying this is something that we should be concerned about. So I'm confused. I'm confused about the staff's communication with us about problems. So like mentioning certain things here or there where, this is the kind of information that should be coming from our staff who we pay to oversee these services and raising issues to us. And so the fact that they have not raised them, that there's been reports, but then nothing has been discussed or raised to the level. So I'm not sure what to
Mr. Mayor,
I
I would like to ask that we go to executive session and consult with legal counsel regarding this item.
I don't know what else there is to discuss. I mean, we have a proposed contract.
And we've got a publicly posted contract.
Was it publicly posted? It's not on it wasn't on the.
How about we just?
There are a number of possible liability issues that we raised.
Just another stall tactic.
Let's just have this.
It's another stall.
That's why I made a point. Tell her.
Time is 12:53. We've returned from executive session. No action was taken. Council, we've got a motion and a second on the floor.
Call the question.
Do we have any further discussion?
Yes. So I will reiterate my desire to have more clarity in the contract for the definition of in attachment B1. So before we vote, so I cannot support an EMS contract that does not meet the City Council's established expectation of an 8-minute response time for priority 1 calls at the 90th percentile. That standard reflects the level of emergency response our community expects, and it should remain the benchmark when evaluating any future service agreement. Financial stewardship is equally important. We have a responsibility to ensure taxpayers receive the best possible value for every dollar spent. This proposal has a first-year net cost of approximately $1.3 million because of a one-time $600,000 grant. Beginning in the second year, however, the city's annual cost would increase to approximately $1.95 million and continue escalating by 2.5% each year. Over the 4 years covered by our current contract, that proposal would cost taxpayers approximately $2.1 million more. To put that in perspective, the additional annual cost beginning in the second year, approximately $650,000, is roughly equivalent to funding 6 police department positions, another critical public safety investment. At the same time, the proposed contractual performance standards are lower than expectations established by council. While the proposal references a 9-minute clock stopper response, that measurement is typically satisfied by first arriving responder, which may or may not include a paramedic. The service this contract is purchasing is ambulance transport and paramedic services, yet the ambulance arrival standard is 11 minutes for priority 1 calls. I do not believe taxpayers should pay substantially more for less. The city is also preparing for significant increases in operating costs as several new facilities come online this year and next year. Every recurring expenditure we approve affects future budgets and may limit our ability to fund employee compensation, retain necessary positions, maintain infrastructure, and provide other essential city services. Public safety will always be one of our highest priorities. Responsible financial stewardship is not contrary to public safety, it is how we preserve and strengthen public safety over the long term. We owe it to our residents to insist on strong emergency response standards and the best value for our tax dollars. We can and should expect both.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I'd like to say a few words as well.
Certainly, Jonathan.
I think we've talked a lot this evening about deficiencies in one provider or the other. I want to actually talk very briefly about what we are buying, where those dollars are going. I don't think it's a mystery what the Pflugerville Fire Department does differently, right? And that's not free, right? Every firefighter is a certified EMT. Care begins the moment any unit arrives, regardless. Doesn't have to be an ambulance. Oftentimes it will be. There's a field supervisor on every call. So talking about oversight and what's going to be required of the city to make sure that we're delivering the quality care and experience that our residents deserve and expect is partially covered by that. For high acuity calls, a second supervisor is going to be on the way as well. All of the paramedics wear body cameras, so there's no debating whether or not an incident or anything positive or negative happened, right? That would be in the public record. This contract gets us 6 ambulances, and if a paramedic isn't the one that's dispatched to you, there's going to be one there shortly. And I think that, Councilmember Ryan was talking about the discrepancy in P1 response times. I don't think the response time matters if the person and the unit that arrives isn't trained to save your life or is missing equipment. And that's not a reflection of any individual person that's working for our current provider. That's more systemic in my mind because it has happened over and over again. And I do recognize that our budget is tight. And I'm very glad that our county commissioners is willing to help us out on year 1. And I think it behooves us to continue that conversation because EMS service across Travis County is going to continue to be a topic. There's a major study underway right now that's going to help to define the future of how all cities participate in EMS And quite frankly, $600,000 a year for a public entity that our residents have known and trusted for many years now, taking over this work, I think is the right move. And quite frankly, if you want to break down the additional cost of this, we were just making fun of this earlier, but I'll say on a monthly basis, it's $2 per household per month to get the ESD as opposed to Allegiance. I'm very willing to pay $2 a month to make sure that quality care is going to be at my doorstep when I call, right? All the numbers, all the response times in the world, and all the budget items in the world don't matter when it's you or your loved ones that need help. And that's really why I've been so diligent in going through all of the records, quite frankly, with both providers, trying to understand and wrap my head around as much as possible. And I just can't come to any other conclusion other than this is the right decision for our community and for our residents.
David, do you have anything to say?
Well, I did want to follow up. Our property taxes and sales tax that we do pay to Travis County ESD2 does pay for the medical response on the fire truck. So that is the response and the service that they are already providing to our citizens through another taxing mechanism. So that's already occurring and shouldn't be part of this contract. It's what we already pay for through that separate mechanism.
I don't want to start a debate, but I think one of the fantastic things about using a public entity is that they have a board, and that board is accountable to elected officials that we all have the opportunity to vote for. And so if we don't like something, we and all residents of Pflugerville have a mechanism to do that.
Let me say a couple of things. I was going to let this slide, but first of all, the idea that the citizens of Pflugerville can meaningfully affect the composition of the county commission is not a serious idea.
It's democracy, man.
Secondly, there is the question of money. And this was originally raised by the ESD 6 years ago. And when they came to this council and said, my goodness, we're going to be out of money any day now. We need you to pay us $2.7 million every year right away to continue doing what we've been doing for years, because otherwise we're going to be bankrupt by 2024. Well, I looked at their online budget reporting. Not only were they not bankrupt at the end of 2024, they had a balance of $54 million. Now, about half, maybe more than half, of the total revenue that ESD2 receives comes from residents of Pflugerville. They're getting more than enough money from the residents of Pflugerville to provide this service. But they quit in 2021 and left us scrambling to find somebody else. We did. We were not happy for a variety of reasons with the first provider, and there's some dissatisfaction with the current provider. But the contract that we signed with our current provider and with our previous provider is substantially more stringent than what we are offering now. Now, council's going to do what it's going to do, but it's easy to beat standards when you lower the standards. And that's what we're doing by going from an 8-minute response time to an 11-minute response time. I think it's irresponsible, and subjective feelings about care without data to back it up is not an excuse for ignoring the data. My son is a paramedic as many of you know, at the Travis County ESD. So I have a lot of respect for Travis County ESD paramedics. I think they do good work. I think this contract is a bad deal. We're paying too much and we're getting too little. And we're paying people who are swimming in our taxpayers' money to do the job they quit doing on their own. So I'm going to be voting against this contract, and that's why.
There's the ESD commissioner for a long time. He's famous for ending the promotions and the congratulations of new firefighters, EMS, our ALS folks, by saying that when you press 9 in an emergency, you want to make sure that those firefighters, that ambulance is out the door. When you press 1, you want to make sure that they're a mile down the road. And when you press the last one, that they're at your house. And you can never put a price on the service and the quality that's being done when it happens in a crisis. I completely understand, and I want to make sure I'm clear with that, where your perspectives, both of your perspectives are on this. I'm not saying that they're valid or equipped or anything like that as well. From my perspective, knowing these folks, knowing these entities, knowing just like you said, as you pointed out with your son, we created a program where our own are being created and provided from this. And how they feel and how they've served this community, even in times when we have gone back and forth, Hatfields and McCoys, Tupac and Biggie on this issue. Even at times when they aren't being paid, they're not being services to actually go ahead and pick up the slack on things. Even at times when things are during a crisis, Winter Storm Uri or anything else right there as well, they've been there for that. I feel this is the right decision at the right time for that. I'm not telling you it's an easy decision, and I'm not saying that the fiscal constraints look at things are easy to that, but I believe that for our community at this moment in time, and from what we hear from our citizens, this is the right decision on that. There you go. Call the question, man.
Okay.
It's in front of you.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that this has not been an easy decision, and serving my second term, actually, when I came in, this has been a very hot topic right from the very beginning. While we're only getting this gift from Travis County for 1 year, of course, I'm concerned about the cost, but I'm not here for me. I'm here for the citizens. And when I have conversations with them and I ask them what they want, this is what they want. And I'm going to move forward in that direction. I have concerns like everyone else because I live here as well as far as the cost is concerned. But this is what the people I have spoken to, the majority of them want. And so while I'm going to be saying yes for that reason for my citizens, I have some reserves as well.
Well, Mayor, I'll just say that, I think I'm the last one after you, Mayor, but this has been a long time coming.
Yeah.
Councilman Rogers and I came on, and we were hit with this right off the bat. I know Councilwoman Terry and you, Mayor, came in, and you've been dealing with this for a long time. When I campaigned, my number one priority was public safety. And saying that, I got to tip my hat to anybody and everybody who has stepped up as a first responder and taken that job, because it's not easy. It's not easy holding somebody and trying to save their life, and I know what that feels like. And these people do it every day. But at the end of the day, I made a promise to public safety, on public safety. People can get mad at me and they can say, well, he turned his back on fiscal conservative responsibility, being fiscally conservative and everything else. But at the end of the day, it's about public safety. It's about ensuring that the people get the best. Now, we're all entitled to our opinion. Councilman Rogers and I don't agree on that. But that's okay. That's democracy. And that's what we're here for. But I will not trade the safety of our citizens because of money. And we can debate all that around, but that is my opinion. I will stand by it. I want to thank you all for everything you do. and I'm ready to vote. After you, Mayor.
Oh, I've got nothing else to add. It's already after 1 a.m. I guess what I can add is that it feels like it's been a very long time because it was about a year ago that Rudy and I secured the commitment from the county for the subsidy to ensure that the cost was the same as what our current provider is.
That's why we had to make sure it was in this fiscal year too.
It's legitimately been a year that we got the county to come on board, and it's taken that long to ensure that we've got the quality and consistent service going forward. So
absolutely.
And I do appreciate y'all allowing me to jump in and help.
Thank you for taking the baton.
I fired myself from that, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes,
Just to clarify, I appreciate all of the work our current provider as well as ESD2 does for our community. This is about the contract terms, and so that's what my vote is.
I don't know. I think they don't think you appreciate them. So go. You're fine. You're fine.
They know.
They know. They know. Come on.
They know who's full of it.
All right.
They know your address.
Motion passes 5-2 with Rogers and Ryan dissenting. That brings us to item 7N, discuss and consider action to approve a resolution consenting to continuing and renewing the mayor's disaster declaration issued on March 4th, 2026, imminent public water supply failure. I'm going to defer to James and ask why I still need this.
From my perspective, we're not out of the woods until we're not dependent on the bypass anymore, and that's not going to be out of the ground until first week of August. So the critical path is getting the 42-inch line operational. Once that happens, the 30-inch, it's fine. Like, we can pass so much water through the 42-inch, but right now, all of our water is running through a 24-inch pipe that's dangling over a creek. And until we're not dependent on that, I'd suggest having this in place just in case. You don't have to do it, but
So can we look what we did last time? Did we say we gave a specific date? Is that what we gave last time?
Tomorrow.
Yeah. I hope it didn't expire at midnight.
No, it'll probably be at 11:59 on July 15th.
Oh, okay.
So
I had a question. If this declaration expires and conditions worsen next week, can the mayor immediately issue a new disaster declaration?
Sure.
And then do we lose specific powers or funding by allowing it to expire?
I'd say I'd rather not be scrambling to put together a declaration.
That's a good question.
If it hit the fan, so to speak.
yeah, I don't know.
We could do that.
I guess that's what I'm curious, like, what do we miss out on? Because, like, okay, something happens, pump stops, we go back to stage 3, which not necessarily, I don't think, requires an emergency declaration. So I genuinely curious, like, what is it that we lose out on if we allow it to
Is
expire?
Charlie still here? No, Charlie's gone. Charlie should have been gone because because my thought is this is that
I can.
do you know?
Yeah, I can speak to this a bit. So we do lose some disaster powers in this event. We lose emergency movement and area control, so losing authority to control ingress and egress into affected areas, evacuation authority, so the mayor won't have the power to order evacuations of all or part of the population, activation of emergency plans, so local emergency plans would be deactivated, limiting coordinated citywide emergency response, emergency procurement flexibility, so they would lose access to emergency purchasing, exemptions, access to state and federal disaster assistance.
So my question is this: is that okay? So we know that when you do that, you lose it. Now, the ramping up to restart it—that's the question. Because I know that for some things it takes. Because if I were an attorney looking at this, I'd say, well, those are two different requests. So therefore, I'm not obligated to just automatically continue on what was the previous request. You have to initiate another request to get those services ramped back up. In your experience, do you know if that's true or not?
Can I have Capo address it real quick?
Okay, there we go.
We have
a professional that does this.
So you can just restart. Essentially, you would just take the same verbiage, change the date, and you would continue on the process. As far as funds, when it comes to TDM, what we discovered when we asked for water trucks was, according to TDM, until we've really exhausted all of our resources here, they're really not a resource that we can kind of tap into.
That's hilarious.
Merry
So
Christmas.
only when you're at the bottom.
They're the
Yeah,
last
yeah.
resort.
Well, that was my last question is like, do we have emergency procurement contracts or state assistance that we would lose or that would be affected if the declaration expired?
Ultimately, no, because if the mayor decides we're going to redo this thing, we're going to say, hey, this thing still happened, we need to, then I would just put in a start request on the TICA's website, and then we would just start the process again.
I guess
Doesn't
maybe
really necessarily
I
slow
live by
anything down.
examples. So, did we have to use emergency procurement powers for the membranes? Because I know we just approved the contract now, but obviously the order was
Yeah.
placed before, right? Because it's
Did we?
like, if something like that were to happen again, are we covered or not covered?
That's where I get on. I mean, that was one where we kind of like looked around and like had head nods, right? And we we acted, right? I would prefer to have something like this in place.
Yeah.
But
But,
can
I
we make
mean-
it work without it? Sure.
But we didn't actually invoke this.
I mean, it's hard to say when I got a call and said, hey, we need it's gonna cost extra for air freight. Can we move forward with that? I was able to say yes.
So my
But that
I'm
is,
so
is
sorry.
that
We
actually related
anticipated
to?
that. I mean, that in fact was the argument for extending it the last time, was you needed to have emergency powers in order to deal with this membrane issue, so that you could do things while we were on our extended hiatus. I'm not aware of any similar upcoming events.
So why don't we go ahead and let it expire then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. I mean, we're back here in 2 weeks.
Boy,
Yeah.
I hope.
Well, the mayor can just call it if there's an emergency that he calls it, and then we vote on it the next time, right?
I just want to make sure I point out to y'all that we are still under the governor's COVID disaster declaration.
Are you serious?
Which is also about.
Well, we shouldn't be.
There is that.
Well, I mean, if
Wait
you
for an expiration date on there.
All right. Are we
Hold on.
decided?
I don't understand the whole water thing, and you've done a great job, but I was curious, why are we rushing this? I do know I've seen some pictures here that show kind of a Band-Aid out there and some water with some bricks tied around with some string. And so why are we rushing? Is it necessary to rush this for 2 more weeks? I want to water my grass too. I bought some water crystals to help save. So I want to water too. But I'm just curious.
So
What's the downside of waiting?
So my preference would be, but I don't know if we have hearing everyone else in council, is to extend this until, would you say, James, August 1st?
August 15th.
August 15th.
Oh, you didn't say all that.
Just extending it a month.
First, you said the first.
Are we talking about extending
First week we'd
the
have to
emergency
repair it.
powers? Are we
Yeah.
talking about extending the?
It doesn't bother me.
The
think
stage
The water
1.2.
The emergency powers, just in case.
But those are two separate.
I mean, staff can do.
The emergency was that the water was going to be below the intake at the lake. Our lake is full. That was the emergency, was the level of the lake. So our lake is full.
I just think.
I mean, I don't like it that we're still
I
on
know.
bypass.
I
but-
guess I just worry about anything that happens with that, and then just like you said, if he gets a call, and then I mean,
you can just declare, right?
If you say so. Yeah.
I mean, if there's another emergency,
And then I
Then
believe
you-
I have 7 days to get it ratified.
okay.
so we
Say
call
that
it
again,
Yeah.
Mayor?
Emergency meeting.
What did you say? Say that again? You have to, if there is an emergency, you what?
7
I have
days.
7 days to
ratified.
get my.
Can
by
he say
us.
it? Two people talking.
Yeah.
Rudy.
Oh.
Come on. I'm as deaf as David. Come on.
Oh, really?
I can't hear when 2-3 people are talking. Come on. Say that again, Mayor.
I'd have 7 days to get my disaster declaration ratified by the council.
Okay. Are we willing to risk that?
I'm just
I don't-
surprised you said you're as deaf as David.
Don't we have a lunch and learn?
I mean, my concern
He
is, I mean,
knows.
can we call? I guess 2 people can call an emergency meeting, or is,
That's fine.
Or I can, no, I already said let it
Sounds like-
expire.
Yeah.
okay?
Are we deciding? Let's move on.
He said it.
It's
I'll
1:18.
make it work.
All right, item 7O was covered during the work session. 7P is a discussion
no.
regarding fiscal year 27 budget preparations and budget assumptions for the Water and Wastewater Fund, Water and
just give this to
Wastewater
Bobby?
Rates, Monarch
I'll go
Fund,
home.
Is there a
Solid Waste Fund, master fee schedule changes.
This will be done by 2:30.
Good
You're
evening.
like, I'm
Oh
supposed to be in
no,
the
we're gonna talk
session.
real fast. My contacts are they're not working anymore at this point. Tracy Waldron, Finance Director for the record. So we are.
Somebody text me. Who the heck texts me at this time?
There's
Got
nothing
6 items on the
here.
consent agenda.
Oh, okay, okay. We're gonna make this work. So
It's got the wrong date on it.
I did have a summary on our water and wastewater fund. Let me just go over. That's right. Yeah, we'll hold on that. So, yeah, it's fine. I'll just start talking. The budget assumptions for the water and wastewater fund, 6 positions were moved to the general fund. We kind of talked about that when we covered the general fund. And there were 4 unfunded positions. Increase in cost allocation due to the reclass of positions. So you're going to see a change in that cost allocation number. Annual 3% increase in base compensation, increased employee health coverage is 8%, same as we talked about in the general fund. We do have additional costs built into this budget for the new plants, and made some assumptions on when those plants would open. So we have the property insurance, chemicals, utilities, all of those things that are related to the new plants. Still focusing on a fund balance policy of 25%. There are a few one-time and capital requests. Not very many, about 267,000. All-terrain vehicle was requested, ground penetrating radar. And then we have 561,000 that would be transferred to the vehicle equipment and replacement fund, same as we talked about in general fund. These were the vehicles that were slated to be replaced during fiscal 27. This brings us to the main topic, which is the water and wastewater rates. As you know, we did consult a firm, Baker and Tilly, was selected. We did an RFP for them, and they have gone through the process. We provided them all of our data, and they have a presentation this evening on their recommendations for our rate structures. And so I'm going to let Jessica Lynch come up and go through her presentation.
Thanks, Tracy. Hello, everyone. Jessica Lynch. I'm a director with Baker Tilly.
You've got some energy.
It's early.
Yeah, exactly. I've been dying to get up here. So. Just to reiterate the council's objectives, our understanding from Tracy and her team, just mainly equity, making sure to shift costs equitably between all your different customer classes, so residential, commercial, and large volume users. Also, affordability, maintaining affordability, particularly those for your residential users, and for long-term financial sustainability, and then also preparedness, ensuring your debt service coverage requirements are met, and then also preserving cash reserves for future capital needs. So the methodology that we use, so we're just showing here for both water and wastewater what your current rate structure is, and then we looked at a bunch of different alternatives as far as right now the current rate structure for water has a base charge and a volume charge. The base charge is on meter size, and then the volume charge is tiered rates, increasing blocks based on usage. But wastewater had a single base charge for all meters and then a single volume charge for all customers. So in both cases, the proposed rate structure that we found met the council's objectives that were mentioned previously was continuing on the water, the base charge, which is based on meter sizes, but reducing that base charge based on cost allocations, which I'll get into more on the next slide, but then also having a volume charge by customer class, a uniform charge by customer class. And then same for the wastewater, switching from that single base charge for all meters to a base charge that's based on meter size, and then also a volume charge based on customer class. Other alternative structures that we looked at, you could do just an across the board increase, keeping your same current rate structure, which will show you the difference between these two. But we also looked at just a uniform volumetric rate, either doing a capacity charge base. You could also do, I have down here, so fixed, what we have is fixed plus uniform, but there's also fixed plus tier, seasonal. But as I mentioned right here, what we're proposing is the one that met the objectives the most for the council.
So I'm sorry.
Oh,
that I do have questions.
Yeah.
On the slide.
Yeah.
So just for clarification purposes and make sure I understand, our current rate structure for wastewater is a single base charge for all meters. So currently our rate is $65 for the base charge for wastewater. So everyone is charged $65 regardless of whether they're residential, multifamily, or commercial.
Correct. It's and no matter what size meter they have, whether it's 5/8 inch, 6 inch, 12 inch, it's $65 regardless.
Okay. So, and what I don't understand, I guess, is this, what is it meant by single volume charge for all customers?
So we're, every customer is charged $6.50 for 1,000 gallons of flow.
We break this all out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So remember
Sorry.
your notepad. Take your notes. Let's see if we can get through this.
Okay. So the methodology we followed to just quickly get to the proposed structure that was on the prior slide was Tracy and her team developed the revenue requirements and provided those to Baker Tilly. And then we took those revenue requirements, assigned the cost to functions, whether it's treatment or distribution, collection system, billing. Also allocated, then took that a step further, allocated it to the cost causative components. So whether it's for the base or the flow, it's average day demand, max demand, depending on water and wastewater. And then allocated that then to the customer classes, so residential and commercial, or your wholesale users. So here are the revenue requirements that were provided by Tracy's team. So if you kept the current rate structure and did an across-the-board rate increase with your current rate structures, for water in the next 3 fiscal years, you would need a 5% rate increase across the board. In wastewater, it would be a 16.5% rate increase across the board. So then when we reallocated these revenue requirements to the proposed rate structure, actually that's 2 slides later, so just to show you the residential customer usage distribution. So the customers in your residential customer class that use 5,000 or less is about half of your customers. Then about a third of your customers is between 5 and 10,000, and then over 10,000 is 13% of your customers for residential. For commercial, 30,000 and less is about half of the customers for your commercial class. Then 30% between 30,000 and 150,000, and then over 150,000 is 19%. So here, a comparison of your residential combined water and wastewater monthly bills. So this is the total utility bill. So right now, you'll see the usage along the left side column there. So your lower volume users. So for example, that first line, the 2,000 gallons with the current rate structure right now, the current rates that are in place, the bill is $141.90. If you just did the across the board increase, which would be 5% for water and 16.5% for sewer, that would be a bill of $157.97. With this new proposed rate structure that was mentioned on the second slide, so now that's actually less for a lower volume user. It's $108.48. So you'll see that it's actually less for 5,000 for customers that use 5,000 gallons or less. It's a decrease from the current bill that they're paying at the current rates with these new proposed rates. But then that has to be captured, that gets captured by the higher volume users, where you can see that. So then their increases are more than what the across the board percentage would be.
That's great.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, that's a significant difference.
You're saying almost half of our
we,
residents will get a 24% decrease.
Do we have a percentage breakout of how much is 2,000, how much is 3,000, how much is 4,000, how much is 5,000, so we know the majority of?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but I can get it for you.
Can you go back to that slide for residential customers? I think it was 2 slides back.
Yes. Yep.
So the reason they highlighted 5,000 and less, those are the customers that will see some sort of a decrease.
Is that average monthly usage?
Yes.
So I worry that that'll be very seasonal.
So this data is that we took a full test year. We did a consumer study based on fiscal year 2025. So we took we averaged out the monthly data for a full year.
Yeah, but some months those people are going to be go ahead and go forward 2 slides. Some months those low end users are going to be drawing just 2,000 gallons, and sometimes they're going to be drawing 10 if they're watering their yard.
Right.
So some months they're going to have an increase, and some months they're going to have a decrease.
I mean, I think it's possible, but I also think by nature of being 5,000, they're not heavy irrigation users.
So, but this
it
is
would be
average for the year?
Yeah.
5,000, this,
Per month.
no, I mean, but when you look at the percentage of residential that are 5,000 or less, that's an average over the year?
Their usage is 5,000 gallons a month, but
Yeah.
we took 12 months to figure out that data.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess it would be interesting to see the curve on those customers, because if it's great in the winter, you're getting 108, but if you start watering, you're at 259.
Well, it also goes back to our policies, right? We talked about policy structures. We've got to start implementing realistic regarding xeriscaping and other things with new subdivisions and everything else, because and then reality allow for folks to retrofit it. I know we have some processes on that. The hard part is these HOAs that are trying to hold folks accountable with these green lawns, and it's like, wait a minute, no, I mean
Those restrictions aren't enforceable anymore under state law, but a lot of HOAs pretend they don't know that.
Yeah, doesn't mean they're not going to send a letter out.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the problem, is that they force you to go through the hoops.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Let's keep going.
It's great news at 1:30 at night.
And then, so the next slide we have here is just so you can see the rate comparison across customer classes. So not just the residential, which was on the previous slide. So this has the residential low user as the 2,000 gallons again. The residential average user is actually a combination of 2 different levels of usage. So based on information from Tracy and what she usually provides the council, it's 8,000 gallons. She had us use 8,000 gallons for water and 5,000 gallons for sewer. So that's a combination of 2 different levels there. The high user is 20,000 gallons. And then a big change here is the apartments. So this is based on an apartment that would have 300 units. So you see that so the current bill is fiscal year 2026, that middle column or second to the left is what your current rate structure is. Fiscal year 27 current rate structure, so that's just the across the board increase. And then the far right is the proposed rate structure. So showing the reason that for that apartments, and we'll see this more on a later slide, but so because of mainly for the wastewater and having that base charge by meter size, it brings that more in line with your residential users and what they're paying.
So the apartment dweller then is going to be paying about the same as a low-use residential.
Yes, a lot closer.
Yeah. I mean, that's
Whereas right now he's paying a third.
Yeah, because right now it's for the wastewater. As we had talked earlier with Melody, there's the base charge is $65, and so that $65 gets divided amongst 300 units. But it's a 6-inch meter, so it's going to be a lot larger base charge that gets divided among those 300 units, which is bringing that more comparable to what a residential user
That
pays.
certainly sounds like equity.
Yeah.
It'll be shocking, but it's more equitable.
Yeah. I mean, it's just going to be a large increase to renters. I mean, anyway.
Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll be getting a free ride.
And so, yeah, and so that's the consideration. So, and you can also see here for your commercial average user, I think that was 30, I think we have 40,000 on that one. Yeah, or no, 80,000 with the 2-inch meter. And then commercial fast food is a 1.5-inch meter for 40,000 gallons. And then the big box is a 2-inch meter at 700,000 gallons. But so kind of seeing the different levels and the amount of the increase being much larger than the residential users. Here, this next slide just shows those metrics that we used for each of those. And here's where I was talking about, so it compares the apartments and the residential. So fiscal year 2026 is the total bill for water and wastewater based on 3,000 gallons of usage for a 6-inch meter apartment, and then the same level of usage for a residential customer at a 5/8-inch meter. So right now with your current rates, apartments per unit are paying $50.30, and your residential customers are paying $155.35 for that same level of usage. And so that's bringing that gap closer together. So for this proposed rate structure where the apartments are at the $110 and bringing down the residential to the $133.57. And then it just shows the increase for the next 4 years after that.
And you show no change from fiscal 29 through 31? It's going to be completely consistent?
Yeah, so after the rate structure change in 2027, in fiscal year 27, then it's across the board for 28 and 29. And back on the revenue requirements schedule, there was no increase needed in years 30 and 31.
And that incorporates all of our planned projects in the CIP?
Yeah, it incorporates 14 million of O&M for water, 12 million of O&M for which is operation and maintenance for wastewater, up to $30 million annual debt service in water, and up to $28 million in annual debt service on wastewater, which was provided by Tracy. I don't know where she went. Oh, there you are. So if you had any other questions on the revenue requirements.
Yeah, I mean, I will say it doesn't project if there were future debt. Is not built into this.
Okay.
But
So-
it builds in everything that is currently.
So anything
Everything currently contemplated.
on the CIP.
Wait. Okay, so all planned WIFIA borrowings and all of that, that's included in here. It's just whatever's marked future debt in the CIP
Correct.
is not. Okay.
Because there was a proposed 2026 WIFIA bonds, I think, that you had in there on one of them. But,
Yeah, I think it's included in 29.
yeah.
Out, but not 20.
So is 3,000 gallons a month the median usage?
That was the for Stonehill Apartments, which was Tracy and her team told me was an average apartment complex.
Okay, so this
So
is
just
ju-
we
is
took
just
an average
comparing-
apartment complex and then used
comparing
the
it.
same usage for
Okay.
residential to compare apples to apples.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how that average 5,000 gallons plays out over the months.
Okay.
Because if you use 10,000, in the summer and 3,000, I get,
Right.
We're gonna have to really hit that water conservation.
It'll encourage conservation.
Yeah.
That's right.
I mean, ironically, we need people to use water with our
Exactly.
new water plants. Limited.
Are we good to keep going?
Yeah.
Keep big.
Oh, there's more?
Please keep going.
Well,
we're still
these
awake,
next ones
so-
will be very quick, but so
Okay.
just so you can see your present rates and your proposed rates, this is just for the residential. So currently for water, it's the base charge is $50, and you've got the tiered increasing volumetric rate. Whereas the proposed rates has still the base charge for the 5/8-inch meter, but then just a single volume charge for residential. And there would be a different base charge based on meter size for commercial and a different volume charge for commercial. But then what we really wanted to show you was for wastewater. So here is the base current rates. The base charge is the $65 for everyone, and the volume charge is the $6.50 per 1,000 gallons for everyone. So residential bringing down that base charge, the volume charge does increase a little bit, but with the decrease in the base charge, there's a significant decrease to those lower volume users.
Could I
But
ask
then
on
here's,
the on the resi water side? I'm just curious about other scenarios that you all thought about. For example, I've seen some cities implement sort of like super oversized tier for the very top 5% of. So I'm curious what other types of things.
yes,
you
and
considered here.
we looked at that, and we can, if that is something that the council would like the information on, we can certainly provide
You're
that.
just asking what you considered. You considered things like that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just
Yes.
asking if that was in the
Yes.
mix, and so you decided against it.
Well, I am kind of surprised that we're moving away from a conservation rate to a static rate.
Well, so it is based on, what you look at the bill impacts, you'll see that larger users are having a higher increase. So even with the volumetric charge by customer class, residential's flow rate is less than commercial's flow rate. It is, the commercial's flow rate is higher. So that is showing that higher usage customers are being charged a higher rate.
So I understand that. I see that in the rate study, but when my residents look at their water bill and they say, "Oh, I'm paying so much more for my first 1,000 gallons. I don't get any break for conservation for not using as much." How does this lead me to conserve? Because
I would argue that they're
it's a
not
linear
really
growth.
paying less for 1,000 gallons because they would have a $50 base charge
Yeah, but
plus
they're going to look at
$6.95.
Right now, we've got it's called a conservation rate for a reason, right? You're charging less for people to use less. You're incentivizing them to use less volume. So moving away from that is really difficult to message, especially with the information that's going to be in front of people.
Yeah. I know we don't have it on here.
Can you pull up the bills?
Right now, 0 to 3,000 is $6.95 per 1,000 gallons. As you use more, your price goes up.
Yes.
And you were talking about the super mega users, right?
Sure.
Have a higher tier. We're going to no tiers. We no longer have a tiered rate on the consumption. Your volume charge is $13.66 for every 1,000 gallons you use. And so that is a dramatically simplified rate structure. The reduction in the base charge saves people a lot of money up front.
Yeah.
But it grows linearly, so it's going to grow more quickly. And when Joe resident opens up his water bill and says, "Hey, I used to pay $7 per 1,000 gallons, and now I'm paying 14," that looks like an increase.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, he's looking at that and he's saying, "Well, the next 1,000 gallons isn't costing me more than the first. So where's my incentive to conserve?"
Well, also when I run these numbers here, if you're a 3,000 gallon user, you have 50. Well, okay, maybe not, but it's similar pricing. Well,
5,000 gallons is a
yeah.
break
So
even,
I mean, under
right? Yeah, roughly
okay, at somewhere there's a break even
around 5,000 gallons.
Yeah. So I would like to see more. What is the typical user like January through December and their irrigation, and I don't know. It's hard for me to see whether the average homeowner who does water their lawn, what their bill is going to look like in the summer.
Yeah, I don't know if the average user is actually going to be saving money if part of the year they're using 8,000 and part of the year they're using 3 and averaging out to 5.
And that's something we could add. We could add another tier, just so there's 2 tiers within residential and 2 tiers within commercial. It'd be something we could factor in pretty easily.
Some of our neighboring cities have, I think one of them has 6 or 7 tiers, which seems excessive.
Do they have a tiered base charge too? That's the trick. 'Cause I asked the question like, why did we go to a tiered and lose the tier on this? And the answer was, if you do both, you're not hitting revenue requirements.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got to kind of pick one. This is kind of geared to a lot of the feedback that we receive are those really low water users, and so this is how you do that. So,
but are they really low water users the entire year, or only January and February?
I mean, the alternative is that it's 11% across the board, right? Or do you have opportunities to conserve and save and like be, in the negative?
So I think it might be interesting to look at what a two-tier would be. Like,
Okay.
To the mayor's point, I don't know how many tiers we need, but more than one probably it seems reasonable to me, especially if you.
I mean, or something that indicates that staying below 5,000 gallons makes a whole lot of sense.
Something incentivizes folks to not approach that barrier.
So
But yeah, at 5,000, it's kind of breaking even.
Yeah, 5,000 is breaking even. If I have a tier that is a certain price up to 5,000, then at least that provides our residents, our consumers, with the concept that that's what I want to stay below.
Okay.
Do you really?
Yeah.
How many clothes are you washing clothes?
Not that much. Yeah, I'm like, it's gonna go up for me with no irrigation. So that's what I want to see. Like what?
Well, no, my bill's going to go up like crazy.
Are we at the
I'm
end?
gonna have to tell my husband he can't water the lawn.
Is she doing the math?
Sorry.
Writing notes.
All right, what we got?
And so this just shows what we had talked about, the new structure for the wastewater, so you can see where right now all meters pay the $65 base charge, where we broke this out to be similar to your water structure where it's based on meter size. And so as you have larger meters, that base charge increases. And then this is that flow rate. So all users right now are paying $6.50. And then it goes to residential was $11.43, commercial is $11.49, and Boulder Ridge is $9.67. And then just recommendations and next steps. Again, council's objectives, tailoring the rates to the users. It's not one size fits all, having cost-based rates that are equitable, easing the rate burden on residential customers, and meeting your debt service coverage, operational and capital requirements. Staff recommendation to approve the proposed rate structure, but we'll show kind of those other things that we talked about first, and then next step, just getting feedback from council on the proposed rate structure, incorporating that, and then I believe the first reading of the proposed rate ordinance is slated for September 9th.
So with this new structure, we ease the rate burden on some residential.
The lower
Yeah,
volume.
but 5,000 you break even, and so like that's.
But it's like half of the users.
Yeah,
right?
but how
that's
much
on
is
an
that 5,000?
average. If they're using 8 in the summer, it's going to eat up all their winter savings.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
I'd like to see the average residential user month by month in their monthly bills and a comparison.
Yeah. And at the different tiers, like what's 5,000, what's 3,000, what's.
Well,
I
I want the
But
average user and the average user's usage.
Average or median?
Either way.
Is it possible to get a
The
low
mode.
user, a medium user, and a high user for each month? Because if you're, it depends. Like if you're gonna double someone's bill.
If I'm saving money in December and January, but my bill's doubled in June and July, then
Yeah, they're gonna be mad. Like if it's a $400 bill in the summer.
make sure we're making a meaningful difference.
Right. And I think.
We're cool.
Oh.
All right. What else do we have to discuss on this item? Ooh, additional slides.
I don't think those are Tracy's.
Trista's gonna work her magic.
I'll have to take time to.
Do you want me to stay?
Oh, I think you're good. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Tracy, is that all for this item, or do you have more to tell us?
There's more.
There's more, okay.
It was a work session item.
It was nice to meet you all.
Slotted for probably an hour, but we won't do that.
Look what Jason did, 17,000.
Oh, Shane's still here. Look at that.
How much was that?
The bars.
Yeah, on the.
Yep. Thank you. So this is just a chart that just kind of shows the trajectory of our utility debt. We have segregated out our debt payments into a separate fund and then are managing it between what we are able to get from utility rates and impact fees. And so we're able to assess this fund a lot clearer now that it's pulled out into its own fund. Solid waste, really, there's no changes, but it was on the list. Personnel is the same as the other funds. There's no change in customer rates being proposed this year.
I need to pick up my trash.
So the Monarch Fund, this is going to be a separate fund this year. We're peeling out recreation, and here comes Shane. I'll be very quick. Right now, we're still working through the process of figuring out what the fiscal 27 budget is going to be for this fund, but on the revenue side, it's going to be based on membership rates, which Shane will talk about, establishing number of memberships. So all of these are estimates that we're dealing with, and we've also put in the funding from PCDC on the expense side. Personnel is a huge part of this budget, lots of additional staff. The startup and operating costs to run the building, and the cost allocation, general fund support. So right now, I think it's even changed since I did these slides.
So are y'all putting a table out in front of Cowboys Fit and just peeling people off for membership, or what's going on?
Yeah, I'll let Shane cover that.
Listen, I had a 5 o'clock. Is this mine or are you taking it?
Hold on, I got one more thing.
No, you don't, do you?
Shortfall is 1.1 here, but we've already seen a change, so I think we're actually at about 800,000 right now. So,
And that's
There you go.
already including PCDC funding?
Yes.
Listen, I had a 5 p.m.
Oh my
presentation
gosh.
for y'all, but y'all don't get that 9 hours later. So we're gonna go to the end, and then if I need to show my work, I can go back. Recommendation is right now. Now I'll say this facility is scheduled to be open around middle of February of next year. That's the projection right now.
I'm sorry?
What?
February of next year.
Did you just try to sneak that in on us?
Yeah, I thought it was
January.
I thought, yeah, this was supposed to be at the end of this year.
So we've got another missed deadline, missed projection.
No?
Oh.
During the update in April, when Corin and I presented, we talked about substantial completion. The project will be substantially complete in December. It then takes some ramp-up time for training of staff to open to the public in February.
They did use the word substantial completion quite a bit. Now I get what
Yeah.
y'all were saying.
So the project's constructed.
Hand right there.
Substantial completion usually means utilization of the facility or the
That's right.
building.
So, right, we'll be able to get in it, but there's a lot of staff that Shane will cover, lots and lots of part-time that need to know how to safely use that pool and all of the equipment inside it for that opening in February.
Okay, so my concern is that whenever I have a client and we're talking about substantial completion, we're arguing over whether or not a facility's ready to go, a client's able to go ahead and move into the facility and utilize it at substantial completion. Then you have punch out and everything else from there. What it sounds like to me is that it's not the utilization that will happen because we will not have the requisite skill sets, necessary training to utilize that facility at its onset. So that's a different impression for me for substantial completion. Now, I get where you're coming from. I understand that, but that's why, to me, I was kind of a little flabbergasted by that. Not a little, very flabbergasted. But go ahead.
I mean, it's
Well,
wintertime. I mean,
like
people are going to want to go in the
yeah.
spring anyway. So,
Well,
I mean,
think
I'm okay with it.
originally it was soft opening in January, and
Yeah, we were.
that was
We were
yeah.
hoping to, it's going to take at least 30 days to train staff on evacuations, what to do in a situation, what to do in an emergency, whether it's in the pool, the turf area, the gym. It's a huge facility. And so we were hoping to have staff in there at some point early to mid-November at one time, and that's getting there later. So this is pushing our training of staff. I can't train 150, 180 staff in 3 days and have
Why
it
not?
open and serve the public. I can try.
Shane-
If y'all relieve me of any liability.
Hey Shane, quick question. I mean, looking at this, and again, we're debating on what we heard and what we didn't heard at 1:53 in the morning.
Yeah, it's almost tomorrow in California, or
Yeah,
today
it
in
is,
California.
huh?
Yeah.
But off the top of my head, the family rate looks the same. Did we increase the adult rate from the last time you updated us?
Everything increased a little bit from when I talked to y'all in January.
Okay.
And I will say that we're bringing in a financial sustainability person that's going to talk to y'all at the August Lunch and Learn. And so this may move up or may move down a little bit based off what she talks to you about as well. So this is what we've been working with based off. See, now you got me going back.
No, please don't.
Gold's
Don't. Go
Gym.
forward. Go forward.
Yeah.
Go forward. We'll be here all night.
So this is based off what we know with, the average. There's almost 26% of the United States population adults carry a fitness membership, and that average membership $69 a month.
It's increased significantly too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can see where some of the membership averages, where we're seeing high usage.
There it is.
And,
Yeah.
And so we kind of know where we're at in our range, both not so much our resident, non-resident, but our membership area, the area that we think service population that we'll serve is somewhere between 70 to 80,000, gives us around 18 to almost 21,000 people that are adults that would carry a membership. Then what we know per those national standards is you normally try to aim for 10 square foot per member, as far as that's the amount of people that you would carry. So a facility of our size, almost 130,000 square feet, will carry about 13,000 members at capacity. So when you saw the Gold's Gym, it's like Gold's Gym, Cowboys Fit, Planet Fitness, they don't share what their membership roles are, but we can look at their square footage and project what the national standards would say they should carry. And when we do that math, and you can also see there's similar, we actually do know the numbers of Hutto and Round Rock because they have to report those to those government bodies, Hutto and Round Rock, respectively. So we kind of have those, and you see that there is a higher range on families because of the youth element as well. But what we believe is we have anywhere from 18,000 to 21,000 capacity. We are projecting somewhere around 12,000 and a half so far being used, that we still believe there's a nice range that we can reach out to and recruit. You see our current competitors in this market, Gold's Gym, Cowboy Fit. You can see their individual and their family membership. We also heard today from a member at the rec center that Cowboy Fit is either dialing back or getting rid of their child care offering. And so we may see more families that were already going to Cowboy Fit now coming to a facility like us that has child care. But we're back to the recommendation, which at right now, and it will not be papered up and finally approved until y'all approve the budget at the end of August or September. But we're projecting right now 67 for adults, youth and seniors, then also veterans, because we've always kept veterans at our lowest.
Are we
adult
doing
rate.
Silver Sneaker?
Yeah, we'll be working with all those.
I know. Lord knows. I hear from y'all. I know.
So this will be coming back to us then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And then family. You'll see our cost recovery model here. Council's approved or y'all did a year one subsidy. Our normal operations, you would project to have 70% of that revenue coming from members and 30% coming from programs and events. Right now, we're projecting that revenue being around 60% at year one, and only 10% for programs and events, because we obviously have to ramp up to that type of capacity, and there's a subsidy. We're recommending that the subsidy stay until we're able to raise where the math works, where, if we have 4,500 members, we're at so much recovery, but if we have 8,000 members at that same 67, then all of a sudden, we're recovering into that range. And so that's more of what Jamie's going to talk to y'all next month at the Lunch and Learn. But we are recommending that subsidy stays in place until we're able to hit that sustainable rate. We've even met with PCDC, and they've had some discussions with I think it's the 4.6 total, 2.1 in year one, and it kind of tapering off. And so there's ultimately 4.6 on the hook for the first 4 years. And so that's what we're pushing towards.
And we think, because you gave Cowboys Fit $50 for. Wait, can you go back to the membership slides?
Yeah.
50.
Yeah. So you said 59. I'm assuming.
I'm not even sure that honestly might be low at this point. I
Yeah.
feel like their base membership's
No, they're
more
about the
than
same.
Well, I know.
Listen, you can call them and
they're
you
actually
can,
hurting.
you can call them and get different rates. You know who you talk to.
Yeah,
but
you buy 1 year, you get 2 years.
that was vetted about a month ago now.
Because that's why I think ours is so. But we think we can capture that market.
It's going to be a different offering. If you're just wanting to go in and hit the treadmill and do some curls and you like your community at Cowboy Fit, we might not get those people. But Cowboy Fit doesn't have 4 high school sized basketball courts, doesn't have a turf field with a turf ramp, doesn't have the indoor pool at this capacity, might no longer have childcare offerings, and so a huge walking track.
Do we have a sauna?
Yeah, we have a sauna, dry sauna.
Cold plunge?
Okay.
No cold plunge.
Oh, cold plunge. Those are.
I tried. So it's one of those that this is our projection right now. This is what we, as of today, feel like we're at. It could be 69, could be 71, it could be 60. You know, Jamie is going to walk y'all through that next month. And
So
really
for
try to balance
non-residents,
that.
we have it at 94. Why don't we just make it 100?
It might just be a.
You keep it down.
Okay, so 99.
Yes. You don't want to cross the 3-digit threshold.
Yeah, and I think non-residents are going to be more important here than we've had at other facilities. So like at our 20,000 square foot facility, when we had 3,000 or 4,000 members, a non-resident could take up a very small amount of space. That we only had 1,000 square foot of fitness space. We'll have 8,000 now. We only had so much room on the basketball court. We had 1 court. When we're talking about the math working, where the capacity of that many people paying a large fee is what's going to get us to cost recovery quicker, I wouldn't want to put a number that feels almost punitive in some way, because they live at the lake. And so we're wanting to make sure that that number still feels like there's a value there.
Yeah.
It's obviously different than the resident rate, but it's not so expensive that they're like, well, I'll just go to blank place instead.
And the family rate, if I remember correctly, you said that'll be whether it's 2 or 3 people in the family, or
Yeah, I think it's 5 for a household. Yeah.
So if all of a sudden we have 40 people putting down Doug's address, no questions asked.
For sure.
Well, if we get an ETJ representation on the Parks and Rec board, they could have a say.
And after the financial sustainability person works with y'all, they're also going to work with our Parks Commission one more time, and then we'll have a more papered up number for you.
Yes, we got some numbers.
Nice.
What else you got, Tracy? Master fee schedule, solid waste fund.
So, no. There's only a few more slides, and I'm happy to, you have them printed out. I think there were really very few departments that submitted any changes to the master fee schedule. So these are some planning and development service fees that have been recommended. Any changes? If you have any questions.
So just at a high level, what's the impetus for the new approach for how we're billing these?
Sorry. The rationale was, whenever we started this process of looking at the fee schedule, I asked the team to look at, are we capturing our costs on all the development reviews? When they ran the numbers, I didn't understand the methodology, and I had to keep going over it and over it. And what I found out was that was just a methodology that had been dictated by prior leadership, and it really didn't change anything for us. And so I said, well, why don't we go to something that actually makes sense for what we're doing? So that's kind of how we got to where we are.
Cool.
Sounds good to me.
There's a couple of slides of those changes, but same methodology, I'm assuming.
Yes.
These are very miscellaneous. We didn't have any film fees, so those are new and those have come up. So we wanted to add them to the master fee schedule along with certified copies. And then there was some changes on.
Could you go back a slide quick? I'm sorry.
10 seconds wasn't quite enough.
I mean, we will be able to get this electronically to review at our
Yeah,
leisure.
can we just get a copy?
You have it in the, you should have it print out in your PowerPoint.
Oh, I thought, I was looking and I wasn't.
I don't remember seeing it.
It's fine.
No,
It's fine.
it's not.
It's fine. We're gonna get a copy.
Oh, okay.
We're cool. We're cool.
It will be also part of the proposed budget because the whole master fee schedule will be in there redlined or additions added. And then this is the only water and wastewater fee slides. There was a bunch of pre-treatment. It was always just to cover costs. It was like $5 here, $10 there. It was going to be like 3 or 4 pages, so I didn't include it. But and then the changes to the application surcharge. The explanation on these was that the fees for the sampling has gone up, and the third-party provider that we use, their fees has significantly gone up. If you need more detail on this, I would have to defer to the Water and Wastewater Department. I can get you that.
I'm just laughing because I wake up in 3 hours. This is insane.
And I do believe that is it.
I know.
What time do they open?
I know.
They open now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Homer into the bushes.
Where are they?
All right.
Oh,
Here we
give me
go.
a second. I'm gonna move us to our consent items quick. Item 5A is an ordinance on first and final reading with the caption reading ordinance of the city of Pflugerville, Texas, adopting a third amendment to the fiscal year 2026 budget for the city and providing an effective date. You thought you got away, Tracy. This was pulled by Councilmember Ryan.
Yeah.
What questions do you have?
Well, the biggest, I did send the questions in advance, so I'll just ask the most pressing one and get them other information later.
Thank you.
So there was a $7.8 million increase in revenue in the utility fund and a $7.8 million increase in the general fund.
Yeah, let me clarify. So
Oh,
I did have a mistake, and the Exhibit A has been corrected in Legistar.
Oh,
The codes on the capital projects fund was correct. It just had the wrong title. So it should be utility. So what it is it's impact fees that are coming out of the capital fund and going into the utility debt service fund. So that's where you're seeing your ins and outs.
So that's
But it's
spending
impact fees.
impact fees.
Mhm.
okay, and then I had a question about that. Can I just work with you offline?
Yeah, you asked about the calculation. They're already built in. We already take into account impact fees when we do all of our calculations.
Okay, yeah.
So then do you have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
I have a motion and a second.
Maybe I need some caffeine.
I know. Yes, it does.
We're all.
More than
Oh, is it
caffeine.
doing it for me? There we go. Ah,
I cannot believe.
motion passes unanimously. That brings us to item 5E. I have E here is professional services agreement with HAP Associates, Inc. in the amount of $263,225. 80% grant funded through Federal Highway Administration Safe Streets and Roads for All program for study associated with the TR 2305 intersection design and construction.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, everybody's left here. Sorry about that. Yes, so 5E is a professional service
Hold on.
agreement.
Before you get in, Melody, you pulled
Yeah.
this one. What are your specific questions?
Well, my question is that we don't have any historical data on what our traffic deaths are. And so my concern is, how do we know we need this study if we don't even have a baseline of where we are right now? And I believe that it's, I mean, the answer was, well, we're going to look at it with this study. But when I Googled it, it seemed like there is available information online. So I really feel like we should know where we are now on whether we even need this.
So thank you first of all for submitting these questions beforehand. I did have time to prepare all the answers. And indeed there is data, as you had shared through your email, on that website where you can gather the fatalities data. But with the help of this action plan, we are not just covering that. We are actually covering for multiple, so not just we don't distinguish only fatal and serious injury crashes, but we identify contributing factors and recurring patterns. We map high-risk corridors and intersections, and we account for pedestrians, bicycles, and other vulnerable roadway users that are not being tracked through that data. So with this action plan, this study actually delivers this action plan that will not just give us a dashboard, but also next steps, what we are going to do with those recommendations for each major intersection that has issues.
So I actually could have answered that question because, yeah, you're right. So that's, the question has been continuously when we're talking about Vision Zero and those other aspects of that, is that they don't break out the numbers they would do for individual entities. They just get it as a whole for the actual area. And so individual municipalities have been asking for that, for those numbers. This will allow for that to actually break out and go from there as well, because I think it's great. And that's how you work from that. Because you're right. I mean, it's
I mean, I don't even know where, like, how bad is it?
Yeah.
How bad are, like,
and that's the problem, is that we know globally, like I can tell you right now, our biggest issue is speeding. Again, that's where our deaths are coming from, right there.
in the Austin area?
No, I'm talking
Oh.
about, you say Austin, I'm talking about Central Texas. Like
Oh.
that's our problem. But like, we have the corridors, but we don't have them broken out by the corridors from that.
Yeah, so
This
our
will do
purpose
that.
is to do it only for City of Pflugerville and ETJ areas. As I said, in two council meetings
Yeah.
ago in May 26, when I presented the implementation phase, was coming actually from an action plan from Travis County. So Travis County has submitted their action plan, and since that action plan was approved, we used those results that were within our city limits, and we applied for implementation phase. Now, saying that, it will answer your following question if we can deliver this within 10 months. So our actual deadline with FHWA, which funds are already approved. So the funds the agreement with FHWA, we already have that signed. Why we have this term of 10 months is because there is a possibility that this program will continue next year, so we will have the opportunity to apply for implementation using our action plan. So we'll have another chance.
So this enables us to access additional federal grant.
That is
dollars.
correct, 80% of what we are applying
No,
for.
that's
I'm
great.
sorry if I missed it. Did you say we did get grant approval?
That is correct.
Okay.
We received the
All right.
grant
Yes,
approval.
80% of this
Yeah, but it
dollar
was
amount is funded by the
yeah,
federal
because
government.
I think previously we were applying for the grant.
So that is, as I said, that was implementation phase. This is action plan.
Oh.
So implementation phase, as I mentioned earlier, it's coming from Travis County action plan.
Okay.
So.
Okay, so this is a different phase that we already had approval for. And then
Yes,
okay.
exactly.
Sorry, I
that's
thought
okay.
they were the same.
That's okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Melody, did you
I move we
questions
approve.
answered?
Second.
And a motion from Melody, a second
Thank
from
you.
Rudy. All right. And, motion passes 6-0. That brings us to item 5F. Professional services agreement with Tetra Tech Inc. in the amount of $623,592.23 for preparation of a preliminary engineering report for the TR 2601 Downtown Mobility Improvements Project. Melody, what questions do you have?
I was just looking at the list of all the studies that we've done that are part of this, and I just wanted to have some greater clarity because it seems like we're having another study to study our studies and incorporate them. And
No.
so that's what it seemed like. The other thing
No.
too is, we're starting it now, and in the CIP, it looks like we have funds for the planning and the design. But the construction, again, and I guess maybe that it answered my question, but it was like in 2028, and we don't have bond funds for this. So I'm just wondering, how are we going to pay for it and implement it? And then how many studies do we, I don't know, how many studies do we need to,
So
it just seems like 5 studies and we have to have another study.
thank you for bringing this up and again for submitting these questions beforehand. So indeed, there have been studies in the past but mostly were to shape downtown vision. So we are going to use those as our baseline, and we are going to conduct now the preliminary engineering report, and we are going to go a bit above by also producing 30% design for this concept so that we'll have already an alternative. And why I'm going through this process is that we will have enough information to even approach future funding, not by using any go bonds, but also maybe using other grant funds that could be available, because unfortunately Campo requires funds that have a clearer scope, and I want to have that ready for them to, in order when they will review this project.
Okay, so that's why I was a little bit confused, because it said we're using planning budget and then we're using design, and so that's why I'm like, is this planning or is this, so it's 30%?
So it's up to 30% design schematics. And then following this, we already have in the CIP book, we already have all the way to PSNE for the sections. And there are multiple ways of reviewing this. If the cost will be too high, we can split the construction phase into multiple phases, multiple projects. And one roadway section also is in TxDOT jurisdiction, so right away, and because of that, we are going to work with them as well for that section for cost implications.
So what happens if we don't have the money in 2028 to move forward with whatever these designs are? Does the design become stale and then we have to spend more money to update it later?
No, so usually the design, especially on the TxDOT corridor, can be held on the shelf for 2 years. Now, because of that being said, we did consider that, and we are going to start with Main Street Railroad, which are within city's jurisdiction, which we have a larger limit. So
I'm sorry, what?
we have a more time than TxDOT requires. So.
I mean, I think it's great to get a jump on the design for these types of projects, because then we know we're going to have a better idea of costing when we get to the point where we need to figure out funding.
So what we look at from Camp Out is that what's turnkey. Do you have have you already gone to design over there accordingly? Yes. Okay. Then
How far along are you?
Yeah,
in the project?
exactly. Because it's like otherwise, if it's not shovel ready.
Yes.
You know,
Plus, it's a collaboration. So this project will tie in with the Downtown East that's going to close right now, and we are going to review also plans that are going to happen with the old facilities, so we can see how the roadway will improve that area. And of course, we are going to tie this project with FMC's 85 corridor to make sure we don't duplicate any level of effort, and that everything that will be done is going to be streamlined on Pecan, so that we don't have a bottleneck cost somewhere.
I thought we heard that we're just going to demolish the old city hall today and make it a parking lot.
Just one man's dream.
Cave paradise. Okay, so just to be clear, this is partly planning and partly design.
That is correct.
Then preliminary engineering report.
That's correct.
Yep.
All right. Did that answer your questions, Melody?
It did.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion passes unanimously. That brings us to item 5G, professional services agreement with Pape Dawson Consulting Engineers LLC Inc. in the amount of $3,219,473.35 for professional engineering services associated with the TR 2904 Old Austin Hutto Road extension and Fenning Lane extension to East Pecan Street project.
Oh, wait, did our Pape Dawson person leave? Oh,
Yes.
passing this now.
So this project
Well,
actually.
hold on. Melody, what were your specific questions on this?
Yeah, the questions I sent in advance were, I wanted to get a better idea of how many miles in total are being built and whether the proposed cost per mile was aligned with market rate, because it just seemed like the whole project seems very large compared to when I looked at the map about how many lane miles we might be getting.
How many lane miles is this?
2.3.
I'm sorry?
2.3
And this is...
center miles.
Hutto Road to Fenning.
2.3?
Yes.
And this is
Center
just
line
the...
miles.
0.3.
Yes.
And it's 39
This is
million.
engineering services for $3 million?
That's 32.
Yes.
So it includes also bridge structures, roundabouts, and the construction portion is 22.5 million planned. We also have right of way, which is
I'm sorry, did you just tell me it's $22.5 million for construction?
Estimated, yes.
And that's not including right away.
That's not
So
including
it's
right of way.
$10 million a mile.
Yeah, but exactly, it's $10 million per mile, which is comparable to our current projects, which you have Piccadilly Central Commerce and Royston, which is 9.6 million, and it's Pflugerville Parkway, Colorado Center-wise, which was recently awarded for 13.8 million per line mile. So I already have that data compared to current projects that we have in place, and it's comparable.
No one's doubting you. I think that for our standpoint, that's something we need to be conscious of, and citizens need to understand how much. Because I don't think, and if you told someone $10 million per lane mile, they would look at you. You have a third eye. Yeah.
What is?
Yeah.
I don't.
It's not $10 million per lane mile. It's 2.3 per lane mile, right? But we're shooting 4 lanes.
Yeah, you do. I mean, but
Well, that's
it's
what
always
per
in a
lane
block.
mile.
Yeah.
That's
So,
why you have to
so,
do that.
so
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you say again, how many lane miles is this road, are these roads?
So center lane mile would be 2.3. That means lane mile would be 4.6. This is double, right? It's 4 lanes. So that's another thing. There is a combination of 3 lane and 4 lanes. So that's why I did the center line. It's easier. Sorry about
Okay,
that.
so we're at about, you said 2.3 mile extension, but
Yeah.
4 lanes.
So
that
it's
way with
depending on how
roundabout.
many lanes exactly, and because
So roughly 10 miles.
What was the
So,
mayor
yeah,
saying earlier
10
about
miles.
the cost of our cross sections?
Well, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean.
So I missed all that math, but.
What?
It's
I thought that was your
221,
specialty.
221. I don't know. It just seemed like a lot of money for internal. I mean, I know it's a relief, but it's an internal road. Like, it's double the price of Pflugerville Parkway extension. My other question is just
No,
understanding.
that one was also for center line mile, so the cost was comparable. That's why I
She said they're comparable.
Okay. Well, there was no information about how many, like how long it was. I would
Your next
appreciate that
question?
information in all future summaries so that we
yes.
have some understanding. But my other concern is that we're building these roads through private property outside of development, and I want to just understand so this is just clarifying my understanding. If we build a road that, before development is there, how does that affect impact fees?
How to recapture that?
Yeah,
cost.
because if we build it first, are we getting impact fees for that, or do
So-
we lose out on that? I just don't know.
So that would depend on what would be our negotiations. If we had came into agreement with the developer and based on that agreement would waive those impact fees for some reason because I don't know whatever terms and conditions were negotiated, could be a possibility, but it's not automatic. So if we are building the road first, that doesn't mean they will not pay the fee. They will have to pay the fee, which will be assessed. So the roadway impact fee is going to be assessed based on the improvement and is included in the applicable service area impact fee program, and the fees are assessed and used in accordance with the city's ordinance and state law. So we are going to collect it if other agreements were not created in place.
I'm sorry, what was the last part? If other agreements?
If other development agreements were not created in place, that would waive that fee.
Okay, so if we don't have a current development agreement that
And we
waives the
don't.
fee,
Yeah.
we will still collect that even though we're building it first instead of it waiting
It's
for a
currently
development.
in the master transportation plan and included in our roadway impact fee
in the
study, so
formula.
it is still a
Yes.
reimbursable expense.
That is correct. That is correct.
Well, I just wanted to
But
make
we are-
sure on
we are going
timing
Yeah,
about.
timing,
Yeah,
as
to
long
make
as
sure
it's
we're
in the
not-
plan,
Yeah.
who constructs it and when
Okay.
is irrelevant. The cost is still recoverable.
Yeah, as I said, we are negotiating and we are keeping continuous communication with the landowner and developers so that we make sure that we push it towards them so that we get more.
Right.
Thanks.
That answer your
Motion
question,
approved.
Melody?
Thank you.
Well, I'm just trying to still understand. Do we have funding for the construction at this point, or that's future debt?
Future debt.
I'm just concerned about being able to build all these roads. This is a $39 million project, so I'm just concerned about, is this the highest? If we have limited funds to construct roads,
If I may add, this is also a relief roads. This is also a relief road for FM 685. So
It's definitely
Part-
really.
yeah.
I mean, just
FM 685 is
Okay.
also will cost a lot of money to improve that. So this will cost less and will take over some of the traffic from
I mean,
FM 685.
to be clear, we just approved the prioritization of this and a bunch of other projects in the CRP a couple hours ago, right? Based on our feedback and prioritization. So, I mean,
That's correct.
Quite
Here we are.
literally,
It's-
quite literally our
here we go.
feedback over a several month period.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry. Rudy, were you saying something?
Yes, motion
Yeah.
approved. 5G is presented.
second.
5G. Now I sound like Beavis and Butthead.
Motion passes unanimously. That brings us to item 5J, which is a professional services agreement with Kleinfelder, Inc. in the amount of $138,466.13
Sorry.
for construction materials testing services associated with TR 2005 East Pflugerville Parkway, Colorado Sand Drive to Weiss Lane roadway project. Melody, your questions?
So I don't recall seeing this before, so I don't know if I just.
What, materials
Yeah.
testing?
Testing, yeah,
Yeah,
so.
it's been in,
I just said, what is the reason?
this is the first time we've had it with this company, but we've had materials testing contracts with a variety of companies in the past.
So initially they were included in the contractor agreements. They were provided by the contractors. I feel like there was the previous management decided to take this initiative to have it as a service being delivered by and managed by City of Pflugerville directly instead of being in the control of the construction company. So that's the only thing is now that the construction cost still reflects this additional cost for construction material testing. It's just that who is going to manage the contract, the consultant for this type of services.
Okay, so this was in the budget, but it
That is
wasn't
correct.
included in the construction contract, we're breaking it out.
That is correct.
Okay. And so is this is typical of all of
That's
our, of every project?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Motion we approve.
Second.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Third. Fourth.
Motion passes unanimously. Brings us to 5K, a resolution of the City of Pflugerville, Texas, approving the Community Development Block Grant Annual Action Plan for Program Year 2026. Rudy?
James is looking at it. I'm good. Motion to approve 5K is presented.
I
Oh,
still-
wait.
I
you,
still had a
yeah, you have a
question.
question.
So, I don't know if I missed it, but in the in the agreement or the plan, but do we have information about how much of the $10,000 in grant funds that were set aside for the scholarship has actually been used? Oh, sorry, it was this year. You were waiting for this.
Yeah. I haven't slept. Let's see.
I would have slept.
We do know on the rec center, it's $1,155 so far.
Okay. And then I believe the question was asked, and I don't think we've gotten an answer before, so I just wanted to ask again about whether, so it's my understanding that this grant can allow up to 15% to be used for public services. And
Correct.
that possibly workforce training scholarships to community colleges or vocational training would fall under the category of public services of what could be funded with this grant. So I just wanted to clarify if that was the case.
Correct. We used to do that through Workforce Solutions, up to 15%.
But could we do our own reimbursement, like if we had a fund and like I saw some other cities do that?
Could we establish our own scholarship program? Is that what you're
There's,
asking?
there is potential for that. There was one that I know you sent along that was out in the Houston area. They've actually dropped that program since.
Okay,
So
it was
we're trying to find out.
2025, so
Yeah, so we're trying to find out more information.
Okay.
It's likely similar to how we had to drop Workforce Solutions. There was not a lot of interest.
Okay, so I'm just concerned that if we're not using, we're only setting 10,000 and we're not using a lot of it, is there other ways that we can use it for public services for, that group?
Very likely, and I think with the Monarch opening, we'll be able to get the word out a little bit more to all those families once we have that opening, because we'll have one-on-one interactions with the residents.
All right. What else?
That's it.
Move to approve.
Second.
Quick question. So, James, you're still going to be able to look into what we talked about, correct?
Water projects, right?
Yeah.
Water infrastructure. Subsidized.
Their water bill?
Yeah, the water bills. Or water bills.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that information going to be provided to everyone?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Okay.
He is. Because we still
You're
got it.
whispering.
Because it still
Motion
does-
passes unanimously.
This still comes back.
That wraps up the consent agenda. I'll return to our regular agenda. Item 7Q, discussion regarding July 4th city events. Councilmember Rogers and Ryan requested that this be on the agenda. Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers, would you, real quick before you begin, would you entertain the thought of moving this to the next meeting? Just for, that way, us and staff will be able to be fully refreshed for this discussion?
You know what? I think that's a really good idea.
Thank you.
Motion. Oh, wait. We don't need a motion.
No motion. So I also have item 7R, an executive session item. This is deliberation of personnel matters regarding the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, and duties of city manager pursuant to section 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. Do we want to go to executive session, or do we want to push this to our next meeting?
I'm okay to
Push this to next meeting.
Yeah.
All right.
Push.
It's 2:31.
Well, how late is our next meeting going to go?